That's great. It starts with an earthquake, birds and planes, an element. And it says not a plane. I have a hurricane. Listen to yourself. Something. Beers, night, street, and yeah, this is REM. End of the world. I don't know what's going on. But we're gonna stream for the next 5 hours. Have we started? Have we got? Is the stream going? It's going. Hello. That's great. Amazing. Beautiful. Right then. Let's edit the link into the post, and then we're good to go. We're good to go, team. Edit. There we go. Link to stream. Hello. Let's fucking go. Finish editing. Boop. So my thumbnail actually didn't work, which is kind of annoying. Boop. I liked my thumbnail. I wanted it to work. It did not. Big Sag. But we'll work it out. Hello.
What, bro?
Me, bro.
Yo. Respectfully, I love the outfit, man.
Uh-huh.
Love the outfit.
Is there a but?
Is there a but?
Yeah, you said respectfully, I love the outfit. Is there a but?
I just want to ask, like, are you one of the transgenders that act in respectfully? This is all respect, you know.
Uh-huh.
This is what I think. I think that men should be men and women should be women.
Okay. And what should men do?
What do you mean men should? What do you mean men should do?
Like, because you said men should be men and women should be women, right? So what?
Yeah.
What is it that's inherent to me that's not manly?
It's like inherited manly.
Yeah, like my manly pigtails and my manly makeup and my manly
No,
like outfit. Is it?
No, bro, you can wear whatever you want. I'm not saying about that.
Okay.
It's the ones that they try to be someone else or something else. If you get us.
Okay.
Like
So I'm a man, but I'm not dressing like a man, right?
Yeah, but that's sound. You
Is
can
that
do whatever
okay?
you want.
So it's okay for a man to not dress like a man.
No, that's sound. I'm not saying that. It's about a man trying to change what God gave them and changing himself into whatever.
What do you believe God gave me?
A boy being a man.
Okay. And what if there was evidence that showed that like being trans was part of my brain? Like it's part of my biology, my God-given biology.
But there's no such in the Holy Bible. There's only man and woman.
Okay, but
if God realized
wait,
that there was going to be, go on.
What is it that makes me a man?
Yeah, having a dick.
Okay, but what if it was proven, right?
That chicks have dicks.
No, that your brain is the reason that you're trans.
No.
And God gives us our brain, right? Does God give us our brain?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if God gave trans people brains that want to be women?
But
should I defy God and be a man?
No, be a man. But if God knew that was going to be transgenders and all this and different, he would have created them.
He did.
No, he didn't.
He did.
On Earth, when God was alive, he created man and woman. That's it.
Okay, but Eve was made from the rib of a man.
Yeah, man and woman.
So the biology of a man, a piece of flesh from a man became a woman.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
No, I am getting it. Also, did God create any trans animals?
No.
He did. There's fish that change sex.
That change because the fish. Is God saying that we're fish?
No, but there are animals.
Do we have in our system that causes us?
There are animals.
In our
whoa.
They have in their cycle. They have things to change their sex. That is part of them because there's probably not many population of them or stuff like that. But in man and woman, there's no.
So
in
God
our body,
has created creatures.
Let's finish. In our body, there is nothing that fish have in our body to change our genders. If there was, then yes, I would have get
There
that.
is.
What?
So there is proof now that trans people, right, are trans because of a part of the structure of their brain.
Tell me now if that's not true or not.
It is true.
That wasn't wrote by a transgender.
It wasn't. It was written by straight people.
No,
It was. I can give you a YouTube link. It's the guy's straight. The guy who did the research is a straight man.
I'm not watching a. You know how many fake shits on the YouTube?
It's a professor.
Professor in science.
Do you not believe in science?
Yeah, science. Yes.
Do you
But
believe in science?
Yes.
Do you believe in biology?
Are you stupid? Yes.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a person, this is a biologist, a person with multiple biology degrees who is a professor.
But this is not making sense.
There's a professor at a university who said, right, that the reason people are trans is due to
wasting me time here, bro.
due to their brain.
Well,
go on, just say it. Just say it.
Mate, can I ask you something? Joe. And fucking woman, whatever you're going on about. How are you sitting there fucking doing that shit?
With that.
How are you doing all that shit? How? That's not fucking manly, like, how, like, you gotta, that's not,
so am I not manly?
I was doing fucking debating about transgender shit and that, like, how,
so am I not manly?
If you're a man, you'd be fucking working.
Prove me in a system, in a proper scale system that we have in our bodies. Why isn't it all over the news? It would be all over the news if humans found out with they could change sex automatically.
We can't do it automatically.
We can't.
But
so
there
let's
are people,
say
there are people who are born who don't meet either gender, right?
What?
Also, can I ask your friend a question?
So wait.
No. Can I ask your friend a question? Your friend said something, and I want to ask him a question. Can I ask him a question?
No, you said something to me. You just said something. No. You just said something to me.
Okay, off you go.
So I want to wait. What did you just say before to me? I did not get that.
I said it's we don't have a natural biological system in our brain that allows us to change, right? But there are people who are born who do not fit into either category, and there is also growing evidence.
What does that mean? How can you not fit in a category?
They're called intersex people.
But how can you not fit? How can you?
Because they have more chromosomes than a normal human has.
That's what you call a Down syndrome.
No, that would be less. That would be one less.
No, it's one more. It's 47 because it's partial copy of chromosome 21. So
yes,
okay, and there's 23 pairs of chromosomes.
The point is, intersex people exist.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Also, can I ask you something?
How can you? So when you're born, you can't be born with a dick or a fanny.
There are people who are born who are hermaphrodites.
What? You're just making these words up.
I'm not. There's literally hermaphrodites in the Bible.
Wait, what is that?
What do you mean? What's that?
Like, how can you be? So you can't be born with a dick or a fanny.
You can be born with either a misformed organ or like one that is unidentifiable either way, or one that is halfway between the two.
Halfway between the two, mate. You can't have a dick and a fanny at the same time. You can't have a dick and a fanny at the same time.
Why are you so?
In what?
Why are you so perplexed by this?
And you cannot get.
Right, so I'm not going to teach you.
It's making loads of things up. This is why every single one.
I'm telling
you now. I am telling you now.
Did you just call me it?
I'm telling you now. When this world gets
under control,
it's gonna tip. Yeah.
Did you just call me it? Why did you call me it?
Because I fucking can. You're it. You're the clown.
I'm a man. I just told you I was a man.
You're not a man.
Whoa.
Don't ask
wait.
funny questions.
Am I not a man?
You don't. Honestly,
why am I not a man?
Right. You have this XX chromosome, XX, which means woman, and XY equals man. You can't. What
if someone has XXY?
XY is a man.
No, XXY. Two X's and one Y.
No, it's XY and XX. You fucking idiot.
No. There's people who have XXY. They're called
intersex. What do you call them? Fucking giants.
They're called intersex.
The intersex.
So can I ask you a question, because I don't want to teach you?
It's a really rare.
Yeah, what? How you're not a man?
Can I ask you, the person in the blue t-shirt? You said earlier that I wasn't a man, right?
No, I didn't say.
I'm talking to the person who has the blue t-shirt. I'm not talking to
you. I'm not going on.
Right. So did you say I wasn't a man?
You're not acting like
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
I don't give a fuck if you're talking at Hillbilly Jim.
Bye bye, Mr. Screamy Boy. Hello. White America. Can sing Eminem. Shouldn't sing Eminem. Hello. Dude, I can't wait for my dog food.
Hello. Oh, I like your costume.
Thank you. It's not my costume, it's my clothes.
Oh, it's your clothes. Oh, my bad.
That's okay.
That's my fault. That's
It's
my
a
fault.
minor distinction, but sure.
Yeah, no, like some people like dress differently. And I got that wrong. That's my bad.
It's okay.
How's your day?
It's good. I just had to convince people that intersex people exist, but you know.
What I actually don't know what intersex people are.
Oh, they're people who are born and don't fit into either gender.
So so like I thought that was a like what's it, non-binary, where they like don't know what their
so
gender is just yet.
Yeah, so non-binary is people who choose not to fit into either gender category, right?
Oh, right.
And intersex are people who are at birth. It's hard to determine which gender they are.
That confuses me.
Why does that confuse you?
Because like when you're first born, you you come out with either a penis or a vagina, which determines if you're biologically male or female. So can you just run me through that?
Yeah. So what sort of stage of your development in the womb do you develop sex organs?
I actually don't know that.
Okay, so you do develop sex organs in the womb, correct? Like you're aware that, like in the womb, you develop from like a fetal mass into like a baby, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so at some point you develop sex organs, right?
Okay.
Okay, so a small minority of people don't develop their sex organs properly, right? Or they have the incorrect, like they have non-standard chromosomes.
Right.
Right, so they don't develop like to a specific pattern that we'd associate as male or female. They are somewhere in between. They are somewhere intersex.
Okay, right. So they're just kind of in the middle.
Yeah, they're a small outlier that sort of like exist, and you know, because of trans people, like their existence has now been massively heightened, because previously we just didn't really talk about them at all.
Right. Oh, I see. So are you intersex?
No, I'm not.
Oh, right. So oh, is that
Trans flag.
trans? Oh, so are you male to female or
Yes,
female to male?
I am.
Okay, male to female. Oh, fair enough. I'm just straight. I'm nothing too special.
I mean, you can be straight and trans. Identity and sexuality are separate.
Oh, no, fair enough.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't really indulge myself in that community too much. I just keep to myself, really. Like, you guys do what you feel you want to do. I'm just going to keep in my own lane and do my own thing.
Yeah. Do you want to ask any questions, or can I ask some questions?
Yeah, you can ask some questions.
Do you mind if I swap topic entirely?
Go for it.
What do you think about animals?
Animals. I love animals.
Do you love all animals?
Yeah, sure. I mean, some are a bit like scary. Some are a bit intimidating. Well, actually, you know what? I fucking hate mosquitoes.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because they bite me without my consent. They're like, I didn't ask you to bite me. I've got a massive lump on me.
Do you think it's wrong to feed on animals without their consent?
To feed on animals
without their consent?
Well, the thing is, look. So obviously, I'm just going to show you my opinion. And look, obviously you have your own opinion and I have my own opinion, and I think we just need to respect each other's opinions because that's how we feel and think. Look, that's and if you don't feel that way, then that's.
How would you feel if I said this little speech and then told you I fuck kids?
Okay, can I say what I want to?
Please do.
First. So obviously, when animals first ever existed, right? Let's say, what does a fox hunt?
I don't know.
They
hunt lots of things.
A fox hunts another animal, right? So
are you a fox?
And a fox? No, but this is what I'm saying. And even humans back then, humans hunted animals when they first came in. Yeah, but no, I'm saying it's always been around. It's always been like throughout the whole entire history of Earth. So animals have hunted animals, but have they the ones that have been hunted? Have they consented? No. It's part of nature.
Are you part of nature?
I am part of nature. I am, because I am an animal. I am a human being.
But you go to a name another animal in nature that goes to a supermarket and buys their food with money that they earn doing a job, right?
Well,
Living in a house that's been built.
I think you forgot the fact that humans are a lot more intelligent and intelligent than other animals. I'm sure if there were animals that were insanely more intelligent than us, then
They would
they would
also
be
not be
doing
part of
things
nature.
far greater than us.
Yeah, but then they would also not be part of nature, right? Well, I think
Right.
once you get to the point where you've developed a society and you do all these other things that are clearly not natural, right? That are clearly sort of structures invented by a species, right? And not even just the species that's currently here, right? We live in the social structure of our ancestors, right?
Right.
It's not natural, right? Like,
Okay.
like to some extent, the Romans invented democracy, and we've been doing that for thousands of years, right? Like,
Well, democracy. Yeah.
but the point is, I asked you if it's okay to eat animals without consent because you said something about mosquitoes, and presumably you realized that I was talking about eating animals, right?
Well, yeah. So a mosquito is eating me, but
Yeah.
I haven't given my consent.
Exactly, right? But
Right.
the pig doesn't give consent when we have a bacon sandwich, right?
Yeah, and the animal doesn't give consent when the animal hunts the animal.
Yeah, but we're not animals, right?
We
Like
are
we're
animals.
no, wait, sorry. We're not the same as our non-human animal cousins, right? We have clearly developed a system of morals that are outside of nature, right? Because those animals also rape and kill each other, and we don't think it's correct to rape and kill each other, right?
And that's because we've created democracy.
Exactly, right? But then why is it we still talk about wild animals killing other wild animals when we want to eat animals, right? But
Right.
we don't use that same argument when we want to kill humans and rape humans, right? Because if you went into a court of law and said, well, lions kill other lions, so therefore I should have been allowed to kill Fred, the judge would be
Right.
like, I don't know why you're thinking about lions, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I get the point you're trying to make, but I mean, what you're trying to push out there, I like. So, what is what would you want ideally in this world to happen? Like us to completely stop eating animals.
I think so. I think
Like,
we don't.
if you can make
Oh,
that happen, like,
can
okay,
I ask you a bunch of questions? So,
fine.
do we need to eat animals, or do we choose to eat animals?
Well, we choose. Well, I mean, we choose to eat animals.
There is some nutritional benefit, right?
Fuck ton.
Yeah, but there is also nutritional benefit from eating children, right? But we don't do that, right? So
Right.
just because something has a nutritional benefit, if we don't need to do it, we shouldn't do it, right? And if we know that these animals inevitably suffer through farming, right? Because at the very minimum we have to kill them, right? Then we shouldn't do it, right? Because we're choosing to make animals suffer needlessly. And I appreciate that it's traditional. I appreciate that it's convenient. I appreciate that it's tasty because I know all these things. But that doesn't make it morally justifiable to cause harm to an animal that we don't need to harm.
Have you eaten meat before?
For 28 years.
For 28 years. So did you not ever like? So what you're telling me now? Did you ever stop to think what you're telling me now through those 28 years of yourself eating meat?
I didn't because I was incapable of questioning the morality of actions that I was currently doing. Right? Because
Okay, well, for the sake of your point, I'm glad that you, after 28 years, noticed that.
I literally had to have someone have a conversation. That's why I go out and have conversations with people because I
Right.
literally had to have a pleb like me sit down and be like, hang on a minute, right? You really like the taste of these products, right? But have you seen what happens to the animals? And then they sat me down and they made me watch slaughterhouse footage, and I was like, fucking hell, that's really really bad. And they were like, yeah, this is standard industry practice. This isn't even the worst of the worst. This is what happens to all animals that you've ever paid for. And I was like, shit, how do
Sure
I
does.
solve this? And they were like, stop fucking buying them. So I did.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think no matter how people try to push the fact that we need to stop doing this out there, I really I really don't think that will make much of a difference for the entire world. For
It will.
you think it will?
Yeah, can I explain why?
Okay.
So firstly, I don't care about everyone else. I care about you. Right? Because if everyone uses everyone else as an excuse not to do it, we'll never do it. But secondly, I used to think this too. But I did try anyway, even though I thought this. Right? But having looked at sort of the way society changes, we actually see that something can exist for a very, very long period of time and be completely normal, and then in a very, very short period of time, it drastically changes overnight, right? Not overnight, but over like a period of decades, right? We look at women getting the vote, right? Women didn't have the vote for a very fucking long time, right?
What's this to do with food?
No, wait. So it's to do with systematic change. You're basically saying that systematic change won't happen because eating meat is ubiquitous, right?
Right.
Okay. So women getting the vote didn't take a very long time. It took a very short period of extreme pressure, and then we flipped, right? It's the same with anti-slavery, right? For a very long time, we did slavery, and we still do to some extent, right? Well, not even to some extent. We'll still do quite a lot, but it's not legal anymore. It's not accepted anymore, sort of. But over a very short period of time, opinion changed and law changed. And the one that I like the most, because the one that is the most egregious, right, is that about 100 years ago, about 150 years ago, children basically were valueless. They were sent down mines, they were sent up chimneys, they were put into mills. We basically had sex with them whenever we wanted, right? And now, children are one of the most protected and valued members of our society. So they've gone from being basically almost vermin, like things that we just use to produce, to being one of the most valued parts of our society. And they did that in a very, very short period of time, right? So it's very easy to sort of be in a time where things are like radically different and then for it to change.
Right.
And I think the consumption of animals will happen in very much the same way. I think we
I,
haven't.
I think that only really happened because humans obviously care about their own species. They care about their own humans. Humans don't.
I disagree.
Obviously, there's. Let me finish. Like, obviously, there's some humans that care about animals, like yourself. But I can tell you now, there are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people that couldn't give less of a shit about what's on their plate and where it came from.
But the point is, right, that was the same for everything else.
Okay.
That was the same for children. People didn't see children as humans. They saw them as like literal animals because they weren't intelligent, right? People didn't see black people as humans. Like we literally used to describe black people as a second race of subhumans, right? And only after like a massive campaign to get people to accept them as intelligent, equal like members of society did people see them as non-animals. Right? So this idea that we like humans and animals are separate doesn't hold true because we used to describe certain humans as animals, right? Like the Nazis literally described Jewish people as pigs, you know, and they put them in gas chambers just like we do pigs.
Right. So do you know the whole reason why people I'm asking you a question. I don't know myself. I'm just going to ask you because why did humans originally see black people as a subspecies? Like, what made them think that they weren't like white people?
Because they didn't have the same society. Like, and they were told that they didn't have the same ability, like intellectually. They'd never met black people. The only time prior to meeting black people explained to them that they were lesser, right? Most black people didn't speak English or the language of whatever slave owners like owned them, so they couldn't actually communicate with them, right? And like we know that like a dog is able to interact with us, right? We can if you throw a stick for a dog, the dog will bring the stick back, right?
Yeah, dogs do know a wide vocabulary of English.
Okay, but even though we could interact with dogs, we didn't grant them intelligence. So even though people could interact with black people, they didn't grant them intelligence, right? They just saw them as another animal that could interact with us, but wasn't a real like human. They were just an animal, right? Which is fucked up, right? But that was the way the world was back then, and it was literally normal for people to see black people as not human.
Right.
And I think that's exactly what will happen with animals. I think people in a very short period of time, it might be 30 years, it might be 50 years, will realize that actually these animals that we are murdering in their billions are no less sentient than the dogs and cats who we accept into our homes and love. And we can just have tasty food that's not made of dead animals.
Yeah. And obviously in some countries there's like traditions of things that fall under eating meat, and some countries traditionally eat meat, and it's part of their culture. And
Can I ask you a question?
how my question is, how do you think that would change?
Do you think cultures that, like, let's say there was a culture in France in the 1800s, a form of entertainment. They took cats. They took the same cat that you might have in your house or your friends might have or you've interacted with a bunch of times, domestic cat, and they put them in a cage, right? And then they set the cage on fire and watched them burn to death.
Right.
Do you think that culture is valuable enough to respect, regardless of like animal rights? Or do you think we should we should value the animals over the culture?
I mean, it's their culture. It's what they've been doing for thousands of years.
So if we went,
could,
sorry, go on. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please.
I just feel they can stay in their own lane. It's
well, because it wouldn't be us telling them not to do it, right? We didn't tell the French to stop burning cats.
No.
But the French decided to stop burning cats.
Right.
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 So they decided to abandon their own culture, right? And like, we can do things that are like, it used to be traditional in the UK to burn witches, to burn women. Sorry, women.
It was yeah.
Right.
More,
but we don't do that
Scotland,
anymore, right? But it was traditional.
It's traditional, yeah.
So would you, if someone said to me like, "Hell, it's my tradition to burn women, so I'm gonna do it," what would you say?
Well, the thing is, witches back then in Scotland were believed to be evil, right? Okay, so we don't want any evil, right? They're witches. We want to get rid of them. Therefore, back then, their form of doing that was drowning.
Yeah, but we're not back then. We're not back then. We're now.
But you're talking about witches.
If someone wanted to burn a witch today,
but there are we know there are no witches.
We also now
especially
know that,
in the UK.
That's a great point. We also now know that animals feel pain.
Right.
And we also don't need to kill animals. Right? So those traditions that we used to have probably derived from times where it was more required to kill animals. Right? So because we now know that we animals feel pain, right? And because we no longer need to kill animals, should we also update those traditions?
Traditions don't really get updated.
They do. We stopped burning witches.
Right. Okay. Well, the thing is, I can guarantee you, because I'm a pretty good predictor, and you have your points, and I get your points, but I stand by my opinion, and I will always stand by my opinion. But I can guarantee you now, when I'm 17, and let's say 50 years on, I'm going to be 67. If I were to somehow keep in contact with you and made a bet with you that I would be eating a medium rare steak at that age, I would bet all the money in the world, because it's fucking tasty.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's tasty. You can have just as nice food without animal abuse.
But I like steak.
But it doesn't matter. You wanting to do something doesn't make it morally acceptable to do it, right? If I wanted to fuck children, that wouldn't make it morally acceptable to fuck children.
Right.
Right? And they could be really tasty, but it wouldn't make it morally acceptable.
Right.
And that's what you're saying. You're saying, I enjoy doing this, therefore fuck the victim. I don't care about the victim. I'm going to do it. And you could just have Beyond Burger. You could just have vegetables. You could just have lab-grown meat. There's loads of things you could have, but instead you're like, no, I want the flesh of a dead cow.
Yeah.
Regardless of any morals.
Absolutely.
And you don't need to eat them, but you choose to do so anyway.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I love meat.
How does that make you? How does that make you any like better than someone who abuses like a dog? Because someone could say, I really enjoy kicking dogs, right?
Right.
And would that be okay? Would that make them morally okay?
I mean, no.
Would you spend time with someone who just really enjoyed kicking dogs?
But I mean, no. But kicking dogs has nothing to do with me.
Why is it nothing to do with? Why is it nothing to do with that? You only eat steak because you derive pleasure from eating steak more than you derive pleasure of eating plants, right? That's the only reason you eat steak. Right? It's more pleasurable
okay.
than plants.
Whoa. Okay, right. So, just say that to me. Just say that to me again.
You eat steak because you derive more pleasure from eating steak than you do from eating plants.
Okay, right. Let's. Do you want to take a look at the nutritional information as opposed to from steak to plants?
No, you can get the same nutrition on a plant-based diet.
Right.
So you can be an Olympic weightlifter, you can be the world's strongest man, you can be an ultra marathon runner on a plant-based diet. You don't need to eat steak. You don't need to eat steak to be healthy.
I don't.
So the only reason you eat steak is because you find it tasty. That's the only reason.
Oh yeah. I love my steak.
So why is that any different for someone who enjoys kicking dogs?
I just like my steak, bro.
Would you be friends with someone who enjoys kicking dogs?
Well, I'm not friends with people that like kicking dogs.
Okay, but you are friends. You are friends with yourself who enjoys killing cows.
I've never met a single person in my 17 years of living that likes kicking dogs.
Is it worse to kick a dog or kill a cow?
Probably to kick a dog because the dog wouldn't be there.
It's worse to kick someone than kill someone. You would rather I killed you than kicked you.
Well, I'm suicidal, so of course.
That's okay. You would rather I killed your family than kicked your family. You'd rather I killed your entire family than kicked your family.
But realistically, you wouldn't.
No. Would you rather I kicked your entire family or I killed your entire family?
Well, obviously. Well, what do you think?
I think you'd rather I kicked your family than killed them all.
Correct.
Okay, so it's worse to kill than kick, correct?
So yeah, of course. It's
okay, so you're doing something worse to a cow than someone who kicks a dog does to a dog, correct?
Well, I wasn't the one that killed the fucking.
No. You are doing something worse to a cow.
Yes, I didn't kill the cow.
You paid for someone to kill the cow. Sorry.
No, Sainsbury's paid, and then I paid the increase.
You pay. You financially incentivize.
I work in retail.
You financially incentivize a world where cows are killed, right? If you pay for a product that requires an animal to be killed, then you pay for the animal to be killed, right? If you buy child porn, you pay for a child to be raped, right? You can't say it's ethical to buy child porn because I didn't rape them. That's not how it works. If you buy a product of abuse, you pay for the abuse.
Cool. Okay. So I can. Okay. So in that case, I pay for someone to kill cows so I can eat my lovely steak.
Exactly. So you pay for someone to kill cows, which is worse than kicking a dog.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're worse than someone who kicks a dog, right?
Sure.
So why do you find someone who kicks a dog so abhorrent, but you think your actions are fine?
Because, well, wait, what?
Why do you find the idea of kicking a dog so abhorrent, right?
What does abhorrent mean?
Abhorrent means evil and wrong and cruel, and yet you think your actions are fine.
Well, I have no comment. I just love my meat, as I said before.
Yeah, exactly. So if someone said, okay, I just really like kicking dogs, would that be okay?
Okay, so my question is, what does it make me if I'm eating that meat? What does that make me?
I don't think it's any better or worse to abuse someone if you eat
them. But what does it make me?
It makes you someone who financially incentivizes animal murder.
Cool. So I can tell you that I financially incentivize animal murder.
Why?
Because I love meat.
Okay, so if I financially incentivized like child rape because I love child porn, would that be okay?
Yeah, but this is about meat.
No, would that be okay?
No, but I'm
Why
saying,
is it any different?
No, but I'm saying that I like financially incentivizing the act of killing cows so I can have my steak.
Exactly. So you pay for animal abuse.
I pay for animal abuse, sure.
So why is that not wrong? Why is it okay for you to pay for animal abuse when you could just eat other tasty food?
Sure. But that's not going to change the fact that I'm still going to eat.
No, why is it not wrong? Why do you not think that what you're doing is wrong?
Because I don't care.
Because you don't care. So if I didn't care about children and I just raped them because I didn't care about the feelings of a child, would that make me okay? Would that make me ethically good?
Well, I can tell you that will put you in prison.
Regardless of prison, right? I could just not get caught, right? But would I be ethical if I just didn't care about the feelings of children?
Well, no, but again, I feel like we're looping back to my same answer I'm giving you, though. Like, I don't see the point of this conversation.
Do you want to be a moral person, or do you not care?
When it comes to meat, I don't give a shit.
So you don't aspire to be a moral person.
When it comes to meat, I don't give a shit.
You're okay doing immoral things.
When it comes to meat, I don't give a shit.
Okay, so regarding animal rights and animal sort of like treatment, you're a monster.
When it comes to me, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Cool.
Jesus. Just spoke to a monster.
Last night.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Where did you come from?
England.
Oh, England.
Yeah. What do you think about animals?
Oh, you speak Thailand?
No, I said, what do you think about animals?
Oh, animals. What kind of animals? Which one?
Cows, pigs, chickens.
I don't know.
Do you eat them?
Yeah, I think that animals like animals. Just animals.
Do you eat them?
Do you cosplay a rabbit? Like a rabbit? I think your hair like their.
Do you eat animals? No, okay. Praise be. Praise be. I wonder how many times I've said praise be on stream. Probably a lot.
Will you rate this girl? Will you rate this girl?
What am I rating out of?
10.
That's a 10 out of 10 right there.
What the fuck is wrong with it? Cause you vote her a 10 out of 10.
Why? Why? People are so cruel.
Oh.
Hello?
Get your boobs out.
Get my boobs out.
My boobs? No, she didn't mean it like that. She was talking to me.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Hey boy. Hey boy. Sorry, no, we're not making fun of. We were told it's an inside joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about animals?
Yeah.
Praise be. Hello.
Get up.
What do you think about animals? Praise be. I need to stop saying that. I need to turn streaming on. Streamer mode on.
Oh, alien.
Me again?
You alien.
Say again.
Alien.
Hello.
Ooh,
Why do you smoke?
cigarette.
Yeah, why?
I don't know. This my friend for bring for Afghan.
It's really bad for you. You should not smoke. It's very bad for you.
Your face very bad. You see?
No, it's not. This one.
For my culture, this face so bad.
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
you know, smoking's really bad for your health, right?
No, smoking for my culture normal, no problem. Everything smoke.
I didn't say culture. I said it's really bad for your health. Do you not
this
care?
not I'm not like this face.
Do you not care about your
Bye.
health? Wow. Trying to help someone not fucking kill themselves, and they're like, whoa.
What the fuck are you, bro?
Who the fuck are you?
I'm your mum, bro. Why are you dressed like a
The
gimp?
the question is who the fuck are you, not what the fuck are you.
What do you mean, who am I?
Because what the fuck are you is objectifying, but who the fuck of you is a reasonable question.
Nah, what the fuck are you, bro? Because you're not a person. You're like one.
I am a person. Clearly, I'm a person.
Nah, you're wrong, bro.
I mean, clearly, I'm a person, my darling.
You're a bit weird, bro.
I can be a bit weird and still be a human.
Nah, you don't deserve to be a human.
I don't deserve to be a human. Why not?
No, because look at you, fam.
Okay, so should we give people less rights based on how they look?
Yes, for you.
Yeah.
For you, bro.
So like black people should be kept in cages and used as farm equipment because they're black.
Nah.
Nah,
Why
that's
not?
different.
Why is that different?
Bro,
Because
there's kids
they look black, right?
Bro, there's kids on this app and you're giving the wrong impression.
Why am I giving the wrong impression?
Because look at you.
Extrapolate. Substantiate.
Look, you've got some gimp shit on. You're sucking a lolly like that. But it's a bit wrong, isn't it? You get me?
It's rock.
Yeah, but you know what you're doing, bro.
I'm not doing shit. I'm trying to have a conversation with people about animal rights, and people just keep insulting me.
I'm not surprised. If you came with the right, attire and you looked like a normal, sane human being, maybe
I do
people
look like a normal, sane human being.
You don't. I'm sorry, but you don't.
No, I do.
Because look at the shit you're wearing. You literally look like you're wearing some gimp shit, bro.
Just the top, bro.
Nah, that's like... Nah.
Mm.
Like, are your parents alright with this?
How old do you think I am?
I don't know. I literally don't know.
Why do you think I have parents?
Okay, so that's the problem. So you don't have a father figure, I'm guessing?
I'm 33.
Have you got a father?
I do, yeah, but he's an old man. He's
Does
practically in a care home.
Does he respect what you're doing and understand what you're doing?
He does, yeah. He loves me very much.
This generation is lost.
Why? I'm literally older than you, significantly. I'm probably double your age.
Pretty close.
Why do you think this generation? I'm literally a generation or 2 generations ahead of you.
But it's just people like you that fuck shit up.
Why is people like me fucking shit up?
Because you're making kids turn into fucking different genders and objects, bro.
No, we're not. You're the person who objectified me.
Yeah, because that's what most of you fucking identify as. You identify as trees and shit, bro.
No, that's not true. You're just spitting non-facts now.
How am I spitting non-facts? There's people on the internet that identify as trees, bro.
There's people on the internet who literally want to murder black people, but that doesn't make us all racist.
Not the same point, but yeah.
I mean, it is, right? It is. So why do you think it's okay to be abusive to someone based on how they look?
Because it's wrong.
Okay, so why is it that you get to decide, based on someone's clothing, that they're wrong and thus abuse them?
I'm not abusing. I'm trying to give you guidance, bro.
No, you're not. You're being abusive, right?
Yeah, it's a character building, isn't it? It's like when you have a fat friend, isn't it? You tell them they're fat and they go to the gym and then they get better.
Okay, so what if I have a friend, hypothetically, right, who goes on home TV and he's a massive fucking cunt, right, and he just happens to be on stream with me right now and I'm having a conversation with him. Do I just tell him he's a cunt? How do I make him understand?
Yeah, you just tell him a cunt.
Okay, you're a cunt.
But we're not friends.
That was the joke, my darling.
It didn't bang though.
It did. There's loads of lols in chat.
Them people are also like you though.
They are. There are people also like me who don't think we should abuse humans or animals.
Okay, animals. Okay, I'll give you fair enough to that.
So you don't think we should abuse animals?
No.
What about if we benefit from abusing them? Is that okay then?
What do you mean by benefit by abusing?
If we benefit by abusing an animal, let's say like if we like whip a horse so that they pull like carts and shit, is that okay?
I mean, maybe back then when we actually needed it, but now we don't.
Okay. Here's the real hard question, right?
Alright, I'm ready.
Do you eat animals?
Yeah, I do, but...
Okay, so we don't need to eat animals. We can be vegan.
Well, no, because it has some type of protein that you can't find in any other things.
That's not true.
It's not.
No, it's not.
The human body needs at least a little bit of meat at least once a week. It's
not
true.
You just made that up. You literally just made that up right now. Right?
No,
the largest board of nutrition and dietitians on the planet, the American Society of Dietetics, has said that a vegan diet is acceptable for all stages of life and will have a healthy life for any individual at all stages of their life. And most of them, right, 99% of them, not vegan, right? So you're wrong. You can have a vegan diet and not abuse any animals, right? But you choose to pay for animal flesh that died needlessly, right? So you abuse animals and you also abuse humans. Do you want to stop doing one of them? I don't mind which. You can either stop abusing animals or stop abusing trans people. I don't care which, but would you like to do either?
I mean, I do like bacon, so...
So it's okay to abuse an animal if they produce bacon. So you said it wasn't okay to abuse an animal if it benefits you.
Just a joke.
And now you're saying it is okay to abuse animals if you get bacon.
No. Bro. I just like meat in it.
Okay, but just liking meat in it isn't a justification to abuse someone, right?
Yeah, but I buy free range. I buy that good shit. I don't buy no fucking battery shit.
It doesn't matter. It's all just as bad, right? It's all killing animals. It's all torturing animals. Free range and organic just means more space, a tiny bit more space, right? And not putting pesticides in the food. Right? That's the only difference. They still literally get abused.
Okay, but what about this though? What if there was no vegetation, no nothing, yeah, and the only way you could survive was there was just a cow in a dirt field. There's nothing about. Would you then eat it?
Can I answer that question with a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so if me and you were in a plane crash up a mountain, right?
Yeah.
And there was no food.
Yeah.
Right? We would have to come to agreement who died and who ate the other person, right?
Yeah.
Right? And that would be ethical in that scenario, right?
Yeah.
But we're not in that scenario, are we?
I mean,
we
no,
don't use that scenario to justify killing animals and to justify killing humans and eating humans, do we?
Yeah, but if I wasn't a plane crash, I'd give anyone full thingy. Yo, eat my body in it.
I would too. I would too. But we're not in a plane crash, and we don't need to eat cows because we're not in a survival situation. Right? You see the difference?
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually gonna say something. I tried to go vegetarian. Yeah. I'll be so real. I actually did, and wallahi, bro, I dropped so much weight.
You probably just weren't eating enough food. Like straight up, you probably just because vegan food and vegetarian food contains a ridiculous amount of fiber, and most like meat products and actually all animal products contain zero fiber. So you probably just weren't eating enough food.
Bro, I eat so much shit. Like it's actually like bad. Like I don't know how I'm this skinny. Like I look skinny, right? But I eat like a £100 food shop in like 2 days.
I have a very skinny biology. I also used to eat a shit ton of food. I used to eat like magnums before bed, like multiple magnums before bed, right, and go to bed with literal like half a kilogram of ice cream in my stomach, and I never put weight on, right? But like you can, like I run ultra marathons, right? I run 54 kilometers in 8 hours. That
but
requires.
Can you at least agree that protein from meat is more substantial than vegan alternatives? It's more of a natural process in a weird way. If you know what I mean?
No. So that's not true. So there is one fact about protein from plants that's different, right? And this is the one that people misunderstand. So when you build proteins in your body, you need, I think it's 10 different amino acids in order to do that, right? Within different protein sources, you get different versions of these amino acids, right? Okay. So within most meat, you can get all 10 amino acids, right? Within plants, I think the most you can get is like 6 or 7, right? But all that means is you have to have 2 different plants to get all 10 amino acids, which is dead easy, right? You just have 2 different sources of protein. So you have like legumes and rice, and then you get all the amino acids to produce protein, right?
Yeah, but that's just a bit long.
No, it's not. It's not, because you never have a meal that's just one source of. You don't sit there and eat chickpeas, right? You know.
Nah, I just eat like bare chicken, cause.
Well, yeah, but that's a living creature, right? That's a creature who did not want to die, right? And you can just have multiple different plants instead of chicken, right? You can have broccoli and sweet potato and chickpeas, right?
I don't like chickpeas.
That's fine. Don't have chickpeas. Have broccoli.
There's only a limited amount of like veg that I like though, isn't it?
What if I only liked the taste of babies, right? Would that make it ethically okay to eat babies?
No, because it's illegal to eat babies.
Why? The law doesn't dictate morality, right?
It kind of does.
It doesn't. The Holocaust was legal. Slavery was legal. Women not having the vote was legal.
But it's not legal anymore.
No, but that's not the point. The point is, law and morality are not the same, right? Just because it's legal to eat animals, that doesn't mean it's moral to eat animals, right?
Well, that's just your opinion, because I have a clear.
No, it's your opinion. You told me. You literally told me, right, with your mouth, that you don't think it's right to abuse an animal, even if you benefit. I'm not dictating my morals to you. You said that to me.
Okay.
I'm using your moral framework. This isn't me telling you what is and isn't moral.
Yeah. Okay, but like, what if I put it like this? I agree and disagree with your point, because I'm one of the people, like, if I had to survive, I would kill an animal.
But you don't have to survive. You don't have to survive. And just because you do the deed, that doesn't make it moral.
Okay, but what if
if I was willing to kill a child?
And also, most animals are killed in a way that they don't feel the pain.
That's not true. Go on here. You see this QR code here?
It's only half. I can't lie, my bro. It's only half on the screen.
I'll fix that. Thank you for telling me. So if you go on this QR code, right, you will see, right, what happens to animals. Right, you'll see what happens to animals in animal agriculture. Right?
No, I've seen them documentaries.
Yeah, well then you'll know that they don't not feel pain. Do you know how we kill pigs? Can I explain to you how we kill pigs?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so pigs, most places in the UK that kill pigs use gas chambers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we put a pig in a CO2 gas chamber, and the way our brain works and the way pigs' brains work is they don't sense a lack of oxygen. Right? We don't have the ability to sense a lack of oxygen. Instead, what we sense is an increase in CO2. Right? So the moment that they go into these gas chambers, their brain is screaming at them to do something because they sense the ridiculously high quantity of CO2. Right? CO2 at high concentrations also mixes with your saliva and your mucus in your eyes and throat and turns them into acid. So their eyes and mouth are burning with acid, right? And their brain is screaming for them to do something. They'll be put in these little cages that occasionally they'll get their legs stuck in the bars, and they've been known to panic so much that they'll rip off their own legs, struggling to be free and to survive. Right, so they're in so much pain they'll rip off their own limbs sometimes. Right, some of those pigs, because pigs are really hard to kill, don't die from the CO2, and they come out conscious. Right, and then a farmer, a slaughterhouse worker, will slit their throat in order to try and, well, that's part of the slaughterhouse process, is they slit the throat to exsanguinate them. So some pigs have their throat slit while they're still alive, right? Then they'll be put on a trolley system that goes through the factory, and some of them won't die from having their throat slit, and they'll arrive at the next stage of processing still alive and still conscious. And that stage of processing is the stage where they clean their skin of dirt and hair. And by doing that, they drop them and immerse them into a tank of boiling water. So some pigs go into a gas chamber, are gassed, and have an atrocious time in a gas chamber, come out, have their throat slits, and then finally die by being drowned in boiling water. I literally do not think there is a worse way to die.
I mean, but chickens though, they're like fucking head snap done. They don't feel shit.
That's not how we kill
I just
chickens.
said,
do you know how we kill chickens? Can I explain how we kill chickens?
I've seen how you kill chickens.
Why do you think
I've literally done it.
That's not how we mass produce chickens, right? Some farmers might occasionally break the necks of chickens, but that's not the way that we kill chickens. That's not the way that chickens are processed en masse.
Okay, tell me how.
Okay, so how old do you think a chicken is when they're slaughtered for meat?
I swear it's something like, I know beef is like 40 days in it. So I don't know.
Beef is about 18 months, I think.
Oh, 40. Why is it when I go to steak restaurants, it's just like 40-day steak or something shit like that?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I've never heard of 40-day steak in my life.
Or something like that. It was something mad like that. It was like only like a couple days steak or some shit. I don't know.
So in the UK, chickens would live about 5 to 10 years. We slaughter them at 35 days old. We use a breed. 90% of chickens farmed in the UK are a breed of chickens called Franken chickens, described as such because they grow so quickly. What will happen is this chicken will grow from a chick to a big chicken in 35 days. It's the equivalent of a human baby growing to the size of an adult tiger, 200-pound adult tiger, in 35 days. It's utterly monstrous, the rate at which they grow. Right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, they grow so quickly that their hearts often can't support blood around their body, and they'll have heart attacks. Their legs will not be able to support their weight, and they'll splay open and they'll lie on the floor, unable to move.
Yo, that's not free range though.
No, that is free. This is free range, right?
That is not free range.
No, it is free range because they give them enough space to quantify as free range, right? But their genetics doesn't let them move, right? So they have the space that makes them count as free range, but because their bodies grow so quickly, they can't use that space.
But oh wait, I forgot to say something about that actually. I forgot to say, by the way, I buy all my meat from an actual farm that I know near my area. So I know, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, every time I've heard about it, they've just fucking tased the fucker and slit his throat.
Oh yeah, so that's how chickens are processed. So allow me to continue to explain chicken. So chickens are 35 days old. They spend 35 days usually lying in their own urine and secretions, unable to move, right? Because their bodies are so grossly overweight they can't move. The pretty awful fact about chickens that I learned recently is that they're so young when they die, they've never gone through puberty, so they don't develop a cluck. So when we kill chickens, they're still chirping like baby chickens, because they are baby chickens, right? Then what will happen is they're taken out of a warehouse and thrown into crates by workers, right? And they're driven off to a processing center, and they'll be hung up on slaughter lines by their feet, and they'll go along a slaughter line, like thousands of birds a minute will go along this slaughter line, and their heads will be dipped into an electric bath, and then a spinning blade that constantly spins, they'll be sent through that spinning blade. Sometimes the chicken will lift their head out of the bath so they don't get stunned, and they'll go through that spinning blade conscious.
Yeah.
Right? But their life is misery. The 35 days that they're alive is utter misery, right? And then
They
killed.
probably won't feel that though.
What do you mean they won't feel that? Of course they feel that. Chickens are very, very conscious creatures.
Yeah. Right? No, but they wouldn't feel their head getting chopped off.
Why not?
Well, alright. This is the only point that I have like to make about that. I'm assuming, because basically I got stabbed here, but I didn't feel it.
But because you were on adrenaline, right? Oh. Hello. We lost him. So I hope he comes back, because this conversation seemed vaguely useful. Vaguely? I feel like I should just say this instead of writing to you. I never read my chat. I don't read my chat enough. I need a second screen, then I can read my chat. Imagine if I was trying to outreach and trying to engage with my chat at the same time. Imagine how much I'd struggle. Hello. That's funny.
You're right, mate.
I'm good, thank you. What do you think about animals?
Huh?
What do you think about animals?
Yeah, they're not too bad, to be fair.
Yeah? Do you like all animals, or just some?
What are you exactly?
I'm a trans girl.
Okay.
Do you have any questions? Because you can ask questions if you want.
So, did you go from a man to a woman or a woman to a man?
I was a boy. I started off as a boy. And now I'm somewhere. Probably around girl.
So, do you still have your penis?
I do, yeah.
So, you're still a man?
No, I'm not. No.
You are.
That's not how it
Until
works.
you've got a JJ, you're still a man.
That's not how it works.
It is how it works.
It's not. Because it's like Schrodinger's cat, right? You don't know if I actually have a vagina or a penis.
Well, you just admitted you have a penis.
But you wouldn't know that unless I was being honest with you. You wouldn't know that, right? But I am an honest person.
I mean, I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I would.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I have friends, right? I have friends who are trans girls, right? And I had no idea.
I just think it's
I
wrong.
Had no
I
idea.
don't agree with all this
Why
trans thing.
Why do you think it's wrong?
Because I don't. It's just.
But why?
You were made a boy, so you need to stay a boy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so this is going to be a multiple series of questions, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so do you believe gay people are valid? Do you believe that gay people are gay?
Yeah, look, gay people are gay, yeah.
Okay, and are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and have you ever... Wait. promise you. I promise we're going somewhere valuable. I promise you. Right. So, have you ever had any experience of like feeling gay? Have you ever fancied a man?
Oh, I'm gay with my friends all the time.
Are you really?
Yeah.
You kissed your friends and you had sex with your friends?
No.
No. But would you?
No, that's just fucking weird.
Well, I'm just asking you. So you have no experience of what it feels like to be attracted to a man?
Obviously, I'm straight.
Okay, this is not an attack, right? I just want you to say that you accept gay people despite having never felt gay yourself, right? Because that shows that you're willing
Yeah,
to.
but still, like.
Wait. That shows that you're willing to accept some people despite having no understanding of what it feels like to be them, right? And all I'm saying.
No, like, listen, like, hear me out, yeah, hear me out. I completely agree with gay people and lesbians, but I just don't agree with like men wanting to be a woman and like women being a man because it's just a disrespectful, like, because you're not like because it is.
People would have said 20 years ago the exact same thing about gay people. They would have said it's disrespectful for a man to have sex with a man.
Right, what toilet do you go to?
The girls' toilet.
And how do you feel? How do you think they feel?
Women. How do you think women
Yeah.
feel? They don't care. I
And like, what do you think?
I go and dress like this. I don't hide that I'm a trans woman. I go and dress like this, right? And people just either say hello to me politely or ignore me. The same way they treat all other women. Because we go into the toilet and we go into a cubicle and we
Yeah,
sit
no, that's
down.
because they're being nice. But deep inside, I can guarantee you, they're like, get the fuck out of here.
They're not. They're not. And it doesn't matter if they are, right? But they're not. But it wouldn't matter if they were because I'm equally valid in that. Right? We had an issue.
Right, so
Wait.
my friend that is a girl just said if she saw you go to the girls' toilet, she would beat the fucking shit out of you.
Well, maybe your friend's not a very nice person. We had an issue about 70 years ago with white women not wanting black women in their toilets. Was that acceptable or was that wrong?
No, I don't like. No, that's the past. That's the past. That's been dealt with. Don't bring that stuff.
No. I'm just because there's a lot of communality there, right? So is that acceptable or is that wrong? Was it wrong for white women to say we don't want black women in our toilets?
Obviously.
Okay, so what's the difference?
But they're not pretending to be different genders.
Well, I'm not pretending. I am a woman.
No, you're not. You're a man. You have a penis.
No, I am a woman.
You have a penis.
And you shouting at me won't make any difference.
You got a penis! You look like a girl!
Wait, you just said I look like a girl, so I am a girl.
No, that's my sister.
Yeah, you just said I look like a girl.
No, that's my sister.
Yeah, but she said I look like a girl.
You look like a dickhead.
No, I don't. Your sister literally just said to me
I look
like a girl.
It's got a penis.
She's a girl, surely, not it.
Yeah, no, she is a girl because she's got a vagina.
I've got a fanny, mate.
Well, it doesn't matter. Why does it matter?
Instead of taking the stupid pill, stick to your own gender.
It doesn't matter.
She's got a point. She's got a point. She's got a point.
What point?
13, mate. Stick to your own gender.
Stick to my own gender, yeah?
Yeah, but my sisters don't dress like this.
What does it matter? Are you aware that there's been cis women who've been thrown out of toilets because they don't meet expectations and people think they're trans?
I don't care.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about women being thrown out of toilets despite being cis women?
What, people like you?
No, I'm trans. So how do you feel about cis women being thrown out of toilets because people think they're trans?
What's a cis woman?
A cis woman is a woman who was identified as a woman at birth and currently identifies as a woman.
That's fine.
No, they get
thrown.
Wait. Listen, stop getting angry. So cis women have been thrown out of toilets, right? Because
it's a woman. It's a woman.
Please,
a woman.
Let me finish my sentence. Cis women have been thrown out of toilets, right? Because people think they're trans. Are you okay with that?
Why are you calling them cis women? They are women.
Wait, no,
they are women.
No, because
I'm a woman.
I'm a woman, right?
No, you're not. You're a man.
Listen, I'm a woman and they're a woman, and we differentiate between cis women and trans women who are both women by using prefixes. One of them is cis, one of them is trans.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Doesn't matter how much you shout. This is the way we differentiate between cis women and trans women.
No offense, you look gay.
So are you okay with cis women, or any women, I
Women.
suppose? Are you
Women.
okay with women being thrown out of bathrooms because
No.
people think they're trans?
Because it's the women's bathroom.
So-
If you have a
so
penis,
are
you go
so-
to the male's
so
bathroom
are you
until you get the
okay?
gender like.
Are you okay
bruv.
with women being kicked out of women's bathrooms because people think they're
Why?
trans?
Right? Why do you not go to the boys' toilets?
Because I'm not a boy.
you
Can
are a boy.
Can you please
have a
answer my
penis.
question?
Can I ask you a quick question?
No.
Go
Please
away.
answer my question.
Do you stand up to pee still?
No, I don't. I sit down to pee.
Well, then you're a fucking weirdo.
You
Why
stand
am I
there
a
like
weirdo?
that.
No, I sit. So
Do you still get boners? Yes or no?
Are you okay with women being thrown out of toilets, right? Because people think they're trans, even when they're not.
No, I don't think it's okay.
Okay, so
It's
how do
no,
we
because
wait? Let me answer this. So how do we fix a situation where women are
trans
being thrown out of
people
toilets?
go into their biologically gender's bathroom.
No.
Or go to the disabled
do
toilet.
Do you think trans men should go into women's bathrooms?
Trans men? No, it's fucking weird.
You don't think trans men should go into women's bathrooms?
No, because I can guarantee you still got boners.
No. Trans men are people who have become men, people who have transitioned to men.
No, just go to the disabled toilets. It's not
So,
hard.
do you think trans men should go to the women's toilet?
No.
Why not? By your definition, they're women. Do you think people with massive muscular bodies and beards, right, and no boobs, should go into the women's toilets?
No.
Then you're wrong about people going to their biological bathrooms, aren't you? Because trans men don't look like fucking women.
You've not got boobs.
I do have boobs. I literally
No,
have
you don't.
boobs. I literally have boobs.
No, you don't. You've got nipples.
No, I have boobs.
You have nipples.
No, I literally have boobs.
Right, can you give birth to a child?
No, but so can a lot of women. A lot of women can't give birth to a child.
So then you're not a woman.
That's not how it works. Otherwise, you're saying anyone who's been through the menopause is not a woman. You're saying people who cannot bear children are not women.
Do you have periods?
Again, this doesn't make you a woman or not.
It does make you a woman. Right, if you can't give birth to a baby and you don't have periods,
do you think
right,
trans
you're
men,
a fucking man, you have a penis.
Do you think trans men should go to women's bathrooms?
Trans men? No, yes.
You think trans men should go to women's bathrooms?
Yes, because that's their gender. Their gender should go into their biologically by. So whatever gender you came out of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you've got a cock, you go to a man. If you've got a vagina, you go to the woman's. No matter if you're trans or not.
Okay. Are you sat in front of a computer?
Yeah, I am.
Can you open links?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I'm not opening any of your links.
I'm gonna send you a picture. I'm asking if you think this person should go into a women's bathroom.
I'm not opening any links.
Why not?
Because.
Do you think these people should go into a women's bathroom?
If this gets my IP, if this gives you my IP, I'm gonna fucking hunt you down.
Why are you so paranoid?
Don't open it.
So do you think that those two men should go into women's bathrooms? Or not?
No, because they're normal women.
They're not. They're trans men. They're trans men. They are born as girls. Do you think they should?
Then they go into the women's bathroom.
So you think those two men? You think those two men should go into a women's bathroom?
Or like I said, go to the disabled toilets.
No.
It's not hard.
Do you think those two men would?
You've clearly got a disability if you think you're a woman.
Do you think those two men would make women feel comfortable if they went into the women's bathroom?
The thing that's
Why
inside...
are you getting so angry about this?
Because I don't agree with people wanting to be different genders.
Okay.
Whatever you grew up with, yeah.
I don't agree with gay people. I think we should kill gay people.
Well, then what the fuck are you?
It's a joke. It's irony, right? It's sarcasm, right? What makes you any different for someone who thinks we should kill gay people?
What?
Because you have no understanding of what it feels like to be gay, right?
I don't want to feel gay. And I don't. Yeah.
Why are you so hateful towards trans people?
Because I just don't agree with it.
Oh, yeah, but you've just said that you think these two men should go into a women's bathroom.
What?
You've just said that you think these two men should go into a women's bathroom.
No, what I'm trying to say is, if you've got a penis, you go into the men's bathroom.
They don't have penises, so they should
Well, then go into the fucking men's bathroom then.
No, they
because
don't
they look
have
like
penises.
men. You don't look like a woman.
Okay, so you okay with women who don't look like women getting thrown out of women's
Or
bathrooms?
simple, go into the disabled toilets.
They're not.
It's not hard.
There aren't always disabled toilets. And if you're so precious about who is and isn't in your toilet, why don't you go to the disabled toilet?
No, because I've got a penis and I can go to the men's bathroom.
Okay, what if you go to the men's bathroom and I say I don't believe you have a penis?
I will show you it.
So you'll just reveal yourself.
Exactly, because I know I'm a man.
Should everyone have to do that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
If I'm in the female,
that's not what I'm saying.
If I'm in the girls' toilet and your sister comes in, should someone be allowed to say, "Hey, I don't think you're a woman. Show me your clunge"? Is that okay? Like, should we do that? Should we force women to expose themselves to prove that they should be allowed in the bathroom?
No, but I reckon, yeah, you people,
me people, okay,
yeah, should go into the bathroom. That, like, if you we've
been having this conversation.
If you've got a vagina, you go into the female.
We've been having this conversation the whole time.
Right? I don't care.
No, wait. We've been having
because you're not listening.
No. Wait. We've been having this conversation.
Would you ever?
Please let me make my point. Right. We've been having this conversation the whole time.
You say that you identify as a woman. Would you hit a woman?
Why would I hit a woman?
Answer the question. Answer the question.
No,
yes or no?
I wouldn't hit a woman.
No. Yeah. No. Would you? No. Yes.
I said no. Yeah.
That's fine.
Why did you ask a ridiculous question?
If you
would you hit a woman?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Because I'm a man. But if
so you'd hit a man?
No, hang on. Actually, no. I've got a very good question. I've got a very good question. So, if a woman hit you, would you hit the woman back?
No. But if a man hit me, I don't think I'd hit them back either.
Well, then what are you, a fucking weirdo?
No, I just don't believe in solving my problems through violence.
Would you tell them not to hit you because you're a girl?
No, I'd tell them not to hit me because I'm human. Well, I'd tell them not to hit me because I'm sentient.
No, because people are going to fight. So if a guy came up to you, yeah, and was going to start to hit you...
I've not had a fight in 17 years.
I don't care.
Well, you said people are going to fight. So where are these ubiquitous fights we're having?
No, I'm saying people fight.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
We've been having this conversation the whole time, right?
Yep.
And I told you that I was, born a boy, and now I'm a girl, right? And I have a dick.
You are a boy.
Right? But what if I lied?
Well, you didn't.
What if I did?
Well, then show me. Then prove it. If you got a vagina, I will agree.
No,
but if you got a cock,
my point is.
No.
My point is. You could have been wrong this whole time. You have no idea what gender I was born.
But I'm not wrong, though, am I? I'm not wrong, though, am I? I'm not wrong.
Know.
Answer my question. I'm not wrong, though, am I?
I mean, I could have been streaming this whole time.
I don't care.
As an AFAB
I want my point to go across.
I could have been streaming this whole time as an AFAB person, right?
I don't care.
Who's transitioning to a boy.
No one gives a flying fuck that you're recording.
No. My point is, it could be a gimmick that I come on here, right?
I don't care.
Are you going to allow me to make my point, or are you just going to keep talking over me?
Go on. Right, go on. No, go on.
So I could have been streaming this whole time, right? Trying to point out the hypocrisy of people that they don't actually know what gender people are, right? As an AFAB person who's taking testosterone to become a boy, but still occasionally dresses like a girl, to prove to people that they have no fucking idea what's in my pants. And you could have spent the last 10 minutes arguing with someone who is actually a boy.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, if you've got a dick between your legs, you go into the male's toilets. If you've got a vagina in between your legs,
so those trans men should go to the women's bathroom. Those men with beards.
Or even if, just go to the disabled toilets. It's not hard.
There aren't always disabled toilets.
There's disabled toilets everywhere.
No, there aren't.
There has to be.
No, there doesn't.
Yeah. How are people that are in a wheelchair gonna go to the toilet.
So if you go do park runs, there's routinely not disabled toilets at park runs.
What the fuck? I mean, like normal like shops or supermarkets or malls, whatever you want to call them.
Okay.
Like they will always
You're just
have a disabled
You're
toilet.
just assuming that there's always a disabled toilet. And also, why should we have to use a disabled toilet? If you're so precious about who you will find in your bathroom, why don't you use the disabled toilet? Because people constantly say like,
I do because of people like you.
And you're afraid of going into the bathroom because people like me.
Exactly.
So
because
what
I
you're
don't know
saying,
what you're saying,
what you're saying is you would rather have me in your toilet, the male toilet.
No.
Well, you are, because you want me to use the male toilet.
I mean,
right?
even if you did, I would beat the fucking shit out of you.
Would you? Why is it you're so angry and so violent?
Because I don't agree with people like
So you
you.
think you should beat the shit out of people you don't agree with?
Yes.
Okay, so it's okay for me to go out and like curb stomp gay people.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I disagree with gay people. I think gay people.
If you wanted to, yeah.
So it's okay for me to kill gay people.
If you wanted to.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Hey, Jiminy. What are we doing with our lives? Hello. Hello. Yes, Flanker, I would go to the same washroom as your 8-year-old daughter. Because there's no reason I shouldn't. I sit on the bus with your 8-year-old daughter. I don't know. Go to the swimming bath with your 8-year-old daughter. Me going and peeing.
What the fuck are you?
Interesting response.
Are you a feline?
No, I'm a girl.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not. You've got a transgender flag up in the corner.
Yeah, that would make me a trans girl.
No, you're a trans person. You're not a trans girl.
No, it would be a trans girl.
No,
That's how prefixes work.
You're a man.
You're a man.
I'm not a man because I've got a fucking vagina, mate, and I've got a uterus.
I don't believe you.
I had an abortion, mate, so I'm pretty sure I fucking know.
I don't believe you.
You don't have a uterus.
You're not a man. I mean, sorry, you're not a woman.
You haven't got.
You don't. You don't have a uterus.
Bro, what do you want me to do?
You have a dick. Between your legs, there's a dick.
Huh?
Between your legs, there's a dick.
Do you want to feel it? Shit.
No, it's a dick. I don't believe you. You've got a dick.
Then I'll be back.
Your boobs are fake.
My boobs aren't fake.
They're fake.
I've got my nipples pressed, bro. They are not fake.
They're fake.
I wish. Do you want to see Ellie?
They're fake.
She's already seen too many times.
They're fake. You see how silly this conversation is?
Huh?
You see how silly this conversation is?
Not really, no. I mean,
It
you
is.
have.
It is.
No.
You think it's preposterous when I tell you that you're not a woman, right?
Biologically, I'm a woman.
No,
and
you're not.
biologically, I'm fucking biologically a woman.
Your chromosomes are XY.
Then you're biologically a man with a fucking dick.
You're born with.
I can see your Adam's apple.
I fucking wish, mate.
If I was in a toilet with you, I'd ask people to drag you out.
I'd be in the wrong fucking toilet.
I'd ask people to take you out because I wouldn't want men in my toilets.
You mean
the female toilets? Why the fuck are you in a woman's toilet when you have a penis?
I wouldn't want men in my toilets. So I would ask you to be removed from my toilets.
Girl, and you came in. I think she's gonna get fucking molested.
No, I'd be scared. I'd be scared of you, a man with a penis, in my toilet. So I'd ask them to remove you.
Be in the man's toilets in the first place.
No, because you would try and come into the women's toilets because you think you're a woman.
No, I'm already.
So I would ask them to remove you because I wouldn't want you in my toilet.
No, listen to me. No,
I am listening. I'm listening.
What's the word? Biologically, you don't have a uterus. You don't get periods.
Mm-hmm. So biologically, you don't have a uterus and you don't get periods.
You can be a trans woman, but you can't be a woman. You know what I mean?
That's not how it works.
You have any?
Like you. No. You can't be a woman. You can be a trans woman.
No, that's how it works. Being a woman is the main word, and then being trans is a prefix. You're a cis woman, and I'm a trans woman.
No. I'm a woman. Don't change
No, you're a
word.
cis woman.
I'm not a cis woman.
Yes,
I'm a
you
woman.
are. No, you're a cis woman.
No,
Yes, you are. You're a cis woman.
I'm a cis woman. You're a cis man. So.
No, I'm a trans woman.
No. You're a trans woman and I'm a fucking woman. I have a
No.
uterus. I know what it feels like to have a period. You don't.
That's not how it works.
Unfortunately for you.
That's not how it works.
Right, you're really pissing down.
Yeah. Thangy women's.
Oh my god, you're lame.
Jesus Christ. Can I not have kids? Can we just delete kids? Hello. Hello. How you doing?
I'm scared.
Why are you scared? Hello. Hello. Are we playing a boxing game? Do we not talk? We just play boxing games and ignore home TV? Then why are we on home TV? It's a strange existence some people have. You could just sit here and read a book and ignore people. Hey, her name is Rio and she dances on the sand. Her name is Rio and she crossed the reef.
Fucking hell, what is wrong with you?
It's abuse, apparently. Oh, hours and hours and hours of abuse. Hello. Her name is Rio and she dances on the sand. Dances on the sand. I should eat some food. I should eat my dog food. I am gonna eat my dinny dins. Then I can put on my makeup. Hello.
What are you, man?
Who am I, surely?
What the fuck are you?
No, who the fuck am I?
No, what the fuck are you?
No, who the fuck am I?
No, what the fuck
What
are
is
you?
objectifying?
Yeah, it is, because what the fuck are you?
Fucking George Michael. Imagine listening to George Michael and being homophobic. Hello.
Hello. Are you a girl or a boy?
Who knows?
Who knows? Are you non-binary?
Maybe.
You don't know what you are? Are you gender fluid?
Something like that, yeah.
So you don't know what you are?
I use she, her pronouns, but I behave a bit like a boy.
Are you a femboy?
Maybe, but I also take estrogen, so I think I might be trans. I think trans is probably the correct description.
But you act like a boy.
Yeah, I really like football.
You really like football, but you act like a boy, but you're trans.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
It
Unless
does.
you're a tomboy as a girl.
Exactly. I'm a trans tomboy.
So was you a girl before or a boy before?
I was a boy,
before. Obviously.
Yeah.
So you don't know what you are, but you're trans, but then you behave like a boy.
Yeah.
To be fair, you look a bit like a furry.
I'm not a furry.
Are you using a vibrator?
No, it's a remote charger for my headphones because they're wireless.
Winter. So tell me a bit more.
What do you want to know?
I want to learn. I don't know. I just want to learn.
What, do you have any questions?
Well, you said that you didn't know what you were, but you've got a trans flag everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm definitely trans. I don't know.
So you're halfway through the transition and you may be questioning whether or not it was right for yourself.
Oh no, I really love my body. I think I look beautiful. I'm very, very, very happy with transitioning. I just really like doing DIY, and I really like doing boy things too.
That's fair enough. Yeah. Are you gonna get surgery?
I'm not sure. It's a lot of money. It's a big sort of like risk. There's a lot of sort of fear involved with it. And I don't really use my junk very much, so it's a lot of investment for something I don't really use, you know?
Yeah, but maybe you'd be a bit more comfortable if you had the surgery, or maybe
I'm really comfortable.
right. Just if there was no risk and no fear, and you had the money, would you get the surgery?
Yeah. But that's not the world we live in, right?
No. I don't know. I think some trans women are very, very pretty. You know, I think a lot of them are beautiful. But I also think,
Can I ask you a funny question?
Go on.
Do you think we should promote the idea that women have to have a certain like level of beauty? Or do you think
No.
do you think it's better for women if we just accept people however they are?
Yeah. But I also think that constructive criticism is a big part.
Do you?
Can I just have a little debate with you at the moment? I just want to have a question, right?
Sure.
So, do you think there's more than two genders? Because at the moment, I don't. Because I think there's a woman and a boy, a man. Yeah, and I support trans people fully, but I don't understand why people go by they them. Because you're clearly a boy.
So it's really interesting, actually. So are you aware of trans men?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so trans men are people who were born and assigned women at birth and have decided to become boys, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you aware, obviously, trans girls is the opposite, right?
Yeah.
And then non-binary people are people who've just decided to go into the middle and not become the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that AFAB people who are born as girls, right, are way more likely to just stop in the middle and not become boys? And it's not that they want to be a boy, it's just that they don't want to have to live in like the really restrictive sort of like role that women are expected to fulfill, right? Because the patriarchy has fucked women, right? Women have these really like unfair expectations on them that they just don't want to have to live up to, and they want to not have to do that, right?
Yeah.
So that's why they exist as non-binary, and it's not that they want to be men. It's just that they don't want to be expected to be like care providers. They don't want expected to have to be pretty. They don't want the expectation that they should have to like be feminine. They often don't want boobs because boobs can be kind of annoying.
Another thing, right, is a lot of people don't go by that and they just don't want to be either gender.
Yeah.
So how do I say this without seeming horrible?
Can I ask you a funny question that might change your opinion on this? Because you're still forming your thoughts. So can I ask you a question that might help you form your thoughts?
One.
So do you think there are expectations that are put on both boys and girls that are negative? So do you think there's expectations put on boys that are negative?
Put on everyone. Yeah. But the thing is, right, if you're a woman and you don't want to live up to them expectations, you don't have to. And you don't have to be with someone that expects you to live up to them expectations. You don't have to sit there and slave your whole life away for another person. You can live single, you can live happily married with someone that doesn't expect you to be like that. You can live unhappily married with someone that wants you to be like that. And personally, I don't want to be like that, but I also would not choose to be non-binary because I feel like there's people out there that won't be like that, and I found people like that before.
Well, no, but can I ask you another question? I am listening to you. I promise I'm listening to you. So what you're sort of saying is that by leaving women, by becoming non-binary and leaving women, you're sort of like not helping progress women, right? But I think the opposite is true. I think by being non-binary, by being so visibly sort of like non-binary, you're actually helping women by sort of showing that not all people who are born as girls want to have to live up to these expectations, and sort of helping feminism, right? Because what you're sort of saying is that feminism hurts women so much, people have decided to leave the category of women so they don't have to live. Sorry, not feminism. The patriarchy has hurt women so much that some women have decided to leave the category of women to show that, like, they shouldn't be abused, right? I think it's almost like an act of protest.
Yeah, hold on. Can you message the group and tell Russell that I'm just on Omi TV and I'm messaging back after I'm done with this conversation? Yeah. Basically, I believe that, I don't think that non-binary should, no, that's the wrong thing to say. I feel like by people becoming non-binary, they ruin it even more.
Why? Because I think all they're doing
Who's ringing me then?
I think all they're doing is protesting.
Answer.
I think all they're doing is protesting against gender expectations, right?
Yeah.
And I think if you're,
what's the point in becoming?
Because it protests against all gender expectations, right? If you're a woman, right? If you're a woman and you fight for feminism, right? Then you fight against the gender expectations that are put on women, right? Yeah. But if you're a person who becomes non-binary, you fight against the gender expectations that are put on everybody, right? Because you're essentially saying fuck gender expectations, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. But still, that is quite good. But a lot of people, I've never once met a person and I've asked them what their pronouns are, and they've said they, them, and I've asked them why. They've never once said what you're saying now, and they've said they just don't feel comfortable as a woman or a man. Because I've met people of both genders who have become non-binary, and I don't think it's necessary for people to become a gender that doesn't exist.
It does exist. It does. Genderless expression has existed for a long time. Can I ask you a funny question?
But go on.
So you've met people who are non-binary, right? But
I've met all sorts of people. I've met trans people, gay people, lesbian people, bisexual people. Like, I'm a bisexual person as myself.
But so my next point was that these people, they might not have actually thought about it that much, and they might not have that much experience expressing it that much. I sit on the internet and I talk to people for like 10 hours a day about gender, so I'm really good at articulating, trans issues. I'm very good at it because I've done it a lot, right? And also, they maybe don't feel as safe articulating that with you in person because of the fact that they might bump into you again, and they might not know how you react. Whereas I don't really care. Like, I'm here just to help people understand, regardless of how they treat me in response, right? So I'm willing to be as truthful as people want and be as open as they want, and I have lots of practice articulating it, right?
Yeah, that's how I am. Can I mention about the other guy? Yeah. So my friend, right, she's bisexual as well, right, and she feels a bit more uncomfortable telling people that she is, whereas with me, I don't care. And when I came out, I told everyone that wanted to know. Like, I'm not just going to go up to someone and say, oh, yeah, I'm bisexual. If they ask me, I'm obviously going to say, because I'm not bothered. Like, I like who I like. But to agree with what you're saying, like, she is
worried about biphobia.
Yeah, bothered about opinions and stuff. But I'm really not as a person. So if I want to have a conversation about it, and it's like a calm conversation about it, I'm okay with that. Whereas I don't, she would understand, like, not understand, but get what they're saying, like, know how to communicate about it, because she's not as open. So I'm fine with talking about it, and I can talk about it all day. So if someone's got a question for me, I'm obviously going to answer it, But one thing I don't know how to answer is, like, what non-binary people are.
They just don't conform to either gender expectations, right? Right, so there's non-binary people who feel like they don't conform to either. There's gender fluid people who think sometimes they conform to one and then they conform to another, and sometimes they're in between, right? And then there's agender people who don't feel like they meet any gender requirements, right?
So non-binary.
No, different, right? So non-binary people meet some gender requirements of either side, and agender feel like they just don't fit either gender at all ever.
Without anything.
So they don't feel like they do anything stereotypically gendered.
So I think that is where I draw the line. That is just.
It's not understandable, right? Like I didn't used to understand gender fluid people, and recently I've been feeling more and more gender fluid because I've not done anything like boyish for a while, because I've been trans for 2 years and I've been loving being trans, and I absolutely adore being a woman. But because I've not done any like boyish behavior, I've been getting a lot of gender euphoria from doing boyish things. Like, I was sawing wood the other day, and I was like, this is really fun. I really enjoy this, right? But it's not a very feminine thing to do, right? Because of gender expectations, right?
But I don't, as a woman, and I'm a proud woman, like, I will do anything. I don't care. Like, if someone says that's not very ladylike, I don't care. Like, you can't name me a woman and say I've got to be like this. I'll be whoever I want to be. That's my personality.
And I think that's amazing, and I think we need more women like that, right? Because that's a very feminine thing to do, right? That's a very feminist thing to do, sorry.
That's why I'm very open about anything. So if a girl needs me for anything, I'm always there. I'm a very girl's girl. If anyone needs me for that, I'm there. Like, that's why so many people get along with me, because I'm a very open person. Like, I've changed a lot of men's views on stuff as well.
That's
from
great.
The way I act. Like, you know, with Adam. So my ex, he used to be very, women have to be like this, women have to be like that, until he got with me. And after, because he used to tell me to be like this, and I just used to go, no, I'm not living up to you. I told you.
Sorry, just saw someone we saw earlier on TikTok.
And I just told him, no, I'm not going to live up to your expectations. Like, he was a very controlling man, and that's probably one of the main reasons that we ended stuff. And he used to tell me that I couldn't do certain stuff, like I couldn't go out with friends, I couldn't act a certain way in front of people, like, and I just used to go, whatever, mate, I'm going to do what I want, whether it upsets you or not. Like, I'm a very open person. I feel like everyone can come up to me and talk to me. And I'm very okay with that. If someone wants to ask me questions about it, then they can. I'm fine with that.
But you still present as a woman, right?
I still present as a woman. A few years ago, I was questioning my sexuality. I was going through a very questionable time where I didn't know what I was. And I think that was probably when I was in the middle of both genders, and I probably would have, if I knew more about it, I probably would have come out as non-binary for a bit, like, until I figured out what I actually was. But as I didn't know, and I wasn't educated as much on the topic, I couldn't decide what I was. So I was going back and forth of living up to women's expectations and men's expectations, and just being back and forth until I think maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3. And I thought, I'm a woman. I like being a woman. I couldn't be a man, because I feel like as a man, you're not allowed to show any emotion. You're not allowed to be this. You're not allowed to be that. But I'm a very emotional person. But as a woman, you're not allowed to be any form of disgusting. You can't act a certain way. Like, but I just thought, well, I'm a woman. Like, I can act however I want.
Yeah,
Hold on. Yeah.
And I think you should be allowed to be an emotional man too, right? But like, some people, but some people think that, like, because the patriarchy is fucked and men are abused, like, to the extent where they have to fit these really awful, like, expectations, right, just as women are. Some people who want to not be women, who are, you know, trans some things, they were born girls and they don't want to be a girl, decide not to become men, but just stop in the middle, right? Become non-binary. And I think that's valid.
I used to be like my friends and not want to talk about anything because of the way that my dad is. He's very anti-LGBTQ plus and stuff like that, so I couldn't be open about it. But recently, like, I don't know, maybe 1+ years ago, I stopped caring about everything. Like, I don't care what people think about me anymore. I'll do whatever I want. Like, I'll be respectful about stuff, yeah, but I'm not going to push my opinions on anyone. But like, I'll be however I want, whenever I want, whoever I want, whenever I want. I don't care what people think about me. I say what I need to say. I'm not scared of anyone anymore. Like, even you can vouch for me on that. I say whatever I need to say, and I'll get that done with. Like, and people are actually starting to realise that they can't actually say what they want to me anymore because I'll say something back.
Yeah.
Because I don't put up with people anymore. If they've got something to say about me being bisexual, you can shove your opinion up your ass if it's horrible, mate. I don't care. Like, if it's something about my appearance, don't care, mate. I'm not going to live up to your standards because you're not happy with the way I look.
Yeah.
You know? So what if I've got a fat? Every woman does. They're supposed to. It's unhealthy if they don't. Like, so what if I'm tall? You know? It's normal.
Yeah. So, I mean, essentially, your existence is very similar to non-binary people. It's just that you want to still be a woman, right? You want to still be perceived as a woman. And I think, I don't know how I want to be perceived. Like, when you ask me, like, how do you want to be perceived? I don't know. I don't want to be perceived as a boy. I don't think.
You're going through a confusing time. Like, you don't know what you want to be, but you think you're trans.
No, I am trans. I'm 100% I'm trans. I'm not a boy. I am not a boy, right? But I don't know if I'm non-binary or if I'm a trans girl. I don't know if I'm gender fluid. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I think that's okay. I think gender's complicated because everyone perceives gender differently, and I don't know how other people will perceive me based on their gender expectations, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, you shouldn't care about what people think about you. If you want to be a certain way, be a certain way.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, be yourself. Like, it doesn't matter what other people think, just be yourself.
Exactly.
I agree.
And I think that applies to non-binary people too, right? If they don't feel like they fit either gender, they should just be that, right?
Well, okay. Yeah.
Wonderful.
I feel like they should just be comfortable as themselves, but I'm confused about it. It'll probably take me a while to actually understand it fully.
I think gender is complicated. People who think gender is simple have never had, like, weird thoughts about their gender, you know?
Yeah. See, my mum's boyfriend, so my stepdad, right? He often asks me questions about stuff like that. And I just go, well, I try and explain it the best I can, and he's still confused about it. And I try to explain it. And sometimes he asks me if I think there's more than one gender, like two genders, sorry.
And what do you answer?
And when he asks me what non-binary people are, I usually just say they're people that don't want to be
either gender.
Into genders.
Exactly.
And then he says, so what's this? And I'm just like, I don't really know because I'm not that educated on it. Because because of how old he is, he accepts things, but he doesn't understand it properly because he's 50 and obviously he's grown up with different expectations of the world and he's gone through a lot of different stuff. So he doesn't actually understand any of it. So he comes to me, that's obviously been born in this generation when everyone's changing, to ask me questions. And I'm glad that he's very understanding and acceptable of that. But I also think if he wants to, know more about it, he should also take up the time to, I don't know, search himself.
Yeah. You should give him my YouTube channel if he wants to hear about gender.
Go on, Em. What is it? Just doing activism.
That's me.
Okay. I've screenshotted it. I'm going to go have a look at that.
Wonderful. Are you in a rush or do you want to talk about something else?
I've got people to answer.
That's okay. If you're in a rush, you can go. I was going to ask you some questions about animals, but if you're in a rush, that's good.
Animals?
Animals. I do trans rights and I do animal rights. It's my gig.
Oh, animal rights. Go on then.
So I ask people whether or not they eat animals.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I don't eat pork because I'm a Jew.
Oh, okay, fair.
Well, I don't take the religion seriously, but I do like take quite a bit of it seriously. Like I choose not to eat a lot of pork.
Do you ever have meat and dairy on the same plate?
I don't really eat meat, to be honest. Okay. If I do, then it's like the odd thing, but I don't choose to eat meat. Like I refuse to eat fish because I hate it. I don't eat steak. I don't eat pork, obviously. So the only thing that I would genuinely eat is chicken.
Chicken?
Okay. Yeah. I don't eat egg. I don't like egg.
Dairy? Milk? Cheese?
I'm lactose intolerant. I do eat a lot of cheese.
Okay.
I love cheese.
Does it give you the shits?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you eat it then? Why don't you eat vegan cheese? Because then it won't give you the shits.
It's nice, but
you could have like. Fair, have you ever eaten Cathedral City cheese?
Yeah.
So they do a vegan cheese and it tastes almost exactly the same. And it won't give you the shits. And it doesn't harm cows.
Yeah. But the thing is, right, I try and opt for the lactose-free milk. But my mum just refuses to buy it.
Have you ever tried oat milk?
I have, yeah.
What did you think?
It was all right. It's when my sister used to be vegetarian. She recently stopped being a vegetarian on her 23rd birthday, I think. How old is she? 24th birthday. She stopped being vegetarian. She randomly, we went out for dinner and she just went, "Can I have a steak, please?" And I looked at her and I was like, "Del, you've been vegetarian since you were like 15. What are you doing?"
Do you know the main reason people stop being a vegetarian?
What?
Because their friends and family still eat meat.
No. So, she doesn't care what people think. She's like me.
I'm not sure that's true, but so why I usually ask people if they eat meat, and then I ask them if they could ever consider not eating meat, if they'd ever see themselves not eating meat.
I can see myself not eating meat, yeah, because obviously I don't eat a lot now. But I don't think I could cut out eating chicken. It's genuinely my favourite meat, and that's what
chicken is meat. Chicken is meat.
Yeah, I know, but I don't. There's only one type of chicken I eat, and it's just breast. Like I don't like boned. I don't like anything else. It's just breast chicken, like chicken breast.
But that's an individual, right? That's an individual's body, right?
Yeah, it's because see, I'm a bit autistic. So I refuse to eat certain foods.
Okay.
Like, she got some sausage rolls the other day. I didn't want to eat them because of the texture.
Like, wait, were they vegan sausage rolls?
They were cheese and onion sausage rolls, so they weren't actually sausage.
Oh, okay, because yeah, you literally said you don't eat pork. Still cheese. Yeah.
Oh yeah, never mind.
But so my point is, right, chicken is really easy to replace, right? There's loads of things that you can replace instead of chicken.
I do actually really like vegetarian food. It's really nice. But another thing is when you go to like restaurants and stuff, they don't usually do a lot of variations of vegetarian or vegan food.
If you there's a website called Happy Cow, and it'll tell you all the restaurants with vegan options in your local area, all over the planet, all across the planet. It is really quite easy to find vegan and vegetarian options if you just use one app.
I might go vegetarian.
Why not fully vegan? Why not cut out the cheese and the milk too?
Because I love a bit of cheese and I like milk.
Yeah, well, you said you're lactose intolerant, right?
Yeah, but I love it.
You could have oat milk, right? Oh boy, the skip was a bit rude. I like your makeup. I hope it's makeup.
I like your makeup.
Thank you.
It is makeup.
Okay, I'd be really worried if it wasn't. Are you in like film makeup or something? Is this something you do as a hobby or?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Halloween's in like 2 weeks. Are you very excited?
Yes.
What? Oh, okay. Skipped.
Hi, darling.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, how are you, man?
I'm good. I'm chatting to people about animals. Oh boy, you didn't want to speak about animals. How long have we been doing this? Hello.
Oh my god! Skip then! No.
nice. Right, it's 1 minute and 50 in. I'm gonna have a 10-minute break after that. How is everyone doing? We've got 6 people. Not many people. Boop, boop. Any questions? What's Flanker talking about? Because they've been in for a while now. Who's this Flanker person? What are they talking about? Alright, I need a wee wee. If anyone doesn't like going to the toilet with trans girls, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, champs. You're currently in the toilet with a trans girl. But we have cubicles, right? We have separate cubicles, so it's totally fine. Right? Look, it's safe. You can go to the toilet with a trans girl and nothing weird happens. She just goes in, sits down on the toilet, has a wee wee, and then stands up and washes her hands. And we're done. Imagine that. Well, it's quite difficult to wash my hands. I've got so many gloves on. To take off 1 billion pairs of gloves. It's going to take me like 3 times as long to wash my hands as it is to use the toilet. Because I have to take off literally 3, well, I suppose 2.5 pairs of gloves. Quite a lot of gloves. And then I have to put them all back fucking on it. Holy shit. My legs are fucked. I like scratched my legs all up yesterday when I was streaming with like a fucking needle, and they're just like totally fucking screwed today. It looks really bad. Also, did I have my skirt on backwards? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, my skirt was on the correct way around. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Her name is Rio, and she dances on the sand. I don't know if today's stream is going well. We're an hour and 50 minutes in. I'm not sure. Genuinely, I'm not sure if I've actually had a reasonably. I've not had like a productive conversation. I don't think yet. I've had some fucking awful conversations with some transphobes. I had whatever that was, that really long conversation with the girl who just wanted to tell me that she was bisexual 1 billion times, and ask me about non-binary people. Which, whilst it is, not awful to have these conversations, because obviously, like, it's better than probably just being abused for 50 minutes. It doesn't feel productive, it doesn't feel like I did anything useful. It didn't feel like I did anything to make the world a better place. It just kind of feels like I wasted 50 minutes having a not pointless conversation, but like not massively productive conversation. So I'm back. Yeah, they might have skipped by mistake. I hope they skipped by mistake. Oh, just that pic you posted. I think you might need to have it higher up. I don't understand. What do you mean? What pic I posted? What pic I posted, Jess? Can you explain? The skirt. I don't understand, but sure. You mean the one on this server? And vegan selfies? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the last conversation. I feel like, I feel like she just felt the need to talk at me. And the moment I sort of put her in a position where, like, I don't know, it's people who talk at you about their relationship with animals and just expect you to listen to it and accept it are like one of the worst people to try and have a conversation with about veganism, because they don't want to listen to you. They just want to, like, tell you why what they do is okay and then move on. Like, they don't even want to discuss it. They don't even care if you accept it. They just want to diatribe at you about why they do what they do and then just, like, move on, which is, like, really kind of weird. And just, like, really not productive. So, yeah. Hey ho. Right, rice cooker. So I need to put in, how many rices are we having? We're gonna have, let's have 2 cups of rice. 2 cupos of rice, because I'm a hungry girl. Hungry girl. What time are we on? Is it 10? It's 9, okay. So we've got 3 more hours. Yeah, we've got 3 more hours. Shit. Ripped my rice bag. Oh my god, please. Rice. Function. That's a lot of rice. I got another Discord server today from Felic that he believed was like worth my time doing activism on. So I might actually try and do a different type of activism for is it tomorrow's stream? It will be tomorrow's stream, yeah. Tomorrow's Saturday, but I will most likely be streaming Saturday night as well still, because you know there's no rest for the wicked. So I might try something else tomorrow. I might try like a really long stream on like an English server, an English Discord server, where I just try and have some form of conversation for like basically the whole. Well, I suppose Saturday it'll be Saturday night, so I don't know. You used one of Jess's talking points. I love it when people use my talking points. I think as well, it's like talking points that I literally invent, right? Like, I don't think anyone else uses that talking point, and it makes me really proud to use it because I think it's a good talking point. What's the activism on? We're talking about women's rights. We're talking about trans rights. We're talking about animal rights. Dude, I love it when people use my talking points. It makes me really proud. Like, it makes me really proud. I'm trying to be warm because fucking hell, I'm cold. Might make a coffee. Oh. Might make a coffee because I'm really cold. You digging me, darling? Please don't dig me, my lovely. Hello. Yeah, I think people sort of use it not changing as like an excuse. And this idea is that, like, you know, we want people to change, right? So we shouldn't allow them to use that as an excuse. Hello.
Damn.
How you doing?
Why do you do this?
Why do I do what?
No, okay, I'm not judging you.
Aren't you? I mean, she kind of did, right? She kind of did judge me. She kind of did, bro. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
Can I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
How do you feel about animals?
I love them.
Yeah? Do you love all of them or just some of them?
I mean, I work with them at college, so yeah, all of them.
What animals do you work with at college?
There's literally snakes, tarantulas. They've got raccoon dogs. Oh.
Wow. So you love all animals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you the awkward question?
Okay.
Are you a vegetarian?
Yep. I actually am a vegan.
Well, hey! I'm also a vegan. Well done.
Thank you.
What about your friend?
Are you...
I really hope they didn't skip. Where's my dog? Oh, he's there. Okay.
In your pocket.
No, he's on my sofa. How you doing? I don't know if I should if I should preface it with, can I ask you the awkward question? Hello.
There's some gay stuff going on.
Why is it gay? Why am I gay?
You're asking me why you gay?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
because a gay person is a man who fucks a man, right?
You're a man with hair and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's gay.
Do you believe I'm a man?
Yeah.
Okay, I fuck women. Does that make me straight?
That makes you a G.
A what?
A G.
A G?
Yeah. No, I'm joking. What? You ain't gay?
I'm not gay, no.
Oh, that's pretty good. You look pretty gay.
Thank you.
That's alright.
Do you like tits?
Yeah.
I like tits so much I decided to get some.
Yeah, that's not the same.
Why is it not the same?
It's not the same, bud.
Why is it not?
What do you mean, why is it not the same?
Yeah, why? I don't understand. Like, I like tits
What
on...
do you mean you got some?
I like tits on the people I fuck, and I like tits on me. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't care about this conversation anymore. It's pretty gay.
Why is it pretty gay?
Can you go away now?
Why is it gay?
Because you're just gay.
But I'm not gay.
But you do. You do be gay.
Why?
I don't know. You tell me why. Why are you asking me why
I just told you I wasn't gay. You're the person who keeps telling me I am gay, so you have to sort of substantiate that, right?
You're gay.
Okay, well, you're gay.
You're the definition of gay, but I'm not gay.
Well, you're the definition of gay.
Well, I'm not down.
Well, apparently the definition of gay is so broad that it can include people who aren't men and don't fuck women. And don't fuck men. Therefore, you can also.
You see how people like you try to make arguments about shit that is like so retarded.
What am I trying to make? What am I trying to make an argument? You're calling me
that you're not gay.
You're calling me gay when I literally don't do anything that could be described as gay. Unless you mean I'm part of the LGBT community.
Oh wait a sec. So you think everyone that walks down the street and looks at you is gonna think that you're not gay?
That doesn't matter. Everyone who looks at you could think you're a cunt, but that wouldn't make you a cunt, would it?
But I am a cunt.
I know, you've sort of established that.
Exactly. So it's pretty right what people would think.
Well, no, because they might not just think you're a cunt, right? They might think lots of things that aren't true. Right?
Can you go away? I'm about to roll this and skip you.
Why do you want me to go away? Why don't you want to have a conversation? Why do you just want to insult me?
Because I didn't want to have a conversation with you in the first place.
Why not?
Because I didn't.
I think most hatred comes from ignorance. So I'd like to have a conversation with you because I'd like to shed you of some ignorance. Because I think you are hateful.
I am hateful.
Yeah, and I think I could fix that by having a conversation with you. If you'd like to have one. Instead of being hateful, we can talk.
You have no way to speak to me.
Why not?
Ooh.
It's a bit rude. I like your hair.
Are you trans?
Yeah.
From a man to a woman? Yeah, you're a man. Shut your mouth. You're a man. You are not a woman. So get your facts right. You are a man.
Why are you so hateful?
Have a dingaling.
Why are you so hateful?
Because I do not understand these people
how do you know I have a dick?
Shut your mouth. Let me speak.
How do you know I have a dick?
Because you were born with one. So there you go. If you chop it off, then boo-hoo. You have XY. Is it that the males have? XY chromosomes, which makes you a man. You do not have a uterus. You cannot have a child. You cannot have periods. So you are physically a man. You are not a woman.
Can I ask you a question?
It's people like you that disgust me.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Okay, so I'm here streaming, right, as a biological woman who's become a man, but I dress as a woman to try and bait out transphobia. So you've just got on a transphobic rant about me.
I do not care.
No. Got you.
I really don't care. Cause Harley, we don't like that shit.
Why don't you like that shit?
Me and my family, we are highly against this. Why? Because you are either a man or a woman. You are born a man or you are born a woman. We do not care about the gays, the lesbians. They're fine because they are not trying to they're not trying to trans thing.
So if I was born a woman, am I a woman?
Yeah, if you were born a woman, you were born a woman. If you are born a man, you are a man for the rest of your life.
Which one am I?
You're a man.
No, I just told you I was born a woman.
No, you were born a man. You just told me you was born a man.
No, and then I told you I was lying to you. That's the whole point of the stream.
Okay, but if you were born a man, then you're obviously just a man. There you
I
go.
wasn't. I was born a girl.
You don't look like no bitch.
I've taken testosterone.
Huh?
I've taken testosterone.
That is not a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I swear that does deepen the voice.
Yeah, deepens the voice, yeah. Makes you grow facial hair as well, so I have to shave now.
My mates just said, yeah, you look like you're a wannabe Harlequin.
Okay. Also, why, like, this idea that you're raised to hate, is that a good thing?
Yeah, because it's actually showing stuff. If you are born a man, you are born a man.
What if I was raised to be racist? Would that be good?
I don't care what you are.
No, what if I was raised to be racist? What if I said me and my family
If you
were...
was raised to be racist, then you was raised to be racist.
Is that okay? Is
Some
that
people
good?
don't like the black. Some people don't like the Chinese.
Okay. Are you racist?
You can't control that.
Are you racist?
I'm not racist myself, no.
When is it okay for other people to be racist?
If that's how you were brought up, no, it's not right. But
wait. So
like, I know me being transphobic isn't right. I know that's not right.
Okay, so
but I do not care.
Why do you do it if you know it's not right?
Because
why?
What you are doing is not right.
You just said it wasn't. You just said it wasn't right. Why is it not right?
Do not cut me off. Shut your mouth. Do not cut me off. You understand? So listen, if you were born a man, you are a man for the rest of your life. You do not go around. I don't care really, like if you're trans or that. But if you say you are a man and you were born a woman, yeah, you are a woman. If you were born a man and you say you're a woman, you are a man. I do not like these men that go around saying, "Oh my god, I'm a woman. Get your facts right." You're not a woman. You are a man. If you say you're a trans woman, not a woman, you are not a woman. You are a trans woman.
Trans woman would imply woman with a trans prefix.
No, you would literally just say you're a trans woman.
Why? What you said earlier that you know it's not right for you to be transphobic. Why is it not right for you to be transphobic?
Because people are going to say like, "Oh, it's wrong. Bad people are trans nowadays." I do not care. It's wrong. Granted, yeah. LGBTQ, fuck it.
So why do you think it's wrong? If you think, I don't understand, because you're saying it's wrong, but you're saying that people are not. Is it wrong to be transphobic, or is it not wrong to be transphobic? I don't understand.
It's wrong to be transphobic, but it's not at the same time.
Wait, it's either one or the other. So is it wrong to be transphobic, or is it not wrong to be transphobic?
Exactly, it's people's opinion.
Well, no, but I'm asking your opinion. Is it wrong to be transphobic?
My opinion,
in your opinion.
My opinion, I do not care what you are. Do not go around saying you are a woman.
Okay, but in your opinion, is it wrong to be transphobic or not?
I don't care. Why do you care?
Well, then I'm asking you your opinion. Do you not
have
an opinion?
I'm okay with some trans people because they don't go around saying I'm a woman. They go around saying I'm a trans woman. I am a man that went into a woman. They say I'm a trans woman. People nowadays just go, I'm a woman. Okay. And they have a dick.
Well, why can't you be a woman with a dick?
If you were a woman and you were born with a dick, yeah, that's normal. Because some people are born with both genital areas. But so if you are transitioning into a female, that's wrong.
But how do you know?
Like Kylie Jenner or whatever her name is, her dad.
How do you know who is born with and who isn't born with a penis?
Because you asked if I can see that you've got a trans flag, so I asked if you were trans. You said yeah. You said you was a man, so that's how I asked.
Yeah, and I lied to you.
Okay, lie to me all you want. You still look like a bloke.
But how do you know, right, that someone is born with or not a woman, a penis, right? So if you met someone who is a woman with a penis, how would you know if she was born with it or not?
Well, do you have hips like a woman? No.
Say again.
Say it again.
Do I have hips like a woman?
Yeah, do you have hips like a woman? Do your hips physically move like a woman? Because women and men hips move differently, you know that.
I mean, if I was born a woman, like I said I was, I would literally have a womb, right? And women's hips.
Yeah, you don't. Exactly what she's just said.
Why? You have no idea. You have no idea whether I was born as a boy or a girl, do you?
You look like a bloke. Shush.
There's loads of women who look like blokes. You don't even know how old I am.
You can tell.
You don't even know how old I am.
You look 60, no offense.
Okay, so I look like a 60-year-old man or woman.
How old does he look? There you go. My mates even said you look about 50.
Yeah. I like that you're pronouncing me correctly. That's nice.
Well, anyway, it's a bit of a crackhead, I think.
So now you've used it's because you were upset that the pronouns that you chose, I enjoy.
No, she's just told me to call you an it, so...
Yeah, that's very transphobic, right?
She's transphobic as fuck.
Yeah.
She's more transphobic
Why is
than
it
me.
okay to be transphobic but not racist?
Do what you want. I don't care if you're racist. I have bare racist friends.
So you'd be okay with racist?
As long as you're not racist to someone in their face.
So wait. So you're okay with racists behind closed doors?
So listen. You know people saying the N-word, like white people saying the N-word, yeah? It is racist if you say it to a black person's face. If you say it not to a black person's face, if you say it behind closed doors, I don't really think it's racist because you're not saying it to a black person's face. And plus, I don't even know how it's racist because us white people are the people who came up with it, and us calling them black is apparently racist. But they can call us white. We're not even white. We're peach.
Would you say the M word?
Don't laugh at me. You dumb.
Would you say the M word? Because I'm not black and you're not black. So would you say the M word?
I wouldn't say the N-word, no, because people are going to call me racist for it.
But you just said that it's okay to say it if there's no black people present.
Well, yeah, but
there's no black people present.
I'm not going to say it myself.
Why not?
Because I have black family and they're always round.
But you just said right now that it would be okay to say it if there's no black people around.
Other people, if they feel comfortable saying it.
Okay, but you wouldn't say it. So you're not racist. So you think it's wrong to be racist?
It's wrong and it's not wrong. I really don't care. At the end of the day, it's just a word.
Is it wrong to be racist or isn't it wrong to be racist?
Your opinion.
No,
but
no,
at the end of the day,
I'm asking
the
you.
N-word is just a word.
I'm asking you if it's okay to discriminate against people based on the way they're born.
I swear to God, I'm getting pissed off with this bloke.
Oh, thank you. I like it when you call me my correct pronouns.
What the fuck?
So, in your opinion, is it wrong to discriminate against people based on the way they're born or not?
I can do what I want.
You can do what you want. Yeah, so it's okay to be racist.
If you want to be racist, babes. I ain't gonna discriminate.
Yeah, so if we were walking down the street and someone was murdering a black person with a hammer, you'd just walk past.
It's none of my business, is it?
So you'd just allow someone to murder someone in the street and not do anything about it?
It's none of my business. I was going to say I'll report it, but it's none of my business. I'm not going to go up to the person and be like, no, stop it.
So would you report it?
I will get murdered myself.
Would you call the police?
What do you expect me to do? Go up to the person who's murdering the person and go, stop it, it's wrong.
Would you call the police? Would you call the police?
Stop it. What is that with you getting mad at?
Would you call the police? Would you call the police?
I would call the feds, yeah.
Okay. So you would do something. Also, why are you putting on...
I will not go up to the person and be like, what is that with you getting mad at? Stop it, it's wrong.
Why are you putting on a girly voice?
I really don't know. I always do it.
Do you not think that's misogynist? It implies that women are weak and powerless.
Is he dumb? Is this thing dumb?
I'm just asking questions.
I'm a female myself.
Exactly.
I can do what if I want to put on a higher voice, then I can put on a higher pitched voice.
Can you? But you were mocking me when putting on a girl's voice, right? And I'm a man, so I don't really appreciate you mocking me with a woman's voice.
I'm a man. What are you gonna do about it? Well, one G.
Why are you so hateful?
I'm hateful to anyone. I don't like people.
Why are you so hateful? What made you so hateful? What happened to you that made you so hateful?
My dad. Life.
Yeah. Do you not think that's sad that you're so hateful?
Oh my God, no! I love it.
Yeah.
No.
At the end of the day, right? Does it matter?
It really does.
You
people that you would like that want to hang out with you. So at the end of the day, does it really matter?
Exactly.
Yeah, it does. Of course it does. Because if you're hateful to people in environments where they don't get to decide to spend time with you or not, then you're essentially alienating people.
I'm as hateful as most people out there, and I still got this bitch. This bitch is more hateful than me.
And I get hated, so like
exactly. And she's got bare friends.
Do you not think you should be kind to people?
I'm kind to old people.
I mean,
well,
I think you should be kind
people,
to all people.
Not that one.
I think you should be kind to animals and people.
To be kind to, there's a difference.
Exactly. We're kind to people who we want to be kind to. If someone's trying to beef me, I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, hey, you look so cute. I'm like, oh you slag, what the fuck are you looking at?
I mean, I do. I kill them with kindness sometimes.
Yeah, you do. You say, you're a rat. Oh my god, thank you so much.
I mean, so far you've been hateful towards, people of different races and trans people.
How am I being hateful to people with different races?
Because you said it's okay to be racist multiple times.
I've never said it was okay. I said it was up to you.
No, you said in your opinion there are lots of things that most people would consider racist that you're okay with.
This person's putting words in my mouth.
I'm really not.
This thing is putting words in my mouth.
At the end of the day, right, you can be who you want to be.
Apparently we can't. Apparently we can't.
Shut your mouth. She's trying to speak.
No, but
who you want to be, right? If you really care that much about what someone else thinks, then you really need to think where you are in the world.
I don't.
Because at this
I
day
don't.
and age,
Right?
you
I
cannot-
don't.
Hold on.
Don't interrupt her. Don't interrupt her.
In this day and age, you cannot wander around the streets and be worried about what other people think of you. You just have to rock that shit and do what you do.
Exactly. Thank you.
So if I was a man or if I was a woman, whichever I am, I should just go into the toilets that I want, and I should tell people I'm the gender that I am.
Nah. If you are a man, you go into the men's bathroom.
Right?
So, well, no, I think I should just go into the toilet I want and rock it, right, and not be concerned
This
about what people
person's
think.
dumb. Nah. You cannot
No,
go into other people's bathrooms.
Don't interrupt me. I listened to your friend. I listened to your friend.
Shut your mouth.
No, I listened to your friend. It's my turn now. I listened to your friend, right? So your friend said that in this day and age, I shouldn't care what other people think, right? I should just do what I want and just rock my thing.
Yeah, but
right?
going to the toilet is different.
So I, as a trans woman, a real woman, right, should just go into the women's toilets, right, and do whatever I want and not worry about what people think. Thanks for the advice, team. I think I just upset someone. Hello. How you guys doing? You're muted, so I can't hear you. But you have a cool t-shirt and a cool painting on your wall. I think I might have made someone more transphobic.
Fuck off. Ew.
Ew. I wonder if I'm ever going to get to talk to people about animals. I wonder if that's ever going to... You know what? Let's stop with Britain. I think we need to go somewhere else. I think we need to try a different place. Let's try Canada. My friend wrote to me. I've commented, not even mentioned veganism. Hello. How you doing?
Are you live?
I am live.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
How much hate have you had today?
Quite a bit.
Do you want some more?
I mean, you could not.
Fabulous. There we go. It's that simple. I won't.
Okay.
I hope you have a lovely day.
Can I ask you some questions?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can. Feel free.
Were you actually going to give me hate, or is this just a sarcastic question?
I mean, I don't personally support, but it's also not my problem.
Okay. So if I
I don't go out hating on people for no reason. Like it was a bit of a sarky comment.
But would you support trans people in your own life if they wanted to be trans?
I have had transgender. I was about to say girlfriend. I have had a transgender partner before. But it's not my preference.
Okay.
I was raised in a very I was raised in that sort of household.
What, a trans household?
My brother is very, very gay.
Oh. Okay.
Very, 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 very gay.
Can I ask you some questions on a completely different subject?
Absolutely.
What do you think about animals?
Animals, I have over 40 pets.
40?
40.
Are they mice? Like rats?
No, I have 16 ferrets, 4 dogs, 3 rabbits, 5 tortoises, 4 guinea pigs, 4 rats, 4 birds. There's fish tanks all over the house. I've got a gecko. Like, I live in 64 Zoo Lane.
Wow, that's a lot of animals.
Aye, it is.
Would you say you're a lover of animals?
I mean, they're all right. They fucking stink.
Fair.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't harm any of your own animals.
No, absolutely not.
All right. Can I ask you a funny question?
Absolutely.
Are you a vegetarian?
I'm not a vegetarian.
Is it not weird?
I am, however, Jewish. I don't eat bacon. Okay. Well, pork in general, not just bacon.
But is it not weird that like we love some animals and look after them and care for them, like, you know, members of our family, and other ones we eat?
I do not believe so. No.
Why not?
Well, because they were put here for a reason, weren't they? Like you see animals eating animals. I don't believe that we should necessarily digress from that due to evolution. Just because some people decide to be vegan, that's your choice. I can completely agree. If you want to be vegan, be vegan. If you're trying to push it in my face and you're trying to make me vegan, I'm sorry, I will spin your fucking jaw.
Wait. So you mentioned a few points. Firstly, you talked about sort of evolution and animals still eating animals, right? Absolutely. We're not animals, right? We don't base our behavior off animals. Wait. Animals don't have, you know, pets. Animals don't have laws. Animals don't, you know, not kill each other, not rape each other. We do. Secondly, you mentioned put here for a purpose, right? Like, there's loads of animals on this planet that we could use and abuse, and we've realized that we shouldn't. Right, so why is it we've decided not to abuse certain animals, but we still abuse others? And lastly, when you say forcing it down our throats, right? I can't make you be vegan. I can have a conversation with you about veganism. I can't change your actions, right? Yeah. But you have a choice, right? Animals don't. The only people forcing their position on anyone here is people who pay for animals to be killed, which is, you know, forcing those animals to die, right? I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, whereas you actively are. So I think it's a bit trite.
I understand your point. I'm not actively forcing animals to die.
You're financially incentivizing a world where they do die, though, right?
I'm not You could say I'm financially incentivizing it, but at the same time, I like fucking chicken.
Yeah, but that still means you're financially incentivizing a world where chickens are murdered, right?
But I like eating chicken.
Exactly, right? But that you are still financially incentivizing a world where chickens die, right?
Absolutely, because is the chicken going to tell me not to kill it?
But that doesn't matter, right? Like
I'm not killing the chicken. I don't have any involvement with the slaughter of these animals. I don't have to see it before it's dead.
That's not the point.
So it doesn't affect me in any way on a personal level.
But we're not talking about the effect on you, right? We're talking about the effect on the animal, right? The victim, right? We're not talking about you, right? And when you say...
turning an animal into a victim, straight away there, you've lost us.
Why?
Because, no.
Why are they not a victim?
When you're saying the animal's a victim, that's it.
What else would you how else would you consider them? Like they're a living being who were killed, right?
Not for long. It's not living for long, is it?
But they're killed.
They are.
So they're the victim of being killed, right?
Okay.
So they are a victim, right?
Using the word victim is very different. I don't personally currently have another word for it because I don't sit on OMI TV.
We have perpetrator and victim. They're the two words. The perpetrator does an action. The victim has an action done to them. Those are the words we use when we're talking about an action, right? If I was to punch you, I would be the perpetrator and you would be the victim of being punched, right?
If you could land a punch, absolutely.
No, that's not how it works, right? In the hypothetical situation of you being punched.
In a hypothetical situation, absolutely.
Okay. Because So the point is, they are the victim, right, of you choosing to buy their flesh.
In your opinion.
No. As a matter of fact.
This is your opinion.
No, it's not. If you pay for an animal to die, right?
I didn't pay for the animal to die. I paid to eat the animal.
Because that's not how it works, right? We don't apply that to.
I went into the shop and I purchased the animal to eat as food.
We don't apply.
How long have humans been eating animals? Absolutely, but at the same time, every time I'm trying to get a point across, you are also interrupting me. There is certain levels of respect to everything.
So I interrupt when you make a point that is untrue, right? Because I don't want you to go from. I don't want you to go from point to point.
Straight away, I don't agree with that bit, because interrupting someone in the first place, I just don't agree with it personally.
Can I make my point?
But if you're going to sit and interrupt me, I will happily sit and I will talk over you, no matter what, you transgender fucking faggot.
Wonderful. Hey, Jiminy. Welcome to the working week. Hello.
Kanto. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
No English. Farsi, Pashto.
I'm gonna get my rice out of the rice cooker. I don't know why that one upset me. I think it's because he wouldn't even agree that chickens are a victim of his actions. I think that's why it upset me. Like, that he was that in denial of reality that he wasn't even allowing language. Like, the language we use when we talk about actions, right? And then people resort to, like, transphobia when they get all riled up. I don't know, dude. One of these days, I'm just gonna kill myself live on stream. It's gonna be real sad. Hopefully, you guys will start doing activism. No, that's a nasty thing to say. I don't mean that. I don't know. I'm sick of doing this. So sick of doing this. So sick of having to fight constantly. I'm never gonna stop. Probably. But I'm so sick of just fighting. Right then, where's me dinny dins? I think the reason I'm upset is because with conversations like that, I feel like I've failed. I feel like I didn't do well enough. I feel like that guy could have maybe been reached, and I didn't do well enough to reach him. And because I didn't do well enough to reach him, he's now more anti-vegan than he was, and more transphobic than he was. And I know that's not true, and I know I would tell everybody. Who said that the reason they didn't want to do activism is because, you know, they worry that they're going to upset people and make people more transphobic than they already are. I know I would tell them they're wrong. I know I would tell them 1,000,000 times over that they're wrong. But I don't know. Sometimes I worry. I'm causing more harm. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. Just a bit miserable. I'm just a bit miserable, eh? It's just non-stop abuse. It's just continuous abuse. Forever. And ever. It'll never stop. It'll just keep going. And you don't get anywhere. You can't do anything. You can't even have conversations. People get so fucking angry. They get so fucking angry. These people who are screaming about fucking trans fucking prefixes. They're screaming about cis prefixes. They're screaming. They're just fucking screaming. Constantly. They're just so angry and so hateful. I don't get it. I don't understand it. This idea that, like, they hate trans people so much they won't even share the word women. They won't even share the word fucking women. They're like, no! don't care about toilets. I'm not even going to share your existence. I don't know. I don't know. Just sick. Just sick. I don't know the cure. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix what's happening. I don't know how to make it better. I don't know how to interact with these people. They're the most hateful people. The most hateful. There's these people for this organization called Vegan Support the Farmers, and they say, hey Jess, we're not sure if you're ready. We don't know if you can interact with farmers because they're the hardest people to reach. They're the hardest people to reach. Motherfucker. You have no idea. You have no idea the people who I attempt to have conversations with. In situations where there are zero repercussions for the fucking awful shit they want to say. And there is nothing holding them back. And they are entirely at their safest. I have conversations with them. I swear to God, if anyone ever fucking says to me that they don't think I'm ready to have a conversation, if they don't think I am capable of having difficult conversations, ugh, I feel like I fucking self-immolate. The abuse! Let's fucking go again. Let's fucking go again. Oh! My dinner. Have my vegan fucking mayonnaise on my fucking dinner. Who's pinging me? Hey, it's fucking Canada time. Hello.
Hi, I love your makeup.
Thank you.
Am I on your stream?
You are on my stream.
Hi guys.
That's 11 people watching.
Oh, well, tell all of them to keep watching because you seem cool.
Can I ask you some questions?
You can ask me some questions. Go for it.
What do you think about animals?
I think they're really nice. I've got 2 rabbits, so yeah.
Can I ask you a really, really weird question?
Go for it.
If you were in a restaurant,
would
you eat rabbit stew?
No.
No.
I don't eat rabbits, I don't eat ducks, and I don't eat lamb.
Some people do, right?
They do, but I can't. Like, I've got 2 cute little, like, furballs at home, and I can't. They're just... I love them.
But what makes them any different to, like, a cow?
I mean, I quite like cows, so I try not to eat them too much, but cows are tasty. That's the problem. And I'm sure a rabbit is tasty too,
Exactly,
but
right? So a rabbit.
I don't have cows walking around the garden, so...
Do you think it's weird that just because you've experienced, like, an intimate relationship with a rabbit, you won't eat rabbits, but because you haven't experienced a relationship with a cow, a similar relationship with a cow, you still will eat cows?
I do think that is weird, but also I don't blame myself because I've grown up eating cows after I haven't grown up eating rabbits. That makes sense.
I'm not blaming. I hope you don't feel like I'm blaming you.
No. Wait, I do have. Hang on, that was a cow. I went to Switzerland when I was like 6, yeah, and I was feeding a cow out of a milk bottle, and then it jacked me really violently in the ribs, and I still have trauma to that. So
cows
they are really cute though.
They're big animals, you know. I
Yeah.
don't eat cows, but I was in a field with a bunch of cows the other day. Like I decided to go into a field with a bunch of cows, and I kept my distance, right? I was there to see them, but I just sort of stood and waited to see if any of them wanted to see me. And then after a while of realizing that they were interested in me, but they didn't want to come over, I left. They're big animals.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should eat them. I think I would hope that having never had a relationship with me, people would treat me the same as any other human without needing to have a relationship with me,
Yeah. Perchance, is you vegan?
I is vegan. But I wasn't always vegan. I wasn't raised vegan.
Yeah. I don't know. I did try, like, vegetarian for a bit, but I don't think I could ever really commit to being vegan.
Why not?
But why not? I don't know. I feel like maybe if I tried, I probably could, but I also don't really want to try, so.
Do you not think the animals would like you to try though, right? Because I know it's not convenient for you, right? And I know it's tasty,
Yeah.
and I know all these things are like, not great life decisions for you, right? They might be, but I'm not going to tell you they are. But the reason we do it is for the animals, right? The reason you don't eat the reason you don't eat rabbit is because you wouldn't want your rabbits to be eaten, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm not. I can agree with being vegetarian. I think that that's like the right thing to do, or like not eating like cows because of methane and stuff. But I think the problem I would have was like if it was like extracted badly. Like if a chicken is being like living in a tiny square, like that's why we buy organic eggs. Because chickens living in a tiny square, it's not good for them, it's not good for their mental health. But obviously if you get like fresh eggs from free roaming chickens, I'm okay with that because they're having a life.
So,
like,
are you aware of what happens in the dairy and egg industry, like prior to eggs being taken from chickens? Because like most people think that veganism is extreme.
No, that's what I mean. I'm not. That's why, like, my family personally, we don't get like we get free roaming chickens for our eggs because we don't agree with the way like
No, but
chickens are being treated and stored.
So no, but what my point is that some people think that like chickens, well, actually most people think that chickens that just exist like a free roaming life in like a backyard environment are like perfectly ethically okay, right? But
Well, yeah, I think it is.
what people don't realize is prior to those chickens being created, right, to those chickens existing, they had to breed chickens, right?
Yeah.
And in order to breed chickens, they take a chicken and they artificially inseminate them, which is really cruel to the chicken. But then they also create two different types of chicken, right? Because there's boy chickens and there's girl chickens, right?
Yeah.
But boy chickens don't lay eggs, right? And because there's a meat chicken and an egg-laying chicken, those boy chickens aren't used for meat either because it's inefficient to use them for meat. So they blend those boys alive, right? So they take baby chickens that are 1 day old and they
So
feed them
mean.
into a blender, right?
I don't think it's quite done like that.
No, it is.
I think they.
If you scan this QR code, if you want to fact check me, there's a QR code where you can see chickens being blended alive. I promise you, they blend baby chicks alive. I'm not lying to you. And this isn't like the extreme version. This is standard industry practice, right?
Okay.
We blend
I mean, personally,
7 billion chickens alive every year. That's 227 chickens per second, right? We blend a shit ton of chickens. And that's the egg
that is a lot of
industry.
chickens.
It's a ridiculous amount of chickens, right?
Yeah.
And the only reason we do that is because they were born as boys.
Yeah. What gender are you, perchance?
I was born a boy.
No, but like, what gender are you now?
I'm trans. I'm non-binary, maybe, or a girl. I'm not sure.
Okay.
So I'm not a boy anymore.
Wait, your name is Jess.
Yep.
That's crazy because my girlfriend is called Jess, but with 2 S's.
Ah. I have a lot of friends called Jess with 2 S's, but my name when I was a little boy was Jester, and a lot of people called me Jess because my name was Jester. That's why I look like a clown. So I like Jess with 1 S because it reminds me of when I was a little boy called Jester.
Yeah. Can I have an outfit tour, perchance?
Oh, it's cold in my house, so I'm wearing a dressing gown.
Oh, fair enough. I'm in pajamas in bed. So.
But I was wearing a very silly outfit.
Oh, it's actually quite cute though.
Yeah, well, you have to make cute thumbnails, otherwise people don't click on videos. So.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so sorry to be all business-like and annoying, but yeah, so people think that like veganism is extreme because like people think that like dairy and eggs is like ethical.
No, I've got vegan friends.
But like the reason we're vegan instead of vegetarian is because unfortunately the egg and dairy industry still kill animals. Like, both of them kill the boys. Yeah. The dairy industry also kills the boys. You know.
Let's be a man. Good thing I'm a woman.
Well, they abuse the women. It's probably worse to be a woman because egg-laying hens used to lay 12 eggs a year. They now lay more than 300 eggs a year. Right? And they literally lay so many eggs that they die really young because their body just cannot sustain the amount of eggs they lay. Right? They literally lay themselves to death. It's really grim.
Actually, like, when you're passionate in something, you should actually be a teacher. Like, you could do like a whole little chicken school thing.
That's what I do.
Actually, why are you like teaching me more than my teachers teach me? Because that's actually bonkers.
Well, we don't learn about eggs and dairy and the meat industry because the people who run the world, to some extent, do so being paid by industries, right? And one of the largest industries on the planet is food, right? Meat, eggs, dairy is all food. So these industries that make a lot of money lobby, politicians not to educate people about this, right?
Yeah. When's your birthday?
12th of June.
Okay. Wait 1 minute. You're welcome in advance.
What? Oh shit, 14th of June. I don't know why I said 12th. I'm dyslexic.
Oh.
I meant 14th
oh my
of
God,
June.
Same.
No.
Okay, wait, hang on. Can you change it? Oh no, you can't. Wait, I'm just gonna. Wait, that's actually crazy because my mum's born on the 12th of June, so you guys are like 2 days apart, but just a lot of years apart.
Probably not that many years apart. I bet your mum's probably 40, 50.
Oh yeah, 57.
Oh, okay. A lot years apart then. I presumed she was younger.
No,
33.
I was a late child.
Yeah, evidently, yeah. Not that that's a bad thing, but.
No.
But so you said earlier you don't think you could ever be vegan, right?
No, I don't think it's for me.
Well,
I believe like
the thing is, it's not about whether it's a few, right? Like we don't go vegan for us, right? We don't go vegan because we stop liking meat, right? We don't go vegan because we stop liking eggs. We go vegan because we realize that animals.
I think you need to understand though, like I'm a very sporty person. Like I do like 10 hours of sport a week-ish.
Okay.
Maybe more, maybe less. And I don't think my body could physically like sustain me. Ultra, what does that say? Ultra
trail. Yeah. So you said you do 10 hours of exercise a week?
Yeah.
This is
like
the race I ran. I can't show you it because I'll get banned, right? But I ran an ultra marathon on the 6th of July where I ran for 8 hours and 2 minutes. So I did more exercise in one day than perhaps you did in a week. Right? I ran for 8 hours straight, right? And I ran 54 kilometers. That's 34 miles.
That's really impressive, but you're also older than me.
No. The point is I did that on a vegan diet, right?
Good for you. I fully congratulate you, but I'm also a child, and if I want to make that decision for my body in the future, then I will. But I am a child, and I don't want to do that, and I also don't think my body could like sustain me if I went like vegan immediately. Like I'd probably have to ease myself into it over a period of time. Also, my dad would not support me.
Well, those are lots of different reasons, right? Your dad not supporting you is a harder one than all the other ones, but the other ones you could sustain it. You would be perfectly healthy, right? And you say that it's your choice to make, and I can't make you make any choices, right? I have no agency over you, right? Right? But when you choose to buy an animal product, right, you pay for a creature's life, right? You assert your position onto them, right? So I have no ability to force you to do anything, right? But those animals have no choice. The only person who has a choice whether or not they die is you. Right? And if you choose to buy a chicken, you choose to buy some lamb.
Hang on. I don't choose to kill a chicken, and I also don't buy chicken. I eat what my mother makes me.
Okay.
Because
but when you're out with your friends, right?
Yeah, when I'm out with my friends, I never get meat because I just don't enjoy it. I'm very like specific about it, and I would rather get something vegetarian.
Okay.
Like if we're going out for sushi, I don't have fish because I simply just don't like it.
Okay.
I will say though, I do quite enjoy a fresh mackerel because me and my father went fishing. Sorry, going on a little story time. Went fishing and I caught 3 fish on the same hook. Then we had them for dinner. It was actually really nice.
Fishing's
But
a
then,
blood
hang
sport,
on.
right?
Huh?
Fishing's a blood sport, right?
A what?
Blood sport.
Blood sports?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sports where we
basically.
kill animals
But
are called blood sports, right?
no. Yeah, hang on. No. See, that's the thing. Like, as a family, we don't really, very occasionally, we, like, if we have fish, we're catching it ourselves because they've lived their lives with other fish in the sea and, like, they've enjoyed their life and stuff.
But that would
So,
be like making the argument that your bunny rabbits have had a wonderful life, right? They've had a really nice life with
they
your
have.
family.
They've
So
had a
now
really
it's
wonderful
okay
life.
for us to kill them.
Well, no, because the fish don't have friends.
You just
No
said they
offense
did.
to the fish.
You just said they lived their
Well,
life with their friends.
yeah, with their friends, but they don't have actual connection.
How do you know?
They're a bit thick fish, aren't they?
So
How
are
do I know?
rabbits. So are rabbits.
Rabbits
You
aren't thick.
grant
They're
this
like,
consideration to rabbits that you don't give to fish, and also like, you know, you don't need to kill any of these animals, right? You don't need to kill any of them.
no, you don't.
But
Oh
so
my god, wait, have you tried crickets? Wait, unrelated, hang on, sorry to interrupt
we
you.
don't need to kill
But oh
insects
my
either.
god. No, because insects are actually so much more sustainable. Because
They're less
like
sustainable than plants. Plants are always more sustainable than any animal.
yeah, but I think you might actually be wrong because I think we're killing so many plants that plants are becoming less sustainable.
Nope.
Rather, if you take any bug in the world, if you take 5 animals in the entire world,
not
one
true.
of them will be a bug. So
That's not.
bugs are actually so sustainable.
They're not. They're not because of the way energy conversion works. Any creature that has to consume matter in order to survive is inherently inefficient, right? So plants are.
So we're inefficient, so I should kill myself.
No. Eating humans would be inefficient, right? So we farm animals
Right.
in order to eat animals, right? So we on our planet, right? We farm a
Yeah.
lot of crops, right? And then those
Yeah.
crops, about 60% of those crops, I think it's more than 60% actually, we then feed to livestock, and then people eat those animals, right? So it's actually it's inefficient. It's an inefficient use of carbs and protein to feed that food to an animal and then eat the animal, right?
Okay.
So crickets is exactly the same, right? The reason that animals live such short lives, so chickens live 35 days before they're killed for meat, is because the shorter the life, the less food we need to feed them while they're alive, right? Because by having an animal alive, you have to keep feeding them, and thus you waste food, right? So it's the same with crickets, right? But except instead of 35 days, it's a matter of, like 1 or 2 or 3 days, right? But it's still less efficient to feed them food and then eat them than it is just to eat the food. And that becomes even more like obvious when we look at things like lab grown meat, right? Because, well, not lab grown meat, but like plant based meats, right? Because we give like 80% of all soybeans on the planet are given to cattle, right? But instead of eating cattle that's eating soybeans, we could just eat tofu, which is a product made from soybeans that is really, really protein dense, right?
Have you not like thought though, if you're getting like tons of, would say almonds, I love almonds, but if you're replacing all of your meat, like we've got fresh fish because I live by the sea, so we've got fresh fish, and then we can catch that, and surely that is more like as a whole planet more sustainable than flying in avocados or
So
don't
we
know,
don't fly in
almond
avocados. In the UK, if you eat avocados, they come
we
from
do.
Spain. No, they don't. If we eat avocados in the UK, they come from Spain on a boat, right? But you don't
Yeah,
have to eat
that's still not
avocados to be
sustainable.
a vegan, right? I don't eat avocados, right? But it's not more sustainable to kill a fish than it is just to eat vegetables.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
100% more sustainable to go out on your kayak, go catch a fish and have that for dinner.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Because that's not how it works, right? The amount of emissions that come from livestock have nothing to do with transport. Transport makes up a tiny fraction of the amount of emissions that come from livestock. Right? If you look at the amount of emissions that come from the transport of beef, right? It's like 9%, right? And 91% of it.
I'm talking about fresh fish from the sea.
It's the same with fish, right? Like our oceans are one of the largest storage of CO2 on the planet, right? They're significantly more like important than like the Amazon rainforest, for example, right? And when you kill fish, right, you damage that, right? So you actively damage our planet's ability to like process
Arguably though, if we're transporting loads of things, if I'm just going like 10 minutes down the road, catching a fish and coming back up, hang on, don't speak. Wait. Surely then that, because there's methane trapped in the ice in the Arctic. And if boats keep going, hang on, hear me out. If boats keep going backwards and forwards and planes are flying and everything, that's never going to stop. We live in a modern world. But if we keep importing and exporting everything, then all that methane is going to melt and we're going to have an even hotter climate.
It's not true. It's just not true.
It is true.
No, it's not.
It is true.
It's not true.
There's methane trapped in the ice.
No, that bit's true. But transporting animals, right? Transporting food, transporting like vegetables, is infinitely like better for the environment than eating animals. Eating animals is really bad, right? It is the largest contributor. The single best thing you can do to reduce your effect on climate change is to go vegan, right? The single most. You will reduce your emissions by 33%.
Yeah. Okay, the single most. And what about if I physically just don't want to go vegan?
Well, it's not just the environment, right? It's also the animals, right? You actively save more animals if you don't eat them, right? It's also like the food economics, right? On this planet, we have people starving to death, right? And part of the reason we have people starving to death is because we are feeding food to livestock, right? So other people don't have enough food to live. Right? If we didn't feed cows 60-something% of all of our like sort of plants produced on the planet, we would have more food. We would have enough food to feed everybody. Right? We wouldn't have anybody starving to death. We would solve like food like shortages on the planet just by going vegan. Right? We also save the animals. We also worry like it's cheaper. Yeah. It's better for your health. It's better for the animals. It's better for the climate. There is literally nothing about veganism that's worse for you except your convenience and your tradition. That's the only things. But I don't think convenience and tradition.
When you say it's better for your health, I've already had like enough struggle with like food, but if I went vegan, I think that would just make me struggle even more.
No, you're a person with boobs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so your leading cause of death is breast cancer, right?
Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
no.
If I've already had problem consuming food, why would I want to restrict what I can consume to make it harder for myself?
You're not restricting what you can eat, right? You're literally not eating like 6 different products.
I can't eat eggs, can't have yogurt, can't eat cheese.
Do you remember?
I'm not giving up cheese.
Do you remember when
cheese is my favorite
Do you remember when I told you that baby chicks were blended alive?
Okay.
Is that not a reason to not eat eggs?
No.
No, so you're okay with baby chicks being blended alive in their billions?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm okay with it,
if you pay for it, you financially support it, right? If you pay for eggs, then you financially incentivize a world where we blend chicks alive.
Okay.
If you go on this, you can literally see chicks being blended alive, and you pay for that. You actively pay for that.
I don't want to see chicks blended alive.
Well, then don't pay for it.
And it's just horrific.
Well, exactly, but you pay for it. You think it's horrific, but you pay for it.
No, I do think it's horrific, but also I think that like it's even more horrific to have like that you're like telling a child to go watch that. I am
why?
No.
Would you rather let's say hypothetically, right? We were talking. I was let's say hypothetically, I'm talking to a person in I don't know some country that's dropping bombs on your country, right?
Okay,
Would you tell me, right, that it's more irresponsible for me to tell that person who's in a country dropping bombs on you that you're being abused, right? Or that you are being abused, right? Because you're saying that I'm doing harm by telling you about chicks being blended alive, but you're
No, I'm not saying that.
paying
I'm
for those
saying
chicks to be blended alive. You're actively giving money to a system that blends chicks alive.
But I'm not.
No, you
I've
are.
got friends.
You are. If you
No,
buy
I'm not. Hang
eggs,
on.
you are paying for chicks to be blended alive.
Okay, so if I'm not buying eggs, because I've got friends down the road that they have chickens and they lay eggs, okay?
Okay.
Would you be okay with me eating chickens that I have grown in my garden? Not eating the chickens, like eating their eggs.
Well, the eggs come from an industry that blends chicks alive, right? People don't breed their own
No, I'm not
chickens.
talking about an industry. I'm talking about a couple
No,
of chickens that live in my garden.
listen. People buy baby chicks from hatcheries. That's how they get backyard chickens. That's how it works, right? And those chickens only last about 3 or 4 years before they die, right? Because they have so many issues.
Oh no.
Now that is how it works, right? So then they will
Yeah.
buy more girl chicks, right? And every time they buy girl chicks and they don't buy boy chicks, those boy chicks get blended alive. But people don't buy boy chicks because they don't want them. So they pay money to an industry that blends chickens alive, right? So whilst you might not see those chicks being blended alive, if you have backyard chickens in your garden, if you have girl chickens in your garden, right, you have got them by paying for chicks to be blended alive.
Didn't hear any of that. Say again.
If you have girl chickens in your back garden, you have got them by paying for male chicks to be blended alive.
Okay.
Because that's how it works.
That's my choice. At
But
the end of the day,
that
that's
means it's your choice to blend male chicks alive, right? Are you okay with that?
No, I'm not okay with that. But
Then why do you pay for it?
If I'm gonna buy eggs.
Because I'm not trying to tell you what to do, right? I'm not trying to tell you what to do, right? But if
yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not.
you
I'm
are.
literally not. I literally said, "Are you okay with male chicks being blended alive?"
Yes,
And you
I'm
said,
okay.
"No, I'm not." Right?
Yeah.
So are you?
I don't think that it's
do you think
morally
it's wrong?
right.
Okay, then why do you pay for it?
I don't. I pay for my eggs that come from female chickens.
No, because those female
as we-
chicks only exist because the boys have been blended alive.
No.
Yes.
No. A chicken exists because two chickens
No.
have made a chicken.
No, they breed 14.
Yeah.
We on this planet we breed 14 billion chicks every year to produce eggs, right?
Yeah.
7 billion of those chicks are female and 7 billion are male, right? The males get blended alive. So if you pay for a female chick, you pay an industry that blends boys alive. So if you buy a female chicken to have in your back garden, you have paid for a male chick to be blended alive.
Okay. What's your t-shirt made out of?
It's made out of plastic. It's made out of oil.
Okay, oil.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want me to do. Okay, but now you stopped ranting at me because I feel
I'm not ranting
your
at you.
pain. You are though.
I'm not.
Love.
You're
sorry,
telling me that I'm telling you what to do. I'm not. At no point have I told you what to do. At no point have I said you should stop eating animals. I'm asking you, right?
Yes, you have.
I've not. I've literally not.
You've literally not. Well, you literally have, my wolf.
I've not.
Haven't you?
I've said
You
I've said if you don't agree with it, why do you do it? At no point have I ever said you should stop doing it.
Because that's not the part I don't agree with.
Well, no, but that's the point is if
with.
you don't agree with it, but you actively pay for it, then you financially support it, right?
What I don't agree with is wasting product. So, say all these baby chickens, as you've said, are being blended alive. Don't interrupt me. Then, if all those baby chickens they're being blended, what I don't agree with is to do nothing with the product of them being blended. So if that was to just go to waste, then I just wouldn't agree with that. Don't interrupt me. I wouldn't agree with that. I would think that that is morally wrong to waste something's life. But if you're using it to do something, like if say you're using sheep fur to make some socks, I'm perfectly okay with that. The sheep can go grow back its fur.
How do we stop cycles of abuse?
We don't.
We do.
That's
No.
why we've got
How do you
wars.
stop a cycle of abuse? If a creature is being
We don't.
abused, how do you stop that creature being abused? You say you don't like waste, right? But if you pay a man who abuses an animal, he will continue to abuse an animal. Right? If you were being murdered, if you were being raped, right? You wouldn't care about what was being done with your body. Right? You would care about someone stopping it being done to you. This idea that you're more upset by the waste of a product than by the abuse of a creature is just an excuse to keep doing it. It's an excuse not to stop perpetuating the cycle of abuse.
So if it is an excuse, then why would I personally stop? Because I know you've gone through all of this, but it's not good for my body.
Why is it not good for your body?
Because I would dislike it, and
that has nothing to do with your body, right? Like, you would be healthier. You might not like the taste as much, but that doesn't make it not good for your body. Right? There is a difference between your health and your enjoyment.
So if I just want to sit down and enjoy a block of cheese, I'm half French, say, yeah. I just want to sit down, have some cheese, you know.
But that means you're paying for dairy cows to be sexually violated and male calves to be murdered, right?
They're
are you
not
okay?
Being sexually
They are.
violated.
They are. Do you know how cows impregnate? Do you know how dairy farmers impregnate cows?
No, and I don't really care, to be honest.
Well,
I like
do
cheese,
you not
and
care?
that's the end of it.
So if
No, I don't.
If cows were being sexually violated, would you just not care?
Well, no.
Well, if you don't care about cows being sexually violated, there's no point in us having this conversation. Please continue to pay for cows to be sexually violated. Have a nice evening. Oh, everyone just seems like a waste of time this evening. I don't think it used to be this hard for me to have fucking vegan conversations. Like, why is it so hard? Like, why am I just getting arseholes today? Hello. Are you vaping?
I bet you guys skipped all the time in it.
It is what it is.
You a guy?
I don't know. Do you think I'm a guy?
Yeah.
Am I a manly man with my pigtails and my makeup?
You dickhead, bro.
Why are you so rude?
What's that thing in the mirror?
Why are you so rude? No?
You dickhead.
Why are you so rude? Hello?
كس امك يا خنيث. Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. What do you think about animals?
Nice boy.
Do you think I'm a manly man with my pigtails and my makeup?
Yes.
Yeah.
Show me your ass.
No, I won't.
والله انت مرة يا اخي اقسم انك خنيث تدري؟
Can you show me you being a decent, civilized human being?
My dick?
No. Decent, decent, civil human being.
ابوك الشمال يا كلب. ابوك الشمال يا كلب. لا ابوك الشمال يا كلب. ابوك الشمال يا كلب. اقلقت. قاعد تزرق وش في طيزك انت تعال.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I fucking hate this shit. Oh, it's a fucking... What is it? I don't know. Mariana Cross. We go down just like Holy Mary. Hello. Mariana Cross. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
What do you think about animals?
Are you gay?
I am not gay.
Oh, okay. I like animals.
Do you like all animals or just some animals?
Some animals.
Yeah? Why do you only say some?
I don't know, I like all animals.
Okay. Are you vegetarian?
Is this like an animal cruelty test?
It is like a animal rights exam. Are you a vegetarian?
No.
No. So you eat some animals.
Are you gay?
Nope. Not gay.
Bisexual?
Lesbian.
Nice.
You go down just like Holy Mary, Mariana, Mariana Cross. Hello. Could have put something more interesting in my food, I think. Maybe I should have done. Should probably throw this shit away.
Funny.
Why are you being so rude?
Funny.
Why are you being so rude?
I'm not playing with you again now, Jake.
Yeah, because you got shat on.
Why are you being so rude? Jesus Christ. Mariana, Mariana Cross. Hello? Your beauty never ever scares me, Mariana. Mariana Cross. Hello? Oh. Hello? Ugh, I want to fucking end myself. Hello?
Hello.
How you doing?
Diddy.
Goody?
Where are you?
I am making food in my kitchen. I'll be back in like a minute.
Oh, boy, I already love you.
Yeah? That's kind of weird.
Sorry.
What do you think about animals?
I love dogs.
Of dogs? What about the rest of the animals?
Aliens.
Say again?
Aliens.
I can't hear you.
Aliens.
Aliens?
Yeah.
What do you think about like cows and pigs and chickens?
They're okay.
Do you eat them?
Yeah. Well,
Is it not weird how we like some animals and then we just murder and eat others?
alright, bro, stop.
Why?
You make me feel weird.
Why?
Bro, I don't know. Am I real?
Do you not think we should maybe not just like murder animals for our pleasure?
Bro, what?
We kill animals for pleasure, right? We eat steak because we like the taste of steak.
Hamster?
We don't murder well, we actually do like lab experiments on hamsters, I think.
What else? Kitty?
Do you think we should kill some animals and like respect others, or do you think we should just respect all animals?
You know what? Yeah, I think we should.
Which one? A or B?
I think we should.
Which
animal?
No. Do you think we should respect all animals, or just, kill some?
Kill some.
Why?
Because it feeds us.
We don't need to eat them though, right? We could eat something else. Could eat plants.
We could eat them.
We could just eat plants instead.
Yeah.
Have you seen what happens to animals in animal agriculture?
What?
Would you like to?
What?
Would you like to?
Yeah.
Have a look.
Am I on? Am I streamed?
You are, yeah.
What's the channel?
I can't tell you that.
Please.
Nope.
Please.
Nope.
Please.
Nope.
Please.
Will you see what happens? Will you have a look at what happens to animals?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you a link.
Are you gonna grab my IP?
Nope.
Okay.
If I do this.
Your live stream. Just doing activism.
That's
what
me.
The fuck? If you like cursed me, am I like a robot or something? What's going on?
I've not cursed you. Why would I have cursed? I'm confused.
I don't know. Something evil.
Right. I put a link in the stream chat, in the little chat.
Just doing activism.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Right. So you kill animals, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I don't kill any animals.
Would you like to?
Nope. I don't pay for animals to die.
Okay.
Do you pay for animals to die?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think you should see what happens to the animals that you pay to die?
Yes.
Well, there you go. There's a link. Go have a look.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I like it here.
Okay.
You are amazing. I like it. Jess.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I need.
What's going on?
I need a spirit to talk to.
You need what?
A spirit.
A spirit. Well, why don't you watch the video and we can talk about spirits? Fuck me, dude. Hello.
Trial.
Hi, boom.
Trial.
Fuck it. Hmm.
What up, dog? Yo.
Hello.
Are you alright, bro?
I'm fine, yeah. How are you?
Yeah. Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
You alright, mate?
Hello.
Are you streaming?
I am.
Really?
Nope.
How many views have you got?
Dunno. Focusing on home TV, not the chat.
I think you should focus on your chat.
Why? Sounds rude.
No, it's not.
It's not rude.
No. They're gonna make or break your career.
Nah, they're just my friends.
So you don't have that many then.
I think I have quite a few.
Yes, doing activism. Oh shit, search him up.
9
she,
people.
sorry.
Got a QR code. Where are you trying my QR code?
Yeah, but it's one of my mates. I need to search it up. He's not with me.
Why does it search up, man?
Because I can't. I'm speaking to
What's his name?
Jess doing activism.
What name? On Twitch, yeah?
Is it on Twitch, mate?
YouTube.
YouTube.
Like, do you spell it out?
JES. It's JES doing activism, all one word.
Yeah. Oh, Kareem.
What?
Kareem.
What?
Let's just hello. Oh.
To listen to myself on your fucking audio. It's kind of grim.
Press on the live bit, Ash.
So, are we gonna have a chat? Or are you guys just gonna talk to
Right,
yourself?
sorry, what do you want to speak about?
Animal rights.
Animal rights?
Yeah. Do you eat animals?
Yeah, mate, I do.
Have you ever considered whether or not you should?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, and I'm not gonna stop.
Why not?
They taste too good.
Yeah, but we don't need to eat them, right? And they are living creatures.
No, I'm not showing my screen.
No, Cream, actually show it.
No, that's me. I know it is.
No, Cream, no, please, mate. Are we gonna have a chat? Are you guys just gonna talk?
Ashton, I'm trying to speak to this person. Can you turn it off?
This is kind of... Yeah, guys. It's kind
I've turned him down.
Based.
Is this what you're going on here for? Just to speak to people about animal rights?
That's why I'm here.
What, are you a vegan then, yeah?
I am a vegan. I wasn't always a vegan, though.
When did you change?
I was 28 years old.
How old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
33.
Right, I've been a vegan for a good few years, huh?
5 years.
Would you ever go back?
No.
Never thought of like a lovely chicken or something.
I would rather be a boy than abuse animals.
Wait, what are you then?
Not a boy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's not abuse. It's not abusing them if they're already dead.
Well, no, but you financially incentivize a world where people kill chickens so that you can eat their corpses, right? Like, that is abuse, right? If I financially incentivized a world where people killed you so that I could eat your corpse, that would be abuse, right?
Yeah, but is that not what they're getting breeded for, so people eat them?
What, it doesn't matter. We used to breed slaves for the purpose of, you know, having people to pick cotton for us. That didn't make it ethical. Right? Just because you breed someone for a purpose, that doesn't make it ethical, right? This dog here, this moron dog who just jumped on my knee, right, has been bred for a purpose, right? But that doesn't make his life ethical, right? If I fucked him, that wouldn't make it ethical.
Well, I don't really know what to say, that's fair.
That's okay. I didn't either. Have you seen what happens to animals in animal agriculture?
No.
So if I told you that the egg industry blended chicks alive at 1 day old, would you believe me?
You don't get a lot of meat out of that, do you?
No, they're egg chicks, so they don't blend them for meat. They blend them because they're a waste product. So they literally
What, so then they just use the eggs?
No, so they blend. The way it works is, in order to get egg-laying chickens, you have to breed chickens, right? So an egg-laying chicken doesn't lay eggs, right? It doesn't lay fertilized eggs, right?
Yeah.
Right. But in order to get those chickens, you have to farm fertilized eggs, right? So they farm 7 billion, well, 14 billion eggs a year to create 14 billion chickens. But 7 billion of those chickens are males. And because they will not grow up fast enough to be used for meat, and they will never lay an egg, they are a waste product. So they are blended and put in the bin. Right?
It's rough, but it's what happens.
Wait, it doesn't have to happen. We could just not eat eggs. You could eat...
I don't eat eggs anyway, I don't like eggs.
But my point is, so that same process is across the entire of animal agriculture, right? The meat industry, the dairy industry, and the egg industry are all equally cruel. And they
Well, so you don't eat chocolate or anything either?
I eat vegan chocolate.
Yeah, but it's not the same, is it, if we're being honest?
No, it is. It is. It's really, really good, and it doesn't...
I swear vegan cheese is awful.
Cathedral City does a vegan cheese that's almost identical to the normal cheese.
Right? So if I had the vegan cheese and the normal cheese in front of me, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
With Cathedral City's cheese, yeah, I don't actually believe you would. I genuinely don't believe. You might know that they taste different, but I don't think you'd be able to work out which was which.
I still feel like I could.
Wait, okay. Can I... So, we're not just...
You get enough protein.
I do, yeah. Can I...
No.
I run ultramarathons, so I get a lot of protein. We have world's strongest men and, like, Olympic weightlifters that are all vegan. Like, this idea that you can't get protein is just not true. Like, it's really easy to get protein from a vegan diet.
Yeah, what do you eat to get protein?
So, if you want to, like, do extreme amounts of, like, bodybuilding, you just drink this vegan protein powder. But if you just...
What is protein powder? Normal protein powder, not vegan?
Yeah, they use milk whey, I think.
Oh, Jesus. Why is it not?
But you can get vegan protein powder. It's really easy to get. But my point is, right, like, when we compare foods, right, when you say like you could probably tell the difference, right, between two cheeses, right?
Yeah.
We're not just comparing two different foods, right? We're comparing a food where no one has been abused, right, and a food where animals have been killed and abused, right?
Yeah.
So like if you say they have to be identical, you give that creature's life 0 value, right? And that creature's life should have some value, right?
Mm.
Right. So I think we should be willing to accept a slightly different taste, right? That can be equally good, but just different, in order to have like those creatures' lives have some value, right?
Right. Yeah. But say I did change my thing to become a vegan, it's not going to change anything in the world, realistically, is it?
No, but you not being like transphobic to me, right, isn't
Yeah.
gonna change the world, right? But
Yeah.
everyone else on this fucking app is. So why have you decided not to be abhorrently cruel to me?
No need for it, really, is there?
Exactly, and there's no need for killing chickens, right? There's like your contribution might only be very small, but it is part of like the world, right? It does do something. If you don't pay for 10 chickens to die every year, then 10 less chickens die every year.
Yeah, but they're still going to die anyway.
No, because the way things work, right? The way it works is as demand comes down, supply comes down, right? We live in a world now where in the UK we have the lowest meat consumption per capita of any time in history, including World War II, right? So people have stopped eating meat in the UK, right? And they are continuing to eat less meat. So because of that, we will breed less and less animals.
Yeah, but the thing is, what are we going to do with all these chickens and pigs and all that, and cows?
We just don't breed them. That's the whole point, is we will breed less of them, so they just won't exist, right?
Yeah, but it's a bit pointless, then, isn't it?
No, it's not. Like, would you if I told you tomorrow, right, that you were going to get dementia, right, and your entire family would have to look after you for the rest of your life, and you would live a miserable life of confusion, of like being bedridden or being like housebound, not really sort of getting any quality of life, right, and struggling with your basic needs, right? Would you choose to live or would you choose to die?
Probably die.
Right. So a life of suffering is not can be worse than just not existing, right?
Yeah.
So these animals live a life of suffering. Their entire existence is suffering.
Yeah, but then they die in the end anyway.
Well, the point is we could never breed them. We could just not breed them into existence, right?
What, so they just go extinct anyway?
Yeah. The breed of chicken we use in the UK for meat, right, is a breed that lives about 35 days before it's harvested, right? 35 days before it's killed. They live very, very, very short, very brutal, and very like unhappy lives. Right? Their body grows from the size of like a small baby, right, a human baby, to the equivalence of an adult tiger in 35 days. Right? You could probably literally see them grow. Right? It's ridiculous. Right? And because their heart can't sustain the amount of blood to pump around their body. Their skeleton can't support the amount of weight. Right? They literally lie on the floor with their legs splayed wide in their own urine, burning from the acid of their own urine. Right? They have horrifically awful lives that are only 35 days long. And then we kill them. We could just not breed these creatures. We breed 73 billion of these creatures every single year. We could just not do that.
Yeah, well, say I stop, like I said before. People are still gonna do it. It's still gonna keep happening, and it's never gonna stop. People are gonna keep it.
It will stop. It will stop. We see with societal change, right, that what happens is there is a thing that is normal for a very long period of time, and then there is a very short period of unrest, right, and then it changes, and it changes really dramatically when it changes. So if we look at like sort of the suffragette movement, right, and women getting the vote, for a very, very long period of time, women did not have any political agency. And then for a very short, very violent period of time, women were doing terrorism basically to try and get the vote. And then it changed. In a matter of decades, it completely flipped and women got the vote. And
yeah, but the thing is with eating meat, it's happened from like forever.
No. Because women not having the vote happened forever, right? And it's the same with slavery, right? Slavery happened for a ridiculous amount of human history, and then there was a very short, brutal period of abolitionists, and then we got rid of slavery, or we got rid of legal slavery, right? And it's the same with children, right? I don't know if I'm sure you are aware. I'm sure you've at some point like Red Dickens or something. But if you go back 100 years, we used to send children into mines. We sent them into mills. We used them literally as like a cheap labor, right? We didn't send them to school. There was no laws about what age you could fuck a child, right? So for like thousands and thousands of years, we gave children zero consideration. And then
but the thing is, in some countries, that's probably still happening.
It is. The emancipation of children hasn't happened
Yeah,
across
so
the
do
entire
you see
planet.
what I mean? It's not gonna stop.
No, but
if stuff like that's still not stopped.
Wait. But we've emancipated children in our country, right?
Yeah.
Right? So our children have gone from one of the least valuable members of society to one of the most protected members of society. And they only did so in about, like a 10 or 30 year period, right? So society changes very quickly when it changes, right? So you don't believe that by going vegan you would make any difference, right?
No, I don't.
But you would, because you would be one of these people, right, who causes that change by leading with your own position, right? Like by being a demand for veganism, you would create a vegan world. And I know you don't believe that, right? But it is true. And if we stand in a room, right, with every single person on the planet, and we say I can't be vegan because none of them will be vegan, and everyone else in the room goes, well, I can't be vegan because they're not going to be vegan, the world will never be vegan, right? But if we each take accountability for our actions and say, you know what, killing chickens is fucking wrong, so I'm not going to do it, then everyone else has no excuse, right?
Yeah, but have you actually influenced anyone else to stop eating meat? Actually.
I have. There was a girl on my stream. There's a 15-year-old girl on my stream about a week and a half ago. And she followed this QR code. And she watched one of the films on there called Dominion. And on that film, there is videos of chicks being blended alive, baby cows being taken away from their mothers and killed. There's all the awful shit that happens in the animal agriculture. And she just started crying. She started crying and screaming, right? Because she was so upset that she was paying for this without realizing, right? And she went vegan like that. She went vegan, you know?
Yeah.
And I've made people cry in the street. I've made people of all ages and all demographics cry and tell me that they realize this is wrong and they don't want to contribute anymore, right? Because it doesn't matter whether or not the world will change, right? But you can change. You're an individual, and if you think something is wrong, I don't think you should contribute to it, right?
Yeah.
Right? If we were in Nazi Germany, right, and I was having this conversation with you about whether or not we should gas brown people, or gay people, or Jewish people, or anyone else who they gassed, I would hope that you would say, you know what, I'm not going to put people on trucks. You wouldn't say, the Nazis are never going to stop, so I'll keep putting them on trucks,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any
difference. No, I understand it, but I couldn't imagine a world where I don't eat meat. I couldn't imagine it.
I would have said the same thing. I literally was a person who loved
genuinely meat. I couldn't. I eat meat every day.
That's okay. Why don't you just try not eating it every day for a month and see what happens?
It'd make me ill.
It wouldn't make. I promise you, it wouldn't make you ill. It'd probably make you healthier. I run ultra marathons, so I can run for 8 hours, which is a ridiculous amount.
Straight?
Straight, yeah, I can run for 8 fucking hours. So I can run 54 kilometers in 8 hours.
Which is in miles?
34 miles. That's a very long way. And it's not flat either. It was 1,200 meters of elevation, right? You're not going to be unhealthy. We have literal world's strongest men and Olympic weightlifters that are vegan.
Yeah, but do you know footballers and all that when they get put on a diet? Would they get put on a meat diet or a vegan diet?
There's a football team called Green Forest Rovers, and they're all vegan.
Yeah, they seem to have bamboo kits and all that. Something like that.
Yeah. There's footballers in the Premiership that are vegan. There's one of the Sheffield Wednesday, who just got promoted to the Premiership. One of their players is vegan. I don't really know football well enough to know any other players that are vegan, but you can. It's weird actually. One of the things I know about, I run ultramarathons. And ultramarathons are anywhere between 43 kilometers and 200 miles, right? You can have a really, really long race. And the majority of the really, really serious ultramarathon runners are vegan. not because they care about animals, but because being vegan reduces the amount of inflammation in your system, because animal products contain things that cause inflammation, right? So if you're going to be an ultramarathon runner and run for 200 miles, which is usually like a number of days in a row, you just can't do it while eating animal products. It'll just cause too much inflammation that'll just destroy your system, right? So there's significant health benefits to being vegan.
How does it destroy your system?
Because the way sort of muscle damage works, the way any sort of exercise works, right, is you inherently damage your muscles, right? And then those muscles will take longer to recover if they become inflamed, right? So animal products in your diet will increase the amount of inflammation in your system by like 30%, or I can't remember the percentage. It's a pretty high percentage, right? So it makes your ability to recover between exercise drastically like worse. You can't recover as well between exercise. But if you're running ultramarathons, you're running every single day, you're exercising every single day, so you don't have time to recover, right? Because you have to keep running, right?
Yeah.
And we see this with like the lady who won the cycling a couple of years ago. She hit it was like the record time for any cycling ever as a woman, even though she was 10 years older than any other competitor, right?
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of health advantages to being vegan, but significantly, the important thing is animals, right? Because it doesn't matter what diet you have. Like, any diet you can probably do okay on, right? You're probably going to be okay on any diet. But if you eat animals, you pay for animals to die, you know?
Yeah, but they're already there, though.
But it doesn't matter.
They're there.
Do you know how supply and demand works?
Yeah.
So if you demand...
So if I buy it,
you're increasing
giving
the
them
demand.
money to do it again.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but...
And if you don't agree with it, then you shouldn't pay for it, right? If I, let's say I didn't agree with, young men on home TV in the UK being exploited, right? Then I shouldn't pay an industry that exploits them, right?
Yeah, but I feel like there's such a big difference between that and between killing animals.
I agree, but the thing is, like, the reason I use humans as examples, right, is because people lack empathy for animals, because we live in a world where abusing animals is normalized, right? You can go to a supermarket and go to an aisle where there are just dead bodies either side of you, right? Like, the abuse of animals has been so societally normalized, right, that it's really hard for you to grasp that it's wrong, right? You go down the street and you see burger adverts with just literal dead bodies between bread, right? That's how normalized it is to kill animals.
Yeah, it's because people enjoy the taste of it.
And that's why people don't think the abuse of animals is that bad, right? But if we literally used to live in a society where people didn't think the abuse of children was bad, right? People used to have 12 children and just hope that 6 of them lived.
Yeah,
and the only reason
some people probably still think that.
They might, yeah, but they're a tiny minority now because society as a whole promotes the idea that children should be looked after, right?
Yeah.
Right, so you have to work hard to decondition yourself from this idea that animals are just there to be abused. Right, and it's why I go out and fucking have these shitty conversations. Because, when I was 28, it took a lot for me to accept that I was doing something wrong. Right?
Yeah.
It took a lot for me to accept that I was paying for something that I didn't agree with. Right? Because I'd say things like, oh yeah, I love animals, but steak's so good. Right? And then I had to grasp this idea that I can't love animals and pay for them to be beheaded. Right?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Ask me whatever you want.
I don't mean this in a rude way, but when did you find out that you were whatever flag that is in the background?
I was trans.
Yeah.
When I was 31. So 2 years ago.
That's quite late, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it was. And the reason it was quite late is because so it's weird. When I was 8 years old, I realised that I wasn't happy as a boy.
How does that come about, though?
So I was.
Do you not think you are what you're born?
No, I don't. So I can I ask you a funny question?
Yeah.
Are you okay with gay? Do you think gay people are okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the ones that like they try and force it in your face. Do you know what I mean? Like they're a bit too, like they're trying to, like I don't mind them. Do you know what I mean? But I don't like being bombarded with it.
Okay, well I'm gonna make you understand that. So you're okay with gay people, but presumably you've never had gay thoughts.
No.
Okay, so you're okay with a group of people who you've never experienced thoughts that would make you understand. You've never had any type of feeling that have made you sort of like realize that gay people are valid, right? You just accept them despite having no understanding, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you reckon that there's something that I've experienced that maybe you have no understanding of?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so when I was an 8-year-old, right, I was already looking at women's fashion magazines, right? And
in what way, like?
I was looking at underwear magazines and wishing I had the underwear. I was looking at dress magazines and wishing I had the dresses. I was looking at shoe magazines and wishing I had the shoes. Right? I was looking at hairstyle magazines and wishing I had the hairstyles. I was looking at all these magazines of things that are stereotypically feminine, right?
Yeah.
And wanting to do them, right? And I looked at my peers at school who were all girls, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them were girls, and I wanted to be them. There was a girl in my year called Jessica, and I really wanted her name, right? You know, and I by the time
is that where the Jess doing activism comes from?
No, I sort of got Jess first because I named myself Jester on the internet, and then it became people called me Jess, and I realized that Jess could be short for Jessica, and I was like, oh, okay, I want to be Jessica. But I did this as like an 11-year-old. I'd realized that that was my name when I was 11 years old, right? But when I was 8, I knew that I wasn't happy. But the thing was, in school, they only taught me about gay people. They didn't teach me about trans people, right? And I was like, well, maybe I'm gay then, because none of this makes sense, but gay people are a bit effeminate, so maybe I'm gay. But the problem was I didn't want to fuck boys, right? And it's real inconvenient to be gay if you don't want to fuck boys, right? So I was like, well, I can't be gay, because I don't want to fuck boys. But I don't want to be a boy either, so what the fuck do I do? And it wasn't until I was about sort of 15, 20 that I realized trans people were existing, right, and what they were. But in the 90s, we weren't very nice to trans people, right? It was real not good to be trans. So I sort of learned that it wasn't good to be trans, because if I was trans, I'd just get abused. So it took me all the way up until 31, being utterly miserable for 31 years, until I basically hit rock bottom, and I was like, well, I either kill myself or I become a girl. But those are my two choices.
That's actually the thoughts that you had.
Yeah, literally. It was either kill myself or become a girl. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going to become a girl. And almost instantly, my life just got so much fucking better. Right? And I got all the abuse that I knew I'd get. Right? I got all the hatred. I got all the abuse. I got people telling me I was a deranged man. I got people telling me they didn't understand. I got people telling me I wasn't a real woman. But none of it mattered. Because for the first time in my life, I was fucking happy.
Yeah. Are you religious?
I'm not religious.
No.
No, I'm not. But
so you don't believe in Jesus, God?
No, I don't. I believe you should be a good person. I believe if you think something's correct, you should do it. I believe we should do unto others as we would do unto ourselves, you know? I believe we should not follow a multitude to do evil. All these great sayings that come out of the Bible. But I don't believe in the Bible.
What does the Bible say about trans
Doesn't say anything.
people?
Doesn't say anything. It says a man should not lie with a man, but I don't know if that means you shouldn't be gay. But I think a lot of people interpret it that way. The Pope has recently said that.
So do you think God when God was creating you, did he expect you to be a man your whole life, or did he expect it to turn out the way it has?
Okay, so I just remembered I didn't answer your first point, but I'll get to that. So you said you don't like gay people who shove it down your throat, right?
Yeah.
Do you realize why if I spent 8 years to 31 years being miserable because I didn't know I was allowed to be this, that I might want to signal to other people that it's okay and it's safe and it's good to be like this?
Yeah, right, but...
Okay, so I'll get to your other question.
There's other ways of showing that than...
I don't think there is. I don't think there is.
No, there is, though. If you have a normal conversation with someone, there's no need for the shoving it in your face bit. Because say now, if me and you were speaking, and you didn't have that makeup on, and you didn't have that flag in the background, but you were telling me about from when you were 8 till 31, it'd still make the same sense to me as it would with you with the makeup on and with the flag in the background.
So, if I wear this and if I wear that,
yeah,
what does that tell you about me?
Well, I didn't know what the flag was until you explained it.
But it tells you I'm proud, right? It tells you I'm not trying to hide that I'm trans, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when I come on here without this painted on my face and without that in the background,
yeah,
do you know what I get?
What?
I get abuse. I get really, really vile abuse, and I get
How,
people.
though?
I get people saying, "I know you're a man. I know you're secretly a man." So I paint this on my face to say that I'm not ashamed, right? This is not a secret. I'm not secretly a man.
Yeah, but
pretending to be a woman.
if you to have normal conversations with people and explain what you've just explained to me, if you had a normal brain, you would understand it. Do you know what I mean?
There is a lot of hateful people on here who you can't even have a conversation with, right? You are the minority, right? And when you said the thing about God,
yeah,
because I don't want to not answer your questions. So there is now growing research that a thing that makes people trans is like a communal, like a common sort of like thing within our brains, right? They've done MRI scans on trans people, and they've found that there's some communality between our brains,
right.
and are dissimilar to like cis people who aren't trans, right? So God gave me my brain, right? He gave me my body and he gave me my brain, right? But he gave me a brain, or she gave me a brain, or whatever God is, that wants me to be a girl, that makes me a girl, right? And I don't think God makes mistakes, you know, right? So you can say, oh, he gave you a dick, so you're definitely a boy. But if he gave me a dick, so I'm a boy, why did he give me a brain that wants to be a woman? You know?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think, you know, I'm just doing what I'm doing. I'm doing what makes me happy, and I'm doing what makes the world a better place.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions?
Ashton.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? You've been hearing what we've been speaking about.
I've been for like the past hour, bro.
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, how much chicken do you get down your throat, you fatty?
Right.
You see, that's the people. You see. So if I can't just have a reasonable conversation and tell people about it, right? Because people are cruel.
Yeah.
You.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
We talked about two things, right? And we talked about the first thing first and the second thing second.
Yeah.
Right, but would you ever consider like trying veganism for like a month and seeing if it makes your life any different?
Maybe.
Because it would make a drastic impact to the animals, right? I know you don't think it would change much, but it really would. Like.
Maybe. Actually, nah, probably not, to be fair.
Why not? Why are you not willing to, like, because you could have Beyond Burgers, right? You could literally have all the things that would make you happy. You wouldn't just have to eat vegetables, right? You can have all, like...
No, but I couldn't, no, because I enjoy meat.
Okay. But
so that just being taken away from me, I couldn't enjoy it.
Can I ask you a funny question?
Yeah.
Does your friend enjoy being homophobic towards me?
Ashton.
Yeah.
He's got a question. Oh, sorry. She's got a question.
He does, right?
Go on, ask him.
Ashton, do you enjoy being homophobic towards me?
What?
Do you enjoy being homophobic towards me?
No, why?
Why do you do it then?
I don't know, I regret it now.
So, you regret it? Well, that's fair.
I'm on Colin and he's also on Amigo.
So, my point I was going to make is, I was pretty sure he was going to say yes, because he was a bit of a dick. But he's apparently not a dick. He's apparently been quite civilized, so that's nice. But the point is, some people do enjoy being homophobic, right? And I don't think that them enjoying being homophobic towards me is justification to do it, right? And I think you would agree with me in that.
Yeah, it's the same with racism though, really, isn't it?
Yeah, right? So why do you not see it the same with your enjoyment of, like, dead animals, right?
It's not the same. It's not.
Well, no, but I'm not saying
the
it's
difference between treating people in the right way, and like it's different. It just is.
I'm not saying it's just as bad, right? But I'm saying it's the same logic, right? I don't think it's okay to say my pleasure is more important than a human being abused. And I also don't think it's okay to say my pleasure is more important than an animal being abused.
Yeah, but in the world now, it's not normalized to be racist or transphobic.
I would say it is normalized to be transphobic. I would say it's very normalized to be transphobic.
Would you?
Yeah, and I would say it's not that. It's not that. I would say it's pretty half and half about racism. But you've chosen not to do either of those things, right?
Yeah.
You don't litter, right?
Yeah, I try not to.
Right. So why is it we live in a world where we see littering as more unacceptable than killing and eating animals?
Right? It is.
I don't think we should. You could literally have tasty food, right? You could have food. You could not have a steak. I agree with you. You couldn't have a steak, right? But we're probably not that far off from lab-grown meat. And I don't miss steak, right?
The day that comes out and it tastes alright, then I'll maybe consider it. But until that does come out, then I don't think I will change.
Have you ever tried plant-based options?
Yeah, I think I actually have before.
Have you had like a Greg's vegan sausage roll?
No, I don't like sausage rolls anyway.
Okay. Have you had like a Greg's vegan pastry?
No.
No? Do you eat pastries from Greg's?
Yeah.
Why don't you try the vegan one? See if it tastes any different, right? And if it doesn't, if it's just as tasty, you can save animals for free. It doesn't cost you anything.
Say I don't like the taste of that, what do I do then? Stay the same.
Well, no. The thing is, it might taste slightly different, right? I would hope it tastes just as good. It might taste slightly different, right? Oh, have we lost? Oh, we're back.
There we go.
That's okay. So it might taste slightly different. It might not taste just as good, right? But I would ask you to make the conscious decision whether or not that difference is worth the animal's life. And the thing is, there's lots of different vegan products that you can try. And the animals would really appreciate it if you tried a bunch of them to see if any of them could be swapped, right? Because there are things that you could eat and you probably wouldn't notice a difference. Right? There's vegan donuts, right? The Krispy Kremes have a vegan range. You could just eat the vegan ones instead, right? Like instead of eggs, you could have tofu, right? There's a bunch of things you could do, right?
Realistically, do you miss meat a bit? Like I can't believe you don't miss it at all.
Can I tell you something really fucked up?
What?
If you forced me to choose between being a boy or eating animals, I would choose to be a boy. Because I genuinely don't think that I should ever do actions that cause suffering to other individuals.
I think they're not individuals, or animals.
No, they are individuals, right? A chicken. No, a dog is an individual. They have an individual experience, right? A chicken is an individual. Right? They're not humans, but they are people and they are individuals.
You're saying you would sacrifice your happiness as a person, as a living human being.
Why do you think I'm here, mate? Do you think I enjoy this?
For
animals. How long do you think I've been streaming?
An hour.
Let me open OBS. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Just to speak to people about animals.
Getting horrific abuse. Because
what have people been saying on there?
I just have, there's a clip of someone on my Instagram of a guy just screaming, "You should kill yourself. You should be dead. You should go in the grave." Right? People constantly say, "Are you gay?" Yes, you are. You're a man. Why are you pretending to be a woman?
Yeah, but do you get offended by getting asked, "Are you gay?"
I sort of do, yeah, but I don't. I mean, I expect it, right? People say that.
Yeah, but are people not just curious? Like, do you know why I ask you questions? Because I don't understand it. Mm-hmm. Is that not the same thing as asking, "Are you gay?"
No, but they don't. So they don't ask it in that way, right? That's not how they ask it. You've been very respectful in the way that you've asked questions, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how Ashton wasn't?
Yeah.
Right. So that's the baseline, right? But there are people who are worse, right? Ashton apologized, which was great, and I'm glad for that. And I don't want to keep harping on about the fact that he was a little bit disrespectful. But most people are like that or much worse. right? And I do this for a lot. I do a shitload of this, right? Because I like to have these conversations with people like you who I genuinely think might actually be convinced to stop paying for animals to be killed, you know? And I think tomorrow I'm going to do this for another 5 hours, right? Because I've got...
What, is this like... Is this what your whole social media platform's about?
That and trans rights, yeah. Trans rights and animal rights.
What is trans rights?
So trans rights is accepting trans people as legitimate, accepting trans women as women, accepting trans men as men, not demonizing us, not...
Like, if you got called a man, would you be, like, really offended?
I wouldn't, because I get called a man on a daily basis, right? But I don't... if I explained to someone that I was a woman, and they continued to do it, then yeah, I wouldn't even be offended, because once you've spent 5 hours on home TV, it's very hard to be offended anymore. But I would think lesser of them, the fact that they refuse to listen to me and just scream like insults at me.
Yeah.
Right? You know, if you tried to have a conversation with them and they just kept screaming the N slur, right, with a hard R in your face and ignoring you and just screaming that at you, how would you feel?
Yeah.
Be fucked, right?
Yeah, I understand it, but would you say transphobic's just as bad as racism?
I don't know. I don't think if you can compare it, right? I think that this idea, right, that we have to realize that transphobia is like a scale, right? Some people are like really transphobic and they go out and murder trans people. Some people are just a little bit transphobic, right? Some people are really racist and they try and genocide the entire black race. You know, Hitler, we love him, right? Some people are just a little bit racist, right? Like,
but
you can't really compare them, right?
Like, transphobic's quite a new thing. Or trans thing, I'd say it's quite a new thing. And racism at the start was obviously a lot worse than it is now. So do you think in a few years people will start to accept?
Oh yeah, of course.
People,
right? Like, I grew up in the 90s where gay people were literally afraid of coming out, right? Elton John was straight in the 90s, right? But like, you know, transphobia hopefully will progress too, right? And then God knows what else will be next. You know, whoever knows what the next thing that we demonize in society will be. But yeah, it will get better. Obviously, it'll get better. But it'll get better through people like me going out and being really like loud, right?
Like, do you think you have to do this?
No, but I think it's better for society that I do. I have a lot of trans friends, and they tell me quite a lot that they're glad I do this because they don't want to do this. They don't want to have these conversations, right? You know, and I don't think they should be expected to have these conversations, but I'm willing to have them, right? And I'm okay having them. I'm okay giving up my life and my comfort to have them because I'm proud of it. I'm proud of trying to make the world a better place.
Do you earn money from doing this?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
So you're doing this like for no pay?
I'm doing it because I want the world to be a better place. I'm doing it because I want people to consider
their actions.
Do you think
you doing this will have an impact on...
It already has. It already has.
In what way?
I've had people write to me and say that they never really understood trans people at all until I was part of their life. And then by being part of their life, they found like a whole new respect for like a group of people who have to deal with really, really serious discrimination on a daily basis, right? I've had people who have literally in their past been transphobic and now, you know, they're really good friends with me, right?
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, like, you know, unfortunately, like, sometimes we have to, like, imagine if you were black in, like, the 60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And segregation had just, like, sort of been removed, right? And you now had to exist in, like, you know, mixed society as a black person, right? You would constantly have to have conversations with people who just knew nothing about black people, right? You know, and you would have to be their educator, and it would be fucking tedious, and it would be fucking exhausting. But they had to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Do you not find it exhausting doing this?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, so why do you do it then?
Because I want the world to be a better place. Because I desperately want for my other siblings and for animals not to have to be abused.
What, are your siblings trans as well?
No, it's a word I use to describe other trans people, right? They're my siblings, right?
like, is there something like I don't understand how you come to that decision that you are trans. Like, I don't get it.
That's okay. So, do you feel that there are negative things that have been put upon, like, right? So it's really weird, right? So it's sort of two different experiences depending on whether you were born a boy or whether you were born a girl, right? So there are a lot of things that you're sort of not allowed to do as a boy, right?
Yeah.
So you're not really allowed to wear silly makeup and like girls' hair and wear dresses, right? It's just kind of banned, right? Right. So to some extent, I'm not actually sure if I wanted to be a girl or if I wanted to do the things that only girls were allowed to do. Right? Ever since I was a tiny boy, I wanted to wear collars. Right? And I used to say to my girlfriend, I had a girlfriend for 12 years. I used to say to her, like, please wear
Yeah,
these.
no. Wait, can I just ask a question about that?
Okay.
How did she feel when this happened?
We're gonna get to that, right?
Right.
So I used to say to her, please wear these clothes. I think they're really pretty. And she used to say to me, I don't want to wear them. If you like them so much, you fucking wear them. And I used to say, I'm not allowed to because I'm a boy, right? Because I genuinely realized I genuinely believed I wasn't allowed to do it because I was a boy, right? And then one day I was like, she left me basically because I kept asking her to do things she didn't want to do. I was a shit person. She left me and she was like, you have problems. Like you need to go and like do whatever you need to do to be happy, right? You need to go and like fix whatever the problem is. And the problem was I wasn't a girl. The problem was I was trying to live my life vicariously through her instead of living my life how I wanted to be.
Yeah, but if you're in a relationship with someone, how can you, like, surely you weren't attracted to her in like, what gender do you like?
So sexuality and identity are separate.
Yeah.
Right. So if you were gay, you're not. But if you were, that would not make you a woman, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Right. So if you're a gay man or a straight man, you're still a man, but you're either gay or straight, right? So
Yeah.
I was a straight man because I liked women, but then I changed my gender, right? I became a woman, but I still liked women. So I went from a straight man to a gay woman, right? To a lesbian.
Right? So you still like women then?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's really, really common that trans women are lesbians. It's like a really high percentage of trans women are lesbians.
Yeah, because I would have thought like, are you a trans woman or a trans man?
So I'm a trans woman. So the way it works is trans is a prefix that goes in front of woman. So I'm a woman and cis women are women, but I'm a trans woman and they're a cis woman.
Right, I would have thought trans women would have been attracted to men.
No, because that is assuming they're all straight, right?
Yeah.
And it sort of makes sense because if you grow up, oh boy, please don't, please be back. So if you grow up sort of fetishizing women, right, because you want to be one, it makes more sense that you would be attracted to them, right? You know?
Yeah.
So it's really common for trans women to be lesbians. I was going to make a point and I've forgotten what it was. Oh, you said about I was telling you a story. So I grew up and I was trying to get my partner to do the things that I wanted to do because I did not realize I was allowed to do them. Right? And then one day I was really, really fucking depressed. And I have, my parents were like, I constantly believed that if I became a woman, my parents would fucking hate me. I thought my parents would be ashamed of me, embarrassed of me, wouldn't understand. Well, I'll get to that. And I was really invested for some reason in my parents being proud of me, even though I was a 31-year-old person, right? And then one day when I was really, really, really depressed and like literally rock bottom, and I really wanted to just probably kill myself, I invited my dad round to my house, and he sat in my living room and just listened to me crying and ignored me and turned the TV up. Because he just didn't want to listen to me. He didn't want to deal with me. He didn't want to do anything. So I literally kicked him out of my house. I was like, look, if you're just going to sit in my house and turn the TV up and ignore me, get the fuck out of my house. Right? And then I rang my mother. I did not have a great relationship with my mother, but I rang her thinking maybe she can do something. And before we even got in the house, she started screaming at me. She started like being really vile to me. So I kicked her out. And in one day, in like literally the space of like 2 hours, I kicked both my parents out of my house. And I realized that I was really invested in these people who I wanted to be proud of me, but they didn't give a fuck about me. Like, they did not care about me at all. And I realized that I'd literally ruined my life by deciding not to be a woman just because I didn't want them to be ashamed of me, right? When they didn't even care. So the next day I came out as a woman. And I was just like, fuck it. I'm just going to do what I need to do to be happy with myself.
So, do you not speak to your parents all then?
I don't speak to my mother. My father occasionally babysits my dog for me. But we have
that's a big thing.
It is, but that's just sort of the basics of being trans, right? Unfortunately, like trans people, it's quite often that they don't have a good relationship with their parents. But I'm 33, you know, I don't need parents. And I would rather be happy with who I am, right? And live a life that's true to me than worry about my parents, right? Because, you know, I could have been raised in a racist household, right? And I could have wanted to marry a black woman, right? And if they'd said, no, you can't marry a black woman, I'm racist, right? We're racist parents, we don't like black women. I also would have told them to fuck off, right?
Yeah.
So this idea that we should always do what our parents want is kind of ridiculous, right? We should do what we need to do to be happy.
Right. Say you're the son. Mm-hmm. When you get with a partner, would you try and influence him to? Because like seeing this from a young age, mm-hmm. like seeing the flags and the makeup and everything, do you not think that would change his views on stuff?
Hang on a minute, right? I grew up in a world where everyone was straight, right? I grew up in a world where all the media was straight and all the people were cis, and I still came out trans.
Yeah, but you didn't want to for a certain amount of years. He could think that in the same way that he thinks has to be in this way, when in reality
that's not how it works. I knew that I wanted to be a girl before anyone had ever have a conversation with me about what being a girl was, right? From the age of 8, I knew, right? And when I was 8 in 1999, right, before the fucking millennium, there were not gay people on the television, right? We did not have men kissing on the television. There were not trans people on the television, right? Like, they didn't exist, right? I didn't know anything about it, right? And the thing is, like, this idea that, like, trans people want, you know, to make other people trans, at no point in this conversation have I ever said, hey, do you want to be a girl? And we've been talking for ages, right?
Yeah.
At no point us having this conversation have you ever thought, I want to be a girl, right?
Yeah.
But if you did feel that, right? If you were trans, right? Yeah, those feelings would happen on their own without me doing anything about it, right? I have gone out into the world like this, right? And about 4 different people now have come up to me and said, hey, Jess, I'm trans, and part of the reason I realized was by seeing you.
Yeah,
right? And I didn't make them trans. I didn't have conversations with them about being trans. At no point did I say, hey, be a woman. They just saw me and realized that they were hiding something in themselves, and I made them feel confident to go out and be that person.
Yeah, but do you remember before when you said you cared until you were whatever age about impressing your parents?
Yeah.
What if your son thought the same way about you, that he would want to impress you in a way that...
People don't need to become women to impress me. You've impressed me. Like, this conversation with you has impressed me, and you're not a woman.
Yeah,
right?
But how would he... You'd have to have a conversation with him about that, I think.
Of course I would, but that's the same way I have to have a conversation with my child. If I ever have a child, I probably won't. But I would have to have a conversation with my child about whether or not he kicks or hits the dog. Right? I'd have to have a conversation with my child about whether or not he calls, people fat. I'd have to have a conversation with my child about lots of things. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to educate children on many things in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And me existing and being a woman is just another thing, right? Like, and they don't have to know any of the intricacies. They just need to know that mummy was born a boy, and now mummy is a mummy, right? Like, and that's fine. And that means if they ever meet a trans person, they'll be like, oh, you're just like my mummy, right? They won't be like, oh, you used to be a boy, right?
Yeah.
But, we don't, this idea that we're trying to recruit people, like, part of the reason that trans people want straight people to, like, care about their views is because we can't recruit. right? We can't make other people trans, right? So we need people who aren't trans to be supportive of us, because trans people are only ever going to be like, 5% of the population, right? We're never going to be a massive part of the population. So we need people to care about us, right? And to like help us protect ourselves, right? Because if you live in a society where you only ever have like 5% of the population, you're always going to be a minority, right? And you're always going to have the majority voting without you, right? And we're just as deserving as rights, even though there's only 5% of us, right?
Okay, but do you know like things like Pride Month, yeah?
Okay.
What's the need for it?
Because I lived in a society where it took me 20 however many years to realize I was a woman. It took me 23 years to realize I was a woman.
Okay, but let's say the people that fought for our country, sacrificed their lives for our country, why don't they get a month?
I mean, I don't really care if they do or not. If people want to organize, Army Month, they can. But I think it's also important to recognize that, most people aren't sat at home like trying to work out whether or not they're a soldier or not, right? But there are a lot of people sat at home trying to work out whether or not they're a girl or not, or whether or not they're gay or not, right? There's a lot of people who grow up in conservative households, right, or religious households who are gay, right, or who are lesbian or who are trans, and they don't know what to do about it. And Pride Month gives them a life raft to like help them, right, to like help them be who they are, right? The reason that the gay movement is so strong and is so supportive is because it's not easy being gay. It's the same reason that like black communities and like Muslim communities and all these other communities that are discriminated against are really tight knit communities, because they need to support each other because they get discriminated against.
Yeah.
There's a girl 2 years ago in February of 2023 called Brianna Jai. I don't know if you remember her.
No.
She's a 15-year-old girl, and she was stabbed to death in Manchester. And she was stabbed to death in Manchester by a group of boys, but I think actually a boy and a girl. They were 15 years old, and they killed her because she was trans. And she passed. She wasn't like me, who went around looking like a fucking clown, right? She just passed as a girl, right? And she did everything that was expected of her to like pass in society, right? And they still killed her, right? So this idea that we're not allowed to be loud and proud, and we should be like quiet and like not offend people, is wrong, right? Because even if we're quiet and we don't offend people, we'll still be killed, right?
Yeah, I don't think you would though.
We do. We get killed, right? There's
Yeah,
been
but
like
everyone gets killed. Straight people get killed. White people get killed.
no.
Black people get killed.
We are a tiny fraction of the population, right? And violence against us is so much larger than our percentage of the population, right? There have been like 3 people killed in bathrooms this year as trans people, right? There have been 3 trans people killed in bathrooms this year, right? It's still not safe for us to use bathrooms. Almost like 50% of the people I speak to on here say if they saw me in a women's bathroom, they would kill me.
Yeah, what bathroom do you use?
I use women's bathrooms.
Would women?
Do you know how many times I've had issues with women's bathrooms in real life?
Yeah, but
no. Guess how many people have ever told me that they have an issue with me in a women's bathroom?
How many?
0. Do you know how many women's bathrooms I've been in?
I'm guessing a lot.
A lot, right? And every single time I go into a women's bathroom, there's a trans woman in there, right? Do you know how many times most women have been in a bathroom with a trans woman? Very little. Very little, because there's not many trans women, right? So I have a shit ton of experience of being in bathrooms and there being no issues.
Do you not think women be intimidated by it though?
Why? I just go in and if you're in the bathroom, right? If you go to the bloke's bathroom, right? And a very, very large man comes in, right? Are you intimidated?
No, because
I was there to piss, right?
Yeah, but I was born the same gender as that person.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The point is you're both there to just have a wee, right? And most bathrooms, I don't know if you, I don't know how often you go in bathrooms, but the majority of the time I go into the bathroom, there's quite a few people in there. Right? There's usually like 3 or 4 people in there. You don't get attacked in public with 3 or 4 people. I appreciate that if I was in the bathroom, right, and there was one other woman in there and it was just me and her, it might be a bit awkward, right? But if I'm in a bathroom and there's just one other person in there and it's like a quiet night, I'm kind of awkward no matter what bathroom I'm in, right? And the thing is, all I do is go in and sit down and wee and leave, right? Like everyone else. It's no different, right? It's just a bathroom, you know? I had someone talk to me the other day. They said you shouldn't talk to kids. Other people are allowed to talk to kids, but trans people shouldn't be allowed to talk to kids. It's this idea that we're somehow threatening, right? I'm just the same as everyone else.
The reason people will be saying that is the influence that trans people could have on kids.
What influence? The influence for a child who might be trans to not have to take 23 years to realise it?
No, it's not that. It's just the fact that if they weren't, kids can be easily influenced.
No, they can't. No,
I think they can.
They can't. I promise you they can't. I promise you. I've spoken to a lot of kids and none of them have decided to become trans. Right? Do you know what they have realised though? Do you know what they have decided? They've decided that trans people are just normal people, and sometimes they dress funny. That you can't make someone trans who isn't trans. The same way you can't make someone cis who isn't cis. If you try and force someone to be cis who isn't, they will eventually just fucking kill themselves. Because there is nothing worse than having to do something you don't want to do. Day in, day out, just for other people.
Yeah. Right, anyway, it's nice having a conversation with you.
Can I ask one request before we go?
Yeah.
If you go on here, there's a bunch of resources. Right?
Yeah.
I know you don't think you could do it, right? But if you think I'm right, and you think that animals deserve any consideration,
yeah,
there are films that show what happened to animals, and there are resources to help you like try substitutions. I'd really appreciate it, and animals would really appreciate it if you had a look.
Right, I'll screenshot that, and I'll have a look.
Thank you. It's been
but yeah, I respect what you're doing. But yeah, I'll have a look.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
That was a long one, eh? That was a very long one. I just kind of didn't want to get abused for a bit, you know, and he seemed quite respectful, so, I don't know, he seemed nice. I suppose I now have like literally however long that video was of every single question anyone ever wants to ask of a trans person. 58 minutes, Jess? Really? 58 minutes? Jesus. I mean, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Was it a worthwhile conversation, Jess? Did I do okay? Did I represent our community well? Did I do good? You think it was good? Well, I'm glad you think it was good. I don't know. I don't know what I think anymore. I'm just fucking swimming, team. Right, we got another 47 minutes of whatever next comes, you know, whatever comes next. Hello.
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
You're so cool.
Thank you. Trying my best.
I like your look.
Thank you.
uh,
Can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you can continue.
Can I ask you what you think of animals?
I love animals.
Yeah? Do you love all animals or just some animals?
All.
All? You vegetarian?
Yeah. No, but
no. So you eat some of them?
Yeah.
Do you think you could love a creature and also eat them?
in my I don't know.
Have you ever thought about this before?
Yes, I have. But yeah,
Have you?
like I could never be a vegetarian. I have to like I'm hungry all the time, so I can't ever be a vegetarian.
Why? I'm hungry all the time. I'm a vegan.
So I could never just eat like salads and stuff.
I don't eat salads. I eat like curries and stews and chilies and pizza and ice cream, and I almost never eat a salad.
Really?
Yeah, you can get vegan pizza, you can get vegan ice cream. Most curries and most chilies are easily made vegan. You can have basically whatever you want and it be vegan, right?
Yeah, but like I like eating burgers and everything.
You can have vegan burgers.
What?
You can have vegan burgers.
Yeah, but yeah, like McDonald's, they're not vegan.
You can get a McPlant, that's vegan.
But it doesn't hit the same, like when it hits and you're like so hungry and you just eat like a chicken burger and it hits.
I don't think it does. And like you say it's not the same, right? But one of them is a food, right? And the other one is something that kills animals, right? Something that has literally caused animals to die. Right? Like,
Yeah, right, you're right.
What about the animal, right? Like cuz if it still makes if you can have food that makes you feel full and tastes tasty but doesn't kill any animals, isn't that better?
Yeah, you're right.
Right? I was not vegan, sorry, excuse me, for 28 years. Right? I ate animal products.
What made you change?
I saw this footage here. There's a video on there of it's called Dominion, and it shows what happens to animals when they're bred, when they live, and then when they're slaughtered. And it's
I don't
really
want
hard.
to do that.
Would you not think if you pay for a product, you should see what happens to the animals?
I just think about like what happens when I I don't really think about that.
Do you not think we should? Like if I paid for an object, right? If I paid for something that caused you to be abused, would you not want me to know what was happening? Would you not want me to know what I was contributing to?
Yeah, I would know. I would want to know.
Right? So I felt like I had an obligation to see what happened to the animals. Right? And I think, I literally I took my friend to a vigil the other day. We went and we stood outside a slaughterhouse and we watched trucks full of animals being delivered to a slaughterhouse, and we saw like living, like breathing, sort of thinking, feeling, fearful creatures being taken into a slaughterhouse and being
But
killed.
the thing is, look, I'm Muslim, okay, and in Islam, there's a thing out when you're like there's a halal way, like it's a Muslim way to kill the animals, and before you kill it, you say like the thing in Islam, and when they die, they will not feel pain, and they go up to like heaven.
So I'm from Bradford.
Yeah.
I've spoken to a lot of Muslims about veganism. I think I know quite a bit about the Quran, right? And I know that halal slaughter is the most painless way of doing it, right?
Yeah.
It's what it's supposed to be, right? But I don't believe it is painless, and I don't believe that the animals prior to being slaughtered necessarily have a good life, right? I know of the conditions that chickens are raised in prior to halal slaughter, right? And that is not nice. But there is no requirement for them to be bred in a certain way. There's no requirement for them to be looked after in a certain way. There's only a requirement for the way they're killed, right? And the Quran was written once, right? It was never edited. It was written once, right?
Yeah.
And it was written 1400 years ago, right? And 1400 years ago, there were no methods of stunning animals. So they couldn't write that people needed to do that in the Quran, right? 1400 years ago, there weren't any guns and there weren't like any like refrigerators and freezers and like global trade. So you had to eat animals, right?
Yeah.
So the Quran says you're allowed to eat animals because 1400 years ago, you had to do so, right? And the Quran says you don't have to stun them because 1400 years ago, you couldn't stun them, right? Like, if the Quran is written once for all time, right, from the very first time it was laid down to the infinitely into the future, then I think it's really important to realize that, like, something that we could do then because it was permissible might not need to be done anymore, right? And the Quran says loads of things, like halal slaughter, like is a clear indication that we should care about animals, right? But the Quran also says never kill an animal that you don't need to kill, right? Never kill an ant, never kill any.
Yeah, like for us Muslims, like the only animal that is like needed to kill, which is like actually like two, is in Eid when you have to kill like a lamb or something.
Well, you don't have to kill a lamb at Eid, right? The original story of Eid, the original story of Abraham, right, describes a goat being killed, right? But we don't. Eid doesn't mandate a sacrifice of an animal. It just, you have to sacrifice something and give it to your friends and family and the needy, right?
Yeah.
You know, I have vegan friends who are Muslim who just make vegan food and they give that to their friends and family and the people who are less fortunate, right? Right?
Yeah.
And when we take the story of Abraham, right, the story of sacrifice, the story of selflessness, and we use it to justify eating animals that we don't need to eat, right? We corrupt the message of selflessness to a message of gluttony, right? If you say, oh, because on Eid I'm allowed to kill this animal, right? Then I should kill them all year round. Then that's gluttonous, right?
Yeah.
But if we look at the hadiths, right, there's ones about there's an Israeli prostitute who feeds a dog from a well with her shoe, who was gonna die of thirst, right? And because she does that, she gets into heaven, even though she's a woman of low virtue. She gets into heaven, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a woman of high virtue who doesn't feed a cat, and because she does that, she doesn't get into heaven, right? You know. And then there's a story of Muhammad and the camel, where he gives the camel the ability to speak, and he asks the camel, like, "Are you overworked? Are you overlabored?" And the camel says, "Yes, I am." Muhammad says to the camel's owner, you know, put less weight on this camel, right? Because this camel is overworked, and you shouldn't overwork your camel. So there are all these things within Islam that show that we should care about animals, right? The animals, the way we treat animals is important enough to get us into heaven or get us out of heaven, right? And if we don't need to kill animals, right, then I think killing them needlessly just for our pleasure, right, just because we want to taste their flesh, I think is gluttonous, and I think goes against the spirit of Islam.
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry, I just talked at you for like 5 minutes. I apologize for just talking at you.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna go now, but like I'll consider it.
Would you consider veganism? Would you go on these links?
Sure.
Would you take a picture?
Yeah, I'll take a screenshot because I don't have anything else. Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you. You too.
Bye bye. I don't think she's gonna consider it. I think I just talked to her too much.
Hello.
Hello.
You alright?
I am good, thank you.
You look pretty.
Thank you.
Wait, so do you, just asking, do you identify as a boy or a girl? What pronouns?
I identify not as a boy.
Okay. That makes sense.
Hi, boy.
Say again? Oh, did he say you're a boy? How do I identify, team? I don't know. Hello.
Hi.
What does your Marlborough poster say?
It says
You're
you're
going
gonna
to
die,
die
anyway.
Wow. Wow. That's grim,
Yeah.
eh?
If this is too personal, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But are you like male to female or female to male? Like what is?
What do you think?
I'm assuming male to female, but I don't like to assume.
It's okay. Yeah, I was born a boy and now I'm a girl.
Okay. What's your name?
Jessica.
Jessica, nice to meet you. I'm Yasmin.
Yasmin, pretty name.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a funny question?
Of course.
Unless you have more. If you have more, feel free to ask.
No, go for it.
What do you think about animals?
What do you mean?
Like, entirely unrelated to me being trans. What do you think
in
about
general?
animals? Yeah.
Yeah, animals are cool, you know. Depends on the animal, in all fairness.
Oh, which animals don't we like?
Don't we like? Oh, the scary ones, first and foremost, let's just say that. Most things in the water can't fuck with at all. Hate that. Insects, hate that. Not too fond of dogs. I find them annoying, but they're cute.
Okay. Can I ask you a weirder question? My dog's very cute, by the way. I can't point. How do I point? There. The ones that we don't like, the scary ones, should we kill them?
No.
No. Even though we don't like them.
You can't just kill something because you don't like it. It's such bullshit.
What if we benefited from killing them?
We as people?
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the entire ecosystem? We may benefit, but the entire ecosystem would suffer because everything is a balance.
What if they're separate from the ecosystem?
The ecosystem?
What if they weren't in the ecosystem? They were just existing, and we didn't like them, so we killed them, but we also benefited.
Right, you could, but then there's, the moral aspect of it.
Okay.
Should you kill something just because you can?
Okay. Even if you benefit?
Again, just because you can.
Okay, now I get to ask you the really hard question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a vegetarian?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not. So you do kill animals that don't exist in the ecosystem just because you want to benefit from them.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever considered that?
I've thought about it, for sure. I think the way I like to look at it, again, like, it's balance. Let's just put, for example, we kill a cow, we consume it, whatever. We die, let's just say for argument's sake, we're buried or whatever, or like, eventually your body decomposes, and what is useful goes back into the earth. And who eats the earth? Cows. Do you get what I mean? Like, it's a circle, it's circular. Sure, I think there's massive overconsumption and unnecessary murder of a lot of animals when we don't need to be killing as many as we do, because no one is consuming as much meat as we're importing into the shops. But again, I think it's secular. I think it's like, it's the way of life. Because at the same time, if you're a vegetarian, you're still killing plants. You can say, okay, cool, they don't have a conscience or whatever, but it's still a living organism.
But they don't have a conscience, right? Like,
I know, but it's still a living organism, so you can look at it either way. You can
I don't think so, right? Like, because you could say that, like, we shouldn't, like, brew beer, right? Or we shouldn't make bread, because yeast is a very, very, like, numerous, like, group of creatures, right? But you wouldn't say that it's equally bad to kill one yeast as it is for me to kill my dog, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
And like,
but I'm just saying, like, for argument's sake, you could look at it as in terms of everything. Is that almost everything on this planet is a living organism.
But living doesn't care. Like, we don't care about what's living, right? We care about sentience, right? If I was to electrocute you, or electrocute a tomato, right? You wouldn't care about the tomato, right?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Right, and yet we kill cows and we compare them to carrots, right?
I suppose, but loads of other animals kill other animals to eat.
They do.
Do you know what I mean?
But do you?
I think it's sort of hypocritical to be like, oh, we value, like, like, you can't, like, humans shouldn't be eating animals because, like, for whatever reason. But you couldn't turn around and say that to, like, a bear or a lion. Do you get what I mean? Like,
what would happen if a bear didn't eat fish or whatever bears eat?
Probably die.
They would die, right? What would happen if you didn't eat meat?
I wouldn't die, but I'd be lacking nutrients, and I would be a lot less stronger than I am. You know what I mean?
Not true.
Protein is essential.
Yeah, but you can get protein from plants. The largest group of dietitians on the planet has said that a vegan diet is it works for all stages of life. You don't need to eat meat. Right? You wouldn't be lacking in anything. I promise you, you would not be lacking anything.
I think in some way you would be.
You wouldn't. I promise you, the largest group of dietitians and
it'd be a lot more, and it's. I don't know if it's impossible because I'm not that well versed in, like, the scientific elements of it, but, like, gaining muscle, that sort of thing, you wouldn't be able to do that well, like,
I promise you, you're wrong. As someone who knows, I promise you, you're wrong. We have world's strongest men who are vegan. We have We have Olympic weightlifters that are vegan. I am an ultra marathon runner. As a vegan, I can run 54 kilometers in 8 hours. I have big fuck off legs, right? You do not need meat or animal products to gain body mass or to be healthy.
But, like, okay, just say hypothetically, like, if everyone in the world, like, turned vegan, vegetarian, I don't know, like, whatever. Like, how would the environment, like, work with that? Like, because we need a lot more plants or whatever, like, like.
That's actually incorrect. So the way animals work right, is animals exist, and by existing, they burn energy, right? Right. So in order to feed an animal, right, who is existing, you need to feed them some food just to exist, right? But also, our bodies don't convert plant matter to body mass at 100% efficiency. So every time we put food into an animal, we lose food efficiency, right? So, for example, we farm soybeans, right? We farm, millions and millions of soybean, and 80% of those are fed to cows, right? A single, it's something ridiculous, like 1 pound of beef contains like 20 pounds worth of plant matter, right? So it's like 1/20th of the efficiency, right? So we lose 95% of our plants when we
No, but
feed
I
them to
mean, like,
cows.
what I mean is, like, wouldn't we have to grow a lot more?
No, because
to
we
ensure
already
everybody.
no we
is
grow so much food just to feed cows. So like something ridiculous, like 60% of all crops on the planet are fed to livestock. Right, so if we didn't have 1.5 billion cows, 73 billion chickens, 1.5
But we
pigs,
do. But we do have them.
But the point is, if we didn't, we would
But to
need
feed
less
them,
food.
okay, but to feed livestock and the human race, you would need a lot more plants.
No, we
Because you
wouldn't.
just said 60% is consumed by livestock, so then
Exactly. So we just wouldn't.
we're gonna eat the other 40%. All 8 billion people on the planet are gonna.
No, we just
consume
wouldn't.
the
We
40%.
wouldn't breed those animals.
See.
Right. So every 35 days, right, chickens are slaughtered. Right.
Yeah, but then what happens to the domesticated livestock? How are they gonna survive on their own?
Every 35 days, right, we slaughter chickens. Right. Every time they grow to 35 days old, we kill them. Right. Every year we kill 73 billion chickens. Right. So if we just stopped breeding them, we wouldn't have 73 billion chickens on the planet.
Right.
60% of all birds on the entire planet are chickens. Right?
No way.
No, yeah. 60% of all birds on the planet are chickens. That doesn't account for geese, ducks, turkeys that are also farmed birds, right?
Whoa, I did not know that actually. That's crazy.
Do you know what percentage of land mammals are wild animals?
Couldn't tell you.
Have a guess.
Maybe like 70%. 4%. 4%.
30% of all land mammals on the planet are humans. We are 30% of all land mammals on the planet. The other 60% are domesticated animals, right? 4% are wild. We have decimated our ecosystems, right, to farm soybeans to feed to cows, right? These animals are taking so much food, right, and so much land that we're farming just to feed them and to keep them alive so that then we can eat them, right? That we've just decimated our wild populations. We could just have a world where we don't have 73 billion.
Do you think there's a possibility of a solution where people could still eat meat and we could somewhat heal the ecosystem?
No.
Or do you think it's impossible?
So let me explain why. So meat consumption is on the rise, right? Because less developed countries are seeing Western countries have these Western diets where they have meat 3 times a day, and they're like, I want some of that action, right?
Who's having meat 3 times a day realistically?
Americans. Americans have a shitload of meat, right?
Yeah, valid. Fair enough.
So Americans use like 8 times as many resources as like the rest of the world, right? Like per person, right? So people are seeing Americans having these massive meat-rich diets, and they're like, I want some of that action, right? So meat consumption is going up ridiculously because of that, right? But we do not have enough planet to sustain everyone having an American diet. If we wanted everyone to have an American diet, we would need a second planet just to farm the amount of crops to feed to animals. So we just cannot do that. It just is not going to work, right? Chickens currently, the way that we make meat more efficient is we make animals live shorter and shorter lives, so the food we feed them is more efficient. So we end up with chickens that grow from the equivalent size of a human baby to an adult tiger in 35 days, right?
Sorry, explain that more. That does not make sense.
So
to
a
me.
chick is born like a tiny little chick, right?
Yeah.
And they become a big chicken, right? In
For
35 days, right? That's the equivalent of a human baby, right? becoming an adult tiger in 35 days.
Right.
Right? They grow so ridiculously quick, right, that their hearts can't support their body and they die, right? Or their skeletons collapse and they die. In the UK alone, 1.6 million chickens die every single week before they even get to slaughter age because they're so unhealthy that they die, right? And they only live 1 month, right? So they're dying before they even get to a month old, which is absurd, right? From health conditions, right? And we don't eat them, we put them in the bin, right? Because you can't eat a diseased, dead, necrotic corpse, right? So there are millions and millions of animals that are not even making it to the slaughterhouse, they're just being fucking put in the bin, right?
And what would you say to like those people that would just be like, regardless of moral conscience, it just doesn't taste as nice to have substitutions of meat?
If people don't have a moral conscience, I can't do anything. I can't make anyone go vegan. I'm just a girl sat trying to have a conversation, right? Like I say to people, like, do you think we should abuse animals for our benefit to start the conversation? Because if they say yes, we should abuse animals for our benefit, I say, well, have a nice evening, right? But if you tell me that you don't think we should abuse animals for our benefit, then I try and tell you that you are, right? And if you want to stop, you can, but I can't force you.
Yeah. No, you've actually taught me a lot. I didn't know a lot of the statistics that you told me. It's quite interesting.
If you go up here, there's some really, really awful videos.
Yeah.
Right, and I know people don't want to watch them. But I went vegan because I saw male chicks being blended
No, I
alive.
think it's important to watch things even if they're, triggering or whatever, because, okay, it's uncomfortable for you to watch them, but people or animals, whatever, are experiencing them. Do you know what I mean?
100%. I 100% agree. Right? But I watched male chicks being blended alive. They literally go in a conveyor belt into a blender. Right? And I don't know how you can unsee that. And I don't know if you've watched a male chick in slow motion be ripped to pieces by blender blades.
Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Why are you blending it? That doesn't make sense to me.
So a male chick in the meat industry, or a chick in the meat industry, right, will go from a tiny chick to a big chicken in 35 days, right? That's what they've been bred to do. A chick in the egg industry, instead of laying 12 eggs, will lay 300 eggs a year, right? But they won't grow as fast, right? So one purpose is to produce eggs, and the other is to become meat, right? So a male chick in the egg industry is not worth giving food to because they won't grow fast enough. So there's no point feeding them, and they don't produce eggs. So they just get blended alive. And they go in the bin because no one wants to eat.
Why is it such a inhumane form of murder though? Why I don't.
Right, so we on this planet we blend 7 billion male chicks alive every year, right? That's 227 per second. Right? If while we've been having this conversation, literally tens of thousands of chicks have been blended alive.
Yeah.
If you don't do something with them quickly, you get overrun by chickens. Blending them is just the quickest way to deal with them. So they literally sort them at birth, put them on a conveyor belt, and they just go straight into a blender, and they go into a skip, and then the skip goes and pours them into landfill, and then they repeat the process. They just blend and blend and blend and blend.
Is that just okay? Let's just say you and one other person were put in charge of the world forevermore, and your task was to solve this crisis, and you were like advocating for those who are vegans, those who are on like have your share opinion, and the other person is advocating for no, people should still be able to eat meat if they want to. Is there like a sort of middle ground that you would settle for? Like if you were like, okay, the overconsumption needs to stop, there needs to be more humane ways of disposing, etc. Like, is there like a middle ground that you would settle for, or would you stand on the hard line of no, like, this needs to stop completely?
So what you're sort of saying is
taking aside the moral arguments of everyone should have a choice. Let's just say.
Well, I don't think everyone should have a choice. Right? I don't think everyone should have the choice to kill kids, for example. Right? I don't think everyone should have the choice to violate women's autonomy, right? Or men's autonomy, for that regard, or people's autonomy. Excuse me. Right? So if let's say we completely disregard the animals. Let's say for whatever reason we decide that animals are robots and we don't care about them, right? Then you still have to make humans kill animals, right? The humans in this system don't want to kill animals. they're usually like refugees or migrants or people who are like trapped in this job, or they believe that by doing this job they'll escape out of this industry and get onto other places, right? They're coerced into spending their entire lives murdering animals.
Yeah, but you're digressing from the original question.
Oh, no, I'm not. So what I'm saying is the only way you can have like an ethical meat is if you don't force people to do jobs they don't want to do, right? You don't create a lack of food for other people, right? Because one of the problems that we have on this planet is not enough food, right? And livestock causes us to have less food because we're feeding food to livestock, right? If you can make a system where you can lab grow meat ethically without harming any animals, without wasting ridiculous amounts of food, and where no one has to do abhorrent jobs they don't want to do, then that's fine, right? But I don't think there's a system where we breed animals into existence, force feed them really short, horrific lives, and then have people murder them for 12 hours a day, right?
But if that was taken away, and it was sort of like, because way back when, it was sort of impossible to do what we're doing today. Like it was kind of impossible to like force breed, whatever. You know what I mean? Like people just took what was there. If it went to that sort of system again, like it's just more humane, like whatever's there, would you be more happy? I don't know if I phrased that correctly.
Because I don't think it would work. I don't think we don't need that relationship with animals, right? We don't need a relationship where every like 3 months someone goes into the garden and kills the family goat and then you eat their flesh, right? Because I don't think that is necessarily a healthy thing for a human to do. I don't think just brutally murdering an animal because they want to eat them is particularly good for the psyche. And I think, I've been vegan for 5 years, right?
Yeah.
And I've never ever been tempted to eat meat. I've never been tempted to eat non-vegan food. Right? I have food in my house, right?
But even as a child, I'm assuming you were fed meat at some point in your life.
I was. I have these cookies in my house, right?
Did you not enjoy it at all?
I did, of course I did. Yeah, I didn't go vegan because I stopped liking the taste of meat. I love the taste of meat. Sometimes I'm walking home at night and I'll think, right? And I'm really good at like remembering things and like sort of imagining things. So I'll think about chewing a steak and I'll think about how it tastes and how I chew on it, and I'll just enjoy that memory, right? But I would never pay for an animal to be killed to have that, right? In the same way I would never have sex with someone who did not want to have sex with me, right? Because the pleasure of doing something isn't worth abusing another creature, right? And like when you say like there's these cookies in my house, right? That my friend got for me. And they're not vegan, right? And I've eaten them because he gave them to me in a dark room and told me they were vegan because he's a fucking idiot, right? So I know they taste good, right? And I know no one else is going to eat them. And I'm not going to eat them. I asked him to take them out of my house and give them to the homeless.
How can cookies not be vegan? That doesn't make sense to me.
Milk, eggs. Right? But I'm not tempted to eat them, even though I know they're going to waste. Next time I'm in Leeds, I'll give them to the homeless. Because I don't miss them, right? I don't need to eat them. I could just eat something that's vegan.
You make some really good points. I will give you that. You do make some really good points. And it's very thought provoking the way you phrase things.
I mean, it's like I was an arsehole. Like I was a proper arsehole, and I still adopted veganism, right? And that's why I do this, because it took me so much to admit that I was wrong, and that I'd been doing something all my life and enjoying something all my life, right? That I had to stop doing, right? And the reason I had to stop doing it was nothing to do with anyone else. It was the fact that I'd watched animals die, and it hurt me so much that I couldn't pay for them. Right? I couldn't. And now I go stand outside slaughterhouses and I see cows, right, looking through the bars at me of slaughterhouse trucks, right? And do you know what they look like? They look like fucking him, right? They look like my baby boy, and they're no different, right? Baby cows and my dog are really no different, But one of them's asleep on my sofa, right, having the life of Riley, and the other ones are being taken away from their mothers, kept in isolation for 3 weeks, and then slaughtered at 3 weeks old Because they don't produce milk. Because a bobby calf doesn't produce milk. A baby boy calf doesn't produce milk. And they're not a meat cow. So we kill them. Right? And their mums cry. Their mums scream and cry and chase the trucks. As they're taken away, their mums chase the trucks. Because their mums have just carried them for 9 months. Right? In their fucking wombs. In their bellies. Right? And all the hormones that go through a human body to make you, like, biologically attached to your child go through a cow's body. Right? And a cow in the wild would nurse her child for like a year, and they would stay together their whole lives. They have all the hormones that tell them to love their child and look after their child. And dairy farmers take them away. And they grieve. And I think that's wrong. I think that's cruel.
It is. It is very cool.
For milk, you know, we can just drink dairy milk. We can drink oat milk, you know?
Mm.
It tastes almost exactly the same, you know?
Can I ask, can we change topic? Because I
Yeah.
feel like... Can I ask about your makeup? Like, obviously, I'm assuming it's the colours of the flag behind you.
Mhm.
What, like, drives you to, like, represent your community so strongly, especially, like, on an app like this?
Because if I don't, people will think that they've got me. They'll be like, I know you're a man. If I wear it on my face like this, I'm not hiding it.
What
Right?
made you... How do I phrase this? What made you think, or, like, maybe realize is a better word for it, that you weren't comfortable in your own body, and what made you, like, because a lot, like, whenever you on, like, the internet, because that's all I really know about it, whenever someone asks, like, oh, what made you realize you were trans, it's just like, oh, I didn't feel comfortable in my own body, and it's like, but, like, what does that make you think that you're a woman? Like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's uncomfortable in their own body at some point. Everyone is. What was it about it that made you be like, this is like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
I
like,
do, yeah. I do.
I don't know how to phrase this without being offended. I'm really sorry,
you're
but I'm not educated on this at all. And
I get asked this question a lot, so I'm more than willing to answer it. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I do get asked this question a lot.
Yeah.
So when I was 8 years old,
Mm-hmm.
I was a little boy, and I basically knew by the time I was 8 that I wanted to be a girl. Right? Like, I'd spent my life wearing my mum's shoes, you know, looking at my classmates who were girls, looking at women's fashion magazines, wanting the dresses, wanting the underwear, wanting the hairstyles. I knew intrinsically that I was more interested in girl things than boy things, right? But I didn't have any language for that. You know, no one taught me about trans people, right? And when I was a teenager, people taught me about gay people. And I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, gay people are a bit effeminate. Maybe I'm gay. But the problem is, gay people want to fuck boys. And I didn't want to fuck boys. So I probably wasn't gay, right? But I didn't know. I didn't know what I was, right? And then when I got a bit older, when I got like 19 or 20 or whatever, I learned what trans people were, right? But all I saw was them being trans. I never saw any of the struggle. I never saw none of the crisis. I never saw any of the, like, not knowing, right? So I didn't realize that because they were trans and I wasn't, that if they were and I wasn't, then I just wasn't them, right? You know, I didn't understand that it was supposed to be a struggle. I didn't understand that you were supposed to be confused, right? So I didn't know that. And then, you know, when I got a bit older, probably mid to late 20s, I realized that I probably was trans, but I was so scared of coming out, and I was so worried about the societal repercussions and the hatred and the abuse that I didn't want to do it. And then finally, when I got to 31 years old, my partner left me. We'd been together 12 years, and she left me because I kept saying to her, hey, can you wear collars? Hey, can you wear pretty tops? Hey, can you wear, like, cute gloves? And she was like, I don't want to wear these things. Why don't you wear them? And I said, I'm not allowed to wear them. I'm a boy. And she was like, I don't want to wear them, right? I want to be who I am. I don't want to be who you want me to be. And I'd been trying to live vicariously through her, right? And when she left me, I realized that I either had to kill myself or become a girl. Right? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna be a girl. I'm just gonna see if it works. Right?
Why did you want to be a girl and not just a guy that dresses the way you do?
Good question, right? And
do you know what I mean? Because, like,
exactly, right?
So, I don't believe that clothing really has a gender.
I agree with you.
What confuses me is it, like, when people say, like, oh, if it, like, oh no, I wanted to wear, like, dress, I wanted to wear this, like, why can't you just wear it? Like, what Do you know what I mean?
I do. So I became a girl when I was 31, and the reason I did was probably because you're right. I did just want to do this as a boy, right? But in our society and in most societies, you can't just wear dresses as a boy, right? It's socially acceptable now to be sort of trans a little bit, but if I'm a boy in a dress, that's no bueno, right? If we look at the amount of abuse Sam Smith gets compared to most trans people, it's completely different, right? It is way, way worse to be a boy in a dress than it is to be a girl. But I also discovered by becoming a girl and by being on estrogen that I am way fucking happier on estrogen. Holy shit, is life better on estrogen? Yeah, estrogen. I had massive libido issues because testosterone's insane. Testosterone's a crazy drug, right? And the moment I started taking testosterone blockers and being on estrogen, my life just became so much more stable, right? And I like being a girl. I like being called she her. I like being called Jessica. I like people perceiving me as a girl, right? And I probably could be almost as happy, or maybe even just as happy, as a boy who wears pigtails and makeup and, dresses silly. But I've become a girl now, and I quite like having boobs, and I quite like, the girl things that I've got.
What would you say to people that are like being trans is a mental, like they'll accept it, but they'll be like, but it's a mental illness. Like they accept it in the sense of like, oh, people have anxiety. Some people want to be girls. Some people want to. Do you know what I mean? Like on this, they put it in the same category as having like BPD or like depression, etc. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
So
would you agree with that, or would you
No.
say?
No, but I have BP. We call it EUPD now,
Uh-huh.
emotional instability personality disorder. I have that,
Uh-huh.
and I think part of the reason that sometimes people get that is because they have some sort of like trauma that is constant. Gender dysphoria is a constant trauma.
So it is like a mental illness, essentially.
Not really, but
No.
it is a trauma, right? Being a closeted person is a trauma, right? I lived a life of constant paranoia that people would find out that I had a little drawer in my bedroom full of women's clothes, right? From the age of about 9 years old, I lived in constant paranoia that someone would find my little drawer full of women's clothes, right? Which is insane, right? You become the most paranoid person ever when that's the case, right? But so I constantly ask people if they believe that gay people are valid, if they believe that gay people have a real like experience, right? And a lot of people say, yeah, of course, yeah, gay people is normal. I understand gay people. And then I say, okay, well, have you ever had any thoughts about being gay? And they say, no, I know I'm straight. No, I'm straight. And I say, okay, so you accept that gay people are valid, and you believe that they have a true existence as gay people, despite having no understanding of what it feels to be gay, despite having zero like empathy. You've never had a gay thought, right? So if you're willing to accept that gay people are valid, despite having no understanding of what it means to be gay, then why can't you accept that trans people are valid without having any experience about what it means to be trans, right? Because most people will go through their lives and never want to not be a boy or never want to not be a girl, right? They'll just accept that they are a boy and they're going to be a boy, or they are a girl and they're going to be a girl, right? But some people won't. Some people will be born a boy and they'll be like, I don't want to be a boy. I hate it, and that's just the way it is.
And like obviously this is such a big topic in like politics, whatever, like the whole bathroom situation. What are your like thoughts on that? Like,
so
I'm not gonna ask you what bathroom you use because that's literally none of my business. But
I don't think it is. I use the girls' bathroom.
Really?
Yeah, and I did it for the first about a year of my life. When I came out as a girl, I didn't use any bathrooms. I refused to urinate in public. I would just not drink. I would go outside.
Me too. Public bathrooms are disgusting.
I mean,
like genuinely,
girls' ones are like way nicer than boy ones.
I wouldn't be so sure. Oh my god, the amount of times I've seen like period blood like on the actual walls or whatever, it's fucking insane.
Well, I've not had
obviously
that much
you didn't realize who you were until later on in life. But if you've ever been to a secondary school girls' bathroom, holy shit, is it like a hygiene? It's a biohazard.
Well, yeah. Well, I probably never will be in a secondary school's girls' bathroom.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, for a year of my life, I mean, I went places for like 12 hours, like 13 hours, right? I did a lot of really long trips, because I used to go down to London and back in like one day, and I just refused to use the bathroom. I just wouldn't, because I was scared. I was scared of what people would say to me. And for the last like 9 months, I just go in girls' bathrooms now, and I've never had a single rude comment. I've had loads of people say really nice things to me because I think they want to make me feel welcome. You know, the people will constantly say, "Oh, that's cool makeup," you know, because they just want me to feel welcome. And I've never had a bad experience, right? And I don't know if I ever will. I can't imagine I ever will, because I just go in, I sit down in a cubicle, I have a wee, and then I leave. You know, like everyone else.
And like, how do you feel about trans people going into like sports and not having a category of their own? Like,
I think this one's really complicated.
I do too, and I'd love to hear like a trans person's perspective, because all you ever hear on the internet is like, you know, straight people, whatever, like cisgender people like saying this and that. But I'd love to hear the perspective of like a trans person.
Yeah, so I'm not going to speak of my opinion. I don't think. Well, a little bit. I'll caveat that by saying, I'll start with what I think is the current trans opinion, and then I'll caveat with my extra opinion on top. So I think it's now the position of the trans community that there is more difference within the category of women than there is between, you know, women and sort of trans women, right? Cis women and trans women, right? And I think when we look at people like Serena Williams and fuck, what's her sister called?
Couldn't tell you.
Venus Williams.
There we go.
They are so far ahead of all other women in tennis. It's really hard to say, like, you know, hang on a minute. And when we look at people like Michael Phelps, right, who was ridiculously better at swimming than any other man on the planet, right? Like, there are going to be cases where people are just better at sports for you know, biological reasons. And I think whilst we shouldn't encourage that, I think it's weird to say, like, look, trans people have too much of an advantage, so ban them. But I think the real issue is that when we look at sports, the main advantage comes from people who've gone through male puberty, right?
Yeah.
So I think the current position of the trans community is, if someone hasn't gone through male puberty, they should be allowed to compete in women's sports, right? And I think the way that we solve that, the clear problem there is that people are going through male puberty who don't want to be boys, right? So I think the bigger issue is creating a world where children are informed about gender early enough that they can have some agency in whether or not they go through puberty or not, right?
I disagree with that.
Why do you disagree with that?
In partiality, I think yes, we should be informed of gender from a very early age. I think it's important. But I don't know how I feel about the puberty thing, simply because like natural development first and foremost should take priority, just because of health.
Well, hang on a minute. So,
and secondly, because I don't think anybody should be able to make any sort of decisions about like major decisions about like their body, whatever, or like chemical and like balances until they're of legal age, simply because one, you could change your mind, but not even that. Two, it's like if children can't be trusted to drink, smoke, vote, join the army, etc. Like,
can I make a point?
Yeah.
So I knew I was a girl when I was 8.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you, I knew when I was 8.
Yeah.
This is not me being silly, right?
Yeah.
If someone had said to me when I was 8 years old, like, you can not be a boy if you want, I would have said, let's sit down and talk about that. Like, can I talk about that with you? Right? And I would have been happy to talk to people for literally hours, right? I would have talked to them for as long as they wanted, right? You know? And I think it's also important to understand that there are occasions where children have to make decisions about their lives regardless, right? We have examples of children going through puberty too early, right? And then being given puberty blockers to delay their puberty. That's quite common. That's why puberty blockers were invented, right? Because some kids were going through puberty when they were like fucking 8 years old or whatever, right? Like 7 years old, right? And doctors were like, we don't need kids with tits when they're 7. Like, that's bad for them. That's bad for their development, right? So we invented puberty blockers, right? I don't believe there is any significant evidence that like delaying puberty has that significant like impact on your health. But there is like if we.
But delaying puberty is one thing, but then giving a kid like estrogen or testosterone from such a young age, I can't imagine that being healthy.
Why? It's the same way that your body would have produced estrogen. I presume you're a biological woman. So it was the same way your body would have produced estrogen when you were whatever age you started going through puberty. It wouldn't be any different, right? It would be exactly the same. And there are children out there who are born with conditions that make them produce no hormones, right? And they'll have to sit down with a doctor and decide which puberty to go through, right? And it's unfair to say to them, you have to wait till you're 18 to go through puberty because you don't have agency. Like, they should be allowed to go through puberty with all their peers,
I mean, like a perfectly like healthy, functioning, like just for example, say me, because I was fine, whatever, like, or like someone like me, like whatever, like I just think. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right.
I know it. I know it doesn't feel right, right? But I think it's unfair to
and
say.
I don't know if that's my bias or whatever, or like the way I was raised. I don't know why, but it just doesn't feel natural to take a perfectly healthy child and allow them to do X, Y, Z, whatever.
I think it's unfair to say I think it's unfair to say, hang on, we're talking about perfectly healthy children, right? Like, because firstly, I said the child with a condition where they don't produce hormones, right? Like, they're not like a broken kid. They're not like they just have a condition, right? And they deserve to go through puberty when with their peers, right? They deserve to make a decision, right? And also like I think it's unfair to say there's no negative repercussions of going through the wrong puberty, right? Me going through male puberty has had significant effects on my life that I can never undo. And yeah, it's not. It doesn't mean it's negative. It doesn't mean it's like the end of the world. It doesn't mean like it's ruined my life, right? But it has barred me probably from ever competing in sports, right? And you know, if I was a young child, right? If I was a young boy, for example, right, who was 9 years old, and I'd been playing football all of my life, all of my 9-year-old life, and I really liked football, but I also wanted to be a woman. And I said to my doctor, look, if you don't let me take testosterone blockers and maybe transition into a girl, and you force me to go through male puberty, I will never be able to play professional football as a woman for the rest of my life. You are ruining my dreams, right? And if we lived in a society where children were educated about gender, I genuinely think that a young child of like 11 or 12 could have that conversation, right? Because I knew I wanted to be a girl at 8 years old. I just didn't have the language, and I was so ashamed of these thoughts that I wasn't allowed to articulate that I couldn't have these conversations.
But do you believe that you're like, this is gonna sound really offensive, and I'm really sorry, but like, do you genuinely believe that like you're like a real woman?
Yeah, of course I am. Why wouldn't I be?
I really don't want to offend you, but like, you know, like if you're born as a man, like it doesn't matter how much like estrogen you take or whatever, like you know, like I'm not trying to validate you, but like, sure you can be a trans woman, but you're not like a real woman compared to like, for example, me or like other biological women. Like,
what would have to happen to you for you not to be a real woman?
Nothing, because I was born as a real woman. Do you know what I mean? Like you.
But that's
haven't gone through the same.
No, wait.
You haven't gone through the same things that like, for example, me or any other woman has gone through.
But there are loads of women, right, who you would not say aren't women, who haven't gone through those things, right? There are women who have never had a period, and you wouldn't say they're not women. There are wait. There are women who weren't raised as women, right? Who lived their lives as a boy to begin with, and they never transitioned, but they lived as a boy, and you would still consider them women. There are women.
What do you mean they lived as a boy?
They might have just grown up as a boy. There are a few kids these days who socially grew up as boys because they thought they were boys, and then they detransitioned when they started going through puberty. Right? There are loads of things that women haven't experienced, right? That you would consider a basic part of being a woman. But you wouldn't exclude those people from being women just because they went through those. And you see this like having been born as a woman and being assigned women at birth as like an arbitrary thing that makes someone a woman. And I don't see that. I see
it sort of is, you know?
It isn't.
You're born at birth, and you're either a boy or a girl, and that's just what you are. Do you know what I mean? Like you can dress up as a girl if you want. Like there's no. The world isn't gonna end if you dress up as a girl and you want to call yourself a girl. But at the end of the day, like you're it's just not. And it's like, if for example, asking like a trans woman to weigh in on issues that affect solely women, I think is completely unfair because it's intruding on women's spaces.
Why is it intruding on women's spaces?
Like, for example, let's just say, for example, abortion.
Okay.
Say it was purely up to women to decide, to allow then a trans...
Why would it be purely up to women to decide?
Because it's a woman's body.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter, right? I'm pro-abortion, right? But just because it affects a woman's body, that doesn't mean men and trans women don't get to have a discussion, right? They don't get to have the say, right? They don't get to have a... But you get to be part of the discussion, right?
But why?
Because that's how it works.
I don't think it is, because...
No, it is, right? Because...
Trans women aren't the ones getting pregnant. Men aren't the ones getting pregnant. It's women that are the ones getting... Yes, it does, because women are creating the life within their own bodies, carrying it to term.
That doesn't matter.
How does it not matter?
Because we don't allow people totality on discussion of a topic just because it only affects them.
Well, I think that's ridiculous not to allow someone totality if it only affects them.
No, it's not.
That's like saying, oh, you don't... It's not only you that gets to decide what you have for breakfast, even though, like, you're the one that... You know what I mean?
No, right? Because you could decide to have children for breakfast.
Right, but you're taking it to extremes to make my argument seem insane, but it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're taking that to an extreme just to make my point seem invalid, but it's not, because realistically, who's having children for breakfast? You know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is, it's a woman who's creating a life within her own body. It's a woman that's carrying it to term. It's not a trans woman. It's not a man. It's a biological woman who's doing it. So why?
There are men who are pregnant. Trans men can be pregnant.
Right, but a trans man was a woman first, so technically it was a woman getting pregnant.
No, it wasn't. They would be a trans man. He would be a trans man. He would be a pregnant man.
I feel like you're intentionally missing my point.
I'm not. I'm really not. Right? This idea that only a certain character, like only the people who it happens to, can be the people who discuss it, is wrong. Like, I agree that it is weird to have men decide what happens to women, and I don't think that should happen. Right? But to completely bar people from the discussion just because they can't do it doesn't make sense.
Not the discussion, I'm just saying if there was like a vote or whatever, let's just say, for argument's sake, let's just say there was a vote tomorrow. I wouldn't be, like, I would be incredibly upset if I found out that men were allowed to vote on this and trans women were allowed to vote on this, because the issue does not affect them, it's not their bodies, so why are they getting to, like, decide whether or not, for example, abortion's illegal, or it's, like...
I understand that.
Even something more simple as, like, period products should be free or not, you know what I mean? Like, something like that. Like,
the thing is,
it doesn't have to be as extreme as abortion, but, like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, because I think everyone should get a say whether or not period products are free. I think period products are free, should be free, right? But the point is, we live in a society where everyone should get to be part of the discussion, right? And where everyone should be educated in order to make the correct decision.
We already live in a society where everyone gets part of the discussion. Look what happened in America, Roe v. Wade got overturned.
Yeah, and that's because everyone wasn't educated, right? I think, unfortunately, if just the women voted on abortion, it might still have gone that way. I don't know that for sure, but I think the problem in America is a serious lack of education about women's rights, about, the health effects of banning abortions, because if you ban abortions, it creates loads of fucking problems, right? And about, what the actual ethical decision is about abortion, right? Because it's not just killing a baby. That's not how it works, right? You're taking away the autonomy of a woman, right? And you're not really killing a baby, right? Most abortions happen at the very, very beginning of pregnancy, when it's just a cluster of cells, right? But I think I can't remember. There is an argument, and I can't think of it because I've been streaming for the last 5 hours and 9 minutes. But there's a really good argument for why everyone should have a say on every issue and not just women. But I understand why you believe that, and I used to believe
But yeah, do you get where I'm coming from?
I do
you know
I
what
do
mean?
entirely, right? I do entirely. But I think, this idea that I'd like to go back to this idea that women aren't women, right? Or that trans women aren't women, right? I think is just not. There's no sort of point to it, right? Because when you sort of gatekeep what a woman is, right, you end up just doing damage to women.
Right? And how so?
We've seen with the Olympics, right? Imaine Khalif,
Mm.
right? The amount of vitriol that happened to her because they decided she wasn't a woman when she literally is, right? All you end up doing is harming women by saying trans women aren't women, right?
I'm still not understanding your point. Would you mind elaborating a little bit?
So this idea that women aren't women, right? Like you can distinguish between trans women and cis women by saying trans women and cis women, right? But we're all women, right? And within the category of women, we all gonna have different experiences, right? Your experience and my experience is drastically different, right? Drastically different, right? But I receive just as much misogyny as you do, I would imagine, potentially more, because I fucking look like this, right? But I don't receive as much racism as you do, right? Because I look like this, right? I'm a white fucker, right? So the point is, like, I know you don't think I receive misogyny, right?
I wouldn't call it misogyny simply
because you don't think I'm a woman, which is misogyny.
Not just that. I think it's. I don't think it would be misogyny because I don't think they would be attacking you because they think you're a woman. I think they're attacking you because you're different.
No, they attack me. I constantly get told to get my tits out. Which is misogyny, right? If you have tits and people tell you to get them out, how is that anything but misogyny?
Mm.
You know?
Okay. I see your point.
I get homophobia, I get misogyny, I get transphobia. And yeah, maybe it's not all misogyny. Right?
Yeah, I would say it's more transphobia in my opinion.
I think if they tell me to get
simply
my tits
because
out,
I don't think, like, if you didn't have the flags up and if you didn't have the makeup, I would just think, and I was trying to be hateful towards you just on it because that's what I'm doing for fun on this app. I wouldn't immediately assume that you were a woman. Do you know what I mean?
That's because I don't pass.
That wouldn't be my point of attack.
I don't pass, right?
Hmm.
But I'm not the typical trans girl, right? I have friends who my other trans friends didn't know were fucking trans. And you know what trans people are really good at? Spotting trans people, right? So there are members of the trans community who you probably would not even know were trans.
Yeah, but the basis of my argument isn't about whether or not somebody passes and whether or not I can tell if someone's trans. Do you know what I mean?
No, but the point is, if they pass as cis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they get misogyny, and only misogyny, because no one fucking knows they're trans, right? And they will get abuse for being a woman in the same way as you or I would, right? Because people just see them as a woman, right? And there's this other thing where because I'm a woman, people will just unload their emotional baggage on me because they see me as like a person who's supposed to look after them, a care provider, right? Because unfortunately, men see women as care providers, right? So I'll have people just unload their fucking trauma on me, right? And expect me to look after them, right? People will treat me differently because they perceive me as a woman. People will say, hey Jess, this person is upset, can you look after them? As though it's my duty to look after them just because they perceive me as a woman. And that's not fair, right?
No, I think emotional baggage is not fair on anyone, in all fairness.
People will also constantly assume that I fancy men, which has nothing to do with me being gay or lesbian rather, or.
But that's not really.
That's misogyny, that deep. Right?
Misogyny. It's not really that deep, is it? If someone's just assumes you like men, that's not.
But it is, right? Because that means they perceive me as a woman and they assume all women like men, right?
I think you're looking a bit too deep into it.
I'm not. I'm just picking a number of examples because you've asked me to give you examples.
Yeah, no, I think, but
and
like in that specific,
you're sat declassifying them. You're like, no, that one's wrong. That one's bad.
I no, I think in that just specific instance, I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think if someone just assumes like, oh, you know, like if someone assumes.
It's really
If someone
bad
assumed
if
with
you
me,
tell
if
them
someone
you're not,
like
and they still
someone
say,
to
oh,
me
you
was
do.
like, "Oh, I thought you were like only like men or only like whatever," I wouldn't be like, I'd be like, "Oh no, that's not true," etc. Like, and I wouldn't think it is like that deep.
And what about when they say that you're lying and you must fancy men? You definitely fancy men.
Right, but who would say that realistically?
Lots of people. Feel free to watch my stream and watch the hours of people telling me that I must fancy men.
Just stop talking to them.
No, because that's why I'm here, right? That's why I'm here. That's why I've talked to you for what, going on half an hour, because I want to help people understand trans people. Right? And I constantly have to validate that I'm a woman. I constantly have to validate that my life is legitimate, and I constantly have to validate that I have a true experience and I'm not mentally ill. Right? But someone needs to do it. Right? Because me and my siblings constantly get abused, and they don't want to have these conversations.
I don't know. You're making some good points, but I'm not like obviously whatever. I don't know how to formulate this. I just don't understand it, that's all. But that's not any reflection on you. You know what I mean?
What about the veganism?
Oh no, veganism, you made some really valid points for sure.
You're gonna do it?
And I don't know.
There's a website called Veganuary, right? And they give you all the help to go vegan for 1 month. Right? And there's some really awful videos that, if you don't understand why you should do it, they really
No,
help.
I completely understand why I should do it. But I think I'd like to do more research on my own first, just because it's such a big change in my lifestyle, do you know what I mean? And I don't think it's something I can jump into immediately. Because my diet is very meat based, because I go to the gym a lot, that sort of thing. Like I'd have to like work around like a lot of.
I promise you, it's really
It's
easy.
It's something I would think about for sure.
I promise you, it's really easy to be like vegan and build muscle. I don't know if you have breasts, I presume. A person with breasts, right? So
depends on your perspective.
Your leading cause of death is breast cancer, right?
Right.
Right. So I don't know if you know, but consumption of soy drastically reduces your rate of breast cancer, your likelihood of breast cancer. Right. So tofu, which is really high in protein, soy milk, which you can drink instead of milk, and soybeans, which are really high in protein, all have a lot of soy in them. They're made of soy, and they will drastically reduce your likelihood of developing breast cancer. Right? So even if you ignore everything else, the health benefits of that is really big. And there's loads of other health benefits for being vegan. But I would say the main benefit is if you watch Dominion and you see what happens to the animals, you'll realize that there's like a moral obligation not to pay for these products. And there's a guy called Patrick Baboumian. He was literally one of the world's strongest men. He looks like a gorilla, right? He is fucking huge. And he's been vegetarian all his life and vegan for most of it. Right? But he never ate meat for his whole life. And he can literally push cars over, right? Like with his hands. Yeah, he's a big guy.
Okay. You're giving me a lot to think about.
And if you want to see more, I literally just spoke to a guy for an hour where he asked a lot of trans questions. We went through the entire thing.
What sort of things did he ask?
He didn't go into sports. He asked more about like why and how. He asked more about sort of like the discrimination I get. He asked more about sort of like, he really didn't get it. He really didn't understand like why I was the way I was.
Neither do I, to be honest. Like it's just something that I genuinely cannot comprehend. One, because I've never had those types of thoughts.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Can I ask a weird question? Are you straight?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so you've never fancied a girl?
Once.
Okay, but like you believe that lesbians are real despite only ever fancying one girl, right?
Yeah.
Right. So even though you don't really have much experience of understanding them, you still believe that they're valid, right?
Yeah.
That's how I feel. That's how I think trans people, like, you know,
It's a very different, but it's a very different thing.
It's really not.
Changing your gender and liking a gender is two very different things.
No.
One requires surgery and hormones, and one
doesn't require
does not.
surgery. I've not had any surgeries, and I probably never will. I have estrogen. That's about it.
But like, if you have a dick, you're not a woman. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's. So I thought that too when I first came out, and after being a woman with a dick for a year, right? I just am a woman with a dick, and I know that sounds wild, right? But I live as a woman, right? And at no point in my existence do I ever really think about my dick, right? I sit down, I don't even see it particularly, because I sit down on the toilet and pee, and then I pull my pants up. It's just not something I even consider, right? And for the most part, it's not something any of my friends consider. You know, it's just the thing I used to you know?
I don't know. I just don't think it's right. Like,
So, can I tell you something really fucking weird?
Yeah, I mean, this whole conversation has been very open, so.
When I was like 15 or 16 or whatever, and I was first discovering trans people, I didn't think they were right. I thought they were wrong. I didn't think you could be a woman if you were born a man. Now I am one. Right? I just did not understand my own existence as a kid. And now I am that person. You know, and that's how fucked up the world is to kids like me. They teach us that, like, this is not legitimate. Right? And that's why we go out and scream, right, during June and just be really fucking loud and proud. Because we need to teach little kids, right, that they're allowed to be this, that this is okay, that this is a valid life choice. And they don't have to live in a closet their whole life.
No, I think dressing how you want is fine. Naming yourself whatever you want is fine. But calling yourself something you're not.
But I am. That's the whole thing, right? I am. And I know you don't think it, but I didn't. No, I am. I am. No, not in my opinion. I am, for all intents and purposes, I am a woman.
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion, right? I have documents in my house that say I'm a woman.
Yeah, okay, but scientifically.
Scientifically, I am a woman.
Not if you have a penis.
No, that's not true. Right? Like, there are loads of codifiers that say whether you're not a woman or not, right? Having a penis is just one of them, right? One of the main differences between men and women, right, is the way that our brains are affected through socialization, right? But also through like sort of genetic encoding, and also through the effect of our hormones in our brains. Right? There are massive amounts of statistical research, behavioral research into how people are affected based on what hormone they have. Right? There is also, like, we now have brain scans of trans people's heads that show that there's communality between trans people that differ from cis people. Right? So being trans is literally part of the structure of my brain. Right? I have autism in the very same way that girls have autism. Right? So I don't have boy autism. I have girl autism.
I'm not. What does that even mean?
So autism.
What does that even mean?
So autism was always studied in boys, right? For the first, like, however many years that we studied autism, basically 99.9% of the people we studied were boys, and we didn't know how to diagnose it in women because it's very different in women. It sort of manifests it very differently in women. Right? Usually boys are really outwardly socially awkward, and it's really obvious to spot that they're autistic. Whereas autistic girls will be able to mask really incredibly well, and it'll be really hard to even realize they're autistic. Right? But it'll all be inside their head, right? It'll all be on the internal, right? And I have, like, so many of the signs of female autism, but I don't give it off at all, right? Because I mask so fucking incredibly well. right? And that's just part of it, right? Like it's weird. Like part of the thing that made me realize I was a girl was I sat down when I was 31 and I was reading a book about a woman with autism. One of the very first people who got diagnosed with autism, and she then went on to sort of like be part of like this campaign to get female autism recognized, right? Um, amazing feminist woman, and she talked about her experience of being autistic, and I sat there and I realized, holy shit, I always thought I was autistic, but I didn't think it made sense because I didn't act in the way of an autistic person. I sat down and I went, I am autistic. This book makes perfect sense, and I was like, I'm an autistic woman, right? I knew all my life that I probably wanted to be a woman, but I was too scared to do it, and I knew all my life I was probably autistic, but it didn't make sense because I didn't behave autistic at all. And I realized that I am literally an autistic woman, and I'd just not fucking known. You know? I can't explain it to you because
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I'm gonna change my mind no matter how long we talk.
It's okay.
And I'm really, really sorry if anything I've said has like offended you or made you upset in any way. Genuinely. I'm not trying to make you feel horrible about your life choices. It's my ignorance rather than your fault, do you know what I mean?
That's
And
okay.
my lack of education. But
I don't think it's your lack of education. I'd say it might be the amount of social indoctrination.
Perhaps.
Right? But that happened to me too,
Perhaps. But it was really nice talking to you. You've genuinely brought up some really good points and given me a lot to think about.
Okay.
Yeah. But I hope you have
a nice night.
a really nice rest of your night. And I'm glad that you're so confident to be who you are. Genuinely, I am. Just because I don't understand it, and I'm not sure that I ever will. But again, that's not on you. That's on me. But thank you for this conversation. It's been really open, and you're really nice. You're really fun to talk to.
If you want to see more, YouTube channel.
Thank you. All right. See you around, Jessica. Bye.
See you later. Bye. I never learn people's names. I tell them my name. Tell them my name. I speak to them for hours, and I don't even know their name. But hey ho. Well, I don't know. I don't know, team. I don't know if tonight was worthwhile. 5.5 hours, or whatever fucking we've done. 5 hours and 26 minutes. It's been a wild one. It's been a lot of long conversations. Basically, just debriefing people on my life story, I suppose. I don't know how valuable that is. I genuinely don't know, but I have to get up in less than 7 hours. I have to get up in like 5.5 hours to go running, so I am probably going to go to bed. Thank you for joining the stream. I know there's not many of you left because it's stupidly late, but thank you very much. Enjoy your night. Like, comment, and subscribe and all that jazz. Boop.